All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking our sponsors, our Talmud Torah sponsors, for the month of Cheshvan. To thank you all and Sarah Talmud for dedicating all the shirim and drushos this month. Our Daf Yomi sponsors, as a Zechus Charafu Shleima for Dr. Aviva Weisbar Ruchama Aviva Bas Sheina Chana, as well as for Rachel Yehudis Bas Tov Gittel. Good. We hope that these special women have a refuah kol Yisrael. Also, with that, let us begin. Okay, good. Supposed to have a lot to do today. The Meretz Hashem starting in the park today as well. Really incredible study. Supposed to we left off. Today's daf is Sadik K95. A lot to do. We left off on Sadik Dalet on page 94b and Mikol Makom Kasha. So let's say, remember again, we left off with the Machlokas, Rav and Shmuel, with the case of the mission of Bayis and Shenucha, the Shir folks of the homeless streets. So we left off a little bit in the middle of the conversation yesterday. So the Gemara says, Mikol Makom Kasha. Nevertheless, we left with the question. What is the question? So the Gemara says, the question is, Rama, why does P. Tikra only work from one direction and not from two directions? It says the Gemara is the Omri Dela, Mishnei Dela, Shigon Shenipas, the Karen Davis, the Shigui Ba'alach. So look, let me get a really strange understanding of this here. Is that the only question is breached on the corner. That's what it means, Mishnei Dela. And ultimately, again, it had a slope to move. So the breach on the corner is what makes it from two directions. And remember, we saw an interesting idea that even if you subscribe to the concept of PTIC, that the edge of the roof could slump to kind of come down and pull in the pizza, but it's only a flat roof, not the piece. So now we can go to the rest of the time. Got this, so it's actually quite fascinating. So also the other Gemara suggests that the case in question is where the wall was breached. A total of four different places. Now, let's take a look. This is picture. This is 342. So if you look at picture 342, you'll notice what we hear. That according to Knowles, our golden will say is the wall is reached. You notice in four different ways. Which also means that according to Shmuel, in order to seal off this breach, you would need four different P-tikras. That was what I said. It's actually here on picture 342. You can see it's numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. You would need to apply P-tikra in four different locations. So the Gemara says, listen, I remember again what I was mentioning, is as follows, that according to Shmuel, the Gemara mentions that according to Shmuel, halakha l'maisa, P-tikra yod v'sosin only works if you have one full mechitza. If you have one full mechitza, then halakha l'maisa, you can go ahead and do P-tikra on the other three sides. But if you have no walls, at all, Shmuel holds that you cannot apply P-tikra on four sides. Okay, that's the outside position. We're going to see for a moment. Therefore, the case according to Shmuel, what does it mean that the home was breached on two sides? It means that it was breached in the corner. So why can't you say P-tikra? The Shmuel's case is the nature of the breach is that it would require, again, P-tikra on four different parts. Again, you're referring to picture 342. And Shmuel holds, which he does so, the halakha l'maisa you can't have P-tikra on all four walls. So the Gemara says, Shmuel the Shmuel doesn't hold a Rav's interpretation. Why? Because the Mishnah doesn't make any mention of a small roof. Rav doesn't hold a Shmuel, but in plain, Kabule Aksadra. And Rav doesn't hold a Shmuel, so according to Shmuel then, the case the way he's setting it up to be a typical case of Aksadra. And again, remember, if it comes to Aksadra, we're going to look at Aksadra. Aksadra is our roof. Pergola. Rav looks on the Gamra Aksadra, Mutter L'Shelter B'Kula. Because remember again, Rav holds that in general, an Aksadra case, you are permitted to carry under the Aksadra. Why? If you have Aksadra, if you have an Aksadra, you have an area Rav on the Kula. As you carry out the entire Aksadra, which no longer in the Kakin, but Arba Amos, more to the Amos. Rav on the Muslim Kula, I mean, if you take your Joseph. So you've seen this before a number of times already. Where it was a fascinating case. You have, again, a roof pergola, so that entire area to be enclosed. Why? P-tikra joins the social. You do the edge of each side of the roof as if it extends downward. Therefore, you have four walls. totally enclosed area and you can carry them. Small number small says, and the calculus bar element at the hammer, so you only have that why, or me to give you a tool so you don't take it. I want to clarify that point. Not the cat that holds up a hold of people. You know, hold up people. What doesn't he hold up? He doesn't hold up people to be applied to four walls. Or you can't have, if you have no walls, you can't apply people on the fourth side. If you have one wall, you can apply P-Sikra on the remaining pieces. But so the Gemara says the SF to the Amal of League. So the Gemara now says, say if the breach in question is 10 amos or less, everyone agrees. So where does the machlokes come up? Yes, SF, if the breach is more than 10 amos, yes, sir, so the Amal of League. So what's the ultimate number of clarify that? If the breach is less than 10 amos, everyone agrees that, remember, let's what's the status of the less than 10 amos? No, it's Pesach. Pesach. If it's Pesach, then what? You don't even need to apply P-Tikra. Right? Because remember again, P-Tikra is what you apply to remedy a breach. But if you have less than 10 amos in opening, you don't need P-Tikra. That's called the Pesach. Where does the machlokes come up? So the machlokes comes up in an opening of more than 10 amos. Dig it down. So no, keep I'm sorry, this is the Ami, the yes says for the Ami, everyone agrees that more than 10 amos is not a machlokes. Okay, it's not good. The Esser, Gamra, so here we go. Top of Tzadikei. Kola, David, and Makar, Bekorba. We'll say if you have a Kola, if you have a beam that is 4 fucking wide, it allows for carrying in a ruin. We'll say this is picture 343. So if you notice over here, picture 343, what you have is an open ruin, right? A ruin that is totally open and reached on one side. If you have a Kola, if you have a beam that goes across the top of the court block, so we'll say that beam allows for carrying. Now, where does it allow for carrying? Underneath the beam. What's the pshat also? Because underneath the beam, we will apply the concept of Pitikra Yored Risose. Pitikra Yored Risose. Therefore, we'll say the Gemara says as follows. So, Korah David Makri before Rav Nachman Amar Abavua, Korah David Makri B'Mayim. So, Rav Abavua says, no. The only time that the Korah of 4 fucking of which allows you to view the area as enclosed is where it's over walls. Once you get back to what we said before, that in general, there are flowing water, the allowance for flowing of water. But on dry land, like the living water. So the Gemara says, money, I'm sorry, so money, does it mean reflected the Hashlish and the Amit, the S of the S of the Hakol, was the ultimate field, right? According to this version that says that according to the Amit Eser Mokri, that's what the Hashlish and the Amit Eser, you be Kirat, was the ultimate field, and according to this version, which you hold, that in the case of 10 fucking more or less, everyone agrees. But more than Eser, ultimately again is not focused. And to this approach, it would be a case of 10 amos or less, and effectively, Rab's view. Lema Abai Rabba Goku Rabba Shmuel. Many Abai and Rabba have the same focus ultimately as Rab and Shmuel. How do we align it? So here we go. The Ismar. Sichek Agabi Aksra, Shiesh Lakitzim. Let's see, you put Scott. This is a sugar case now. You put Scott on top of an outside, on top of the pergola. Obviously, this is an unroofed pergola. You have an unroofed pergola, you put Scott on top of it. And what happens is that the Scott has semen on boards. Take a look. No, not yet. So it has semen. So what's that? Like Shayla, ultimately, we'll say the presence of the semen is going to make the sukkah kosher. In the semen, what happens if it doesn't have boards? Abai Amar Shayla, the Rabba Amar. What's that particular insight? Look at the first line. And the Dachis of the semen. I'm moving to ruin the Mechitza. That partners me do that. So we'll say, here's what we're doing for semen windows. And how are these boards arranged? They are arranged at less than 3 fucking from one another. What happens if you have boards arranged less than 3 fucking from one another? And therefore it's a whole wall. So the Gemara says, it's okay. So just understand, you have your pergola, obviously without a roof. The pergola has boards, right? It has walls made of boards that are spaced less than 3 fucking from each other. You put Scott on top of that. So as long as there are semen, ultimately you're going to kosher. If there are no semen, if there are no boards, then the sukkah is not kosher. Right? I say differently. If they're not semen, Abaye says it's kosher. Rav says it's psula. What's the shot? Abaye Amar Kshira Amar Pisi Rav Sosa. Abaye says it's kosher. Why? Because also remember again, the Aksadra obviously has boards on top of it also. So you view the edge board on each side of the Aksadra as extending downward. There's enough to look up. Basically, the so saying the Rava Amar Pisi. Rava will say that ultimately again the sukkah is possible. Why? Look, so Gemara says, "Lo Amar Pisi Rav so saying ultimately again because Rava will also agree. Excuse me. Rava will say that we do not hold a Pitikra Yorei Disose. So the Gemara says, Rema Abaye Kirav, the Rabbi Kishmul. So we'll say, let's say that Abaye holds like Rav. Remember again, Rav was an Abbasi who was willing to apply Pitikra Yorei Disose on multiple sides. And Abaye holds, I'm saying that Abaye holds like Rav. So we'll say Abaye who says that an Achsadra Sukkah, even without walls, even without boards on the sides, is still going to be kosher because we'll say Pitikiyor B'Sosem. Let's say that Baye holds like Rav, because Rav was also willing to go ahead and apply Pitikiyor B'Sosem on four sides. And Rava, he says that the Achsadra Sukkah without the semen, without boards, is going to be possible. He holds like, because what's the other thing? We saw Shmuel, as Shmuel said that you could hold the Pitikiyor B'Sosem. He had what? You can't apply it to four open sides. To which the Gemara says, Ali with the Shmuel Kore Amalokli. We'll say, in accordance with the position of Shmuel, everyone agrees with his Shita. Keep Ligi Ali with the Rav. So we'll say the Machlokis is really in Shita's Rav. Abaye Rav. So we'll say Abaye clearly holds like Rav. And that's why Abaye will say that even an Achsadra Sukkah with no walls will still be kosher because we'll apply particular association on each side. The Rava will say, so we'll say, but Rava will say like this. In my case, I was able to say particular association by Achsadra because the Achsadra was made for an Achsadra and being used as an Achsadra. So when the structure is being used in its normative fashion, that's when you can say Pitikra Yored Sosem on all four sides. About Hocha, the Hani Mechitzas Rav Sukkah Abibi Lo. But perhaps Rav would say that in the case of using the Achsadra for a Sukkah, we would not apply Pitikra Sosem on all four sides. Why? The Achsadra was not made to be used for a Sukkah. The Achsadra was made to be used for to be used as an Achsadra. So we'll say, so I think Martin introduces something very interesting. And maybe even Rav holds Pitikra Sosem. Remember, Rav holds the most expansive version of Pitikra Yored Sosem because he holds that you could do it on all four sides. Perhaps he only applies that in a case where it's what's called normative usage. But if you're using a structure in its non-normal way, then you cannot utilize Pitikra on all four sides. Therefore, the usage of an Achsadra as a Sukkah, which again, at least in this case, is not the normal usage of the Achsadra, will not allow you to apply Pitikra on all four sides. Interesting. Rabbi Yossi Omer Mutaris. What's the number again? Back to the Mishnah now. So remember, let's say the topic in the Mishnah was as follows. The topic in the Mishnah was a chaser that was breached to Rishos Harabim, or a home that was breached, or a mavui that had its lechem or its korah removed at the onset. Right, one Shabbos started. So remember again, Rabbi Huda said, as long as you started Shabbos the heder, right, in a permitted state, that permitted state remains with you throughout the duration of Shabbos. Obviously, you have to fix the chaser, the bayis, the mavui in advance of next Shabbos. Along and he said, well, if it's mutter for this Shabbos, it's mutter for next Shabbos. And if it's not mutter for next Shabbos, then what? It's usher for this Shabbos. So now both said the Gemara said, let's analyze the sheet. Rabbi Yossi lesser or lahad? Is Rabbi Yossi, I don't understand. Is Rabbi Yossi coming to usher or to be matir on this Shabbos? Both remember again. The Mishnah is dealing with cases of structures which were intact at the onset of Shabbos, and then something happened that they were then breached over the course of Shabbos. So it's a simple shaila. Does the original permitted status remain for the duration of Shabbos, or does it change along with the change in Mitzvah, in reality? So is Rabbi Yossi coming to say that it's mutter or it's asr? Or Rav Sheshes Lasar. Rabbi Yossi is coming to say that it is asr. Amar Rabbi Yochanan last Tanya and Halgar Baisa that supports this understanding. Let's see the Brisa spells this out a little bit more. Rabbi Yossi, Amar Rabbi Yossi, Kishem Sha'asur and Asad Lava. Just like I will say, and again you fill in the blank. The breached chatzar, the breached home, the mavui whose lechi or Torah was on Shabbos is going to be asur for a future Shabbos. Kach asur in the Osa Shabbos. So too it is prohibited for this Shabbos as well. Itmar. So the Gemara says, Halach Rabbi Yossi. The halach indeed follows Rabbi Yossi. Shmuel says, Halach Rabbi Huda. Shmuel said, no, it's not true. The halacha follows Rabbi Huda in the Mishnah. So we'll say, now machlokas in the halacha. So you have Rabbi Bar Yosef saying the halacha follows Rabbi Yossi. Right? Who says again, if the structure is diminished, right? The chutzner is breached, the home was breached, the lechir car is taken from the mabui. Those areas become usher now on Shabbos. And then you have Shmuel saying halacha follows Rabbi Huda. That no, once a particular area begins Shabbos in a permitted state, that permitted status remains for the duration of Shabbos, even if the area undergoes some type of change. And Yom Shmuel, okay, what's the first wide line outside the camera? Shmuel actually said that Allah follows Rabbi Yehuda. So Bahatra we learned Amar Rabbi Yehuda. We'll say over again. It's going to be Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yehuda over here. So Rabbi Yehuda is in when ultimately again, when do we follow the halacha like Rabbi Yehuda? It was Kumin. I'm sorry. I'm Rabbi Yehuda. When is this Sorah will say? The Eruv Tchumen, that you need rishus from someone in order to go ahead and make the Eruv. That's by Eruv Tchumen. Right? That's by Eruv Tchumen. We saw this again. So when it comes to Eruv Tchumen, you can go ahead and hear on someone after without your permission. Why? The Tisha Zakana Adam Shalom. Ben Chabad Shalom. When we had that sugya, I make it I can't make an Eruv Tchumen on a half without your permission. Why? Because everyone will say, how does Eruv Tchumen work? Whenever you gain in one direction, you lose in a different direction. So if I make it Eruv on your behalf, as much as I'm gaining you 2,000 hours going to the east, I'm making you lose out and move his mobility over to the west. I can't do that. Eruv Chaserus conversely is an objective choice. There's no downside to Eruv Chaserus. And if I look for my side to make an Eruv Chaserus, you're like, but I'm not Yehuda, I'm not Shmuel, but what's that? Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Shmuel, Halacha Rabbi Yehuda. That halacha ultimately follows Rabbi Yehuda. But not only that, Halacha Shoshana Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda, the Eruvin, Halacha Shmuel. Okay, not only that, but wherever the halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda, Irving, the I'm going to kind of about it from Rabbi Yehuda. Amr Shmuel, Akiva the Mavui Shirika Kalasa the Chaya. So it's actually even in the case of Osai, of a Mavui who Lechi or Korah was taken. Because let's remember again, what does Rabbi Yehuda hold in the case of a Lechi or a Korah which was removed? What does he hold? That's our Mishnah. What does Rabbi Yehuda say? If your Mavui started to Lechi or Korah and then what happened? The Lechi or the Korah was moved. What's the halacha of Rabbi Yehuda? What's the halacha? He's still carrying that mavui. Even that's a Nefis. And also again, going back to the Sefta, a Lechi or a Kura, the entity of the mavui is not an ear. That's a mechitza, right? That's a wall, or that's a hector, that's a reminder of some sort. So we just said that Allah follows Rabbi Yehuda by Erev, not Dafka by mechitzas. I'm Ravanan. Yudhidimi first name we need Shmuel, Kanchanifritz of the Carmelists, Kanchanifritz of the Rambas. Or conversely, the other possibility is as follows. Then when do we follow Rabbi Yehuda? We follow Rabbi Yehuda ultimately again if the chutzner is breached into the Carmelists. So if the chutzner is breached into a rabbinic domain, then we'll follow Rabbi Yehuda and we'll say that halacha l'maisa, we view the chutzner as enclosed for the duration of that Shabbos. Since it began Shabbos enclosed, we view it as remaining enclosed, but the next Shabbos we have to go ahead and fix it. But halacha l'maisa, if the chutzner is breached into a biblical domain, then the halacha does not follow Rabbi Yehuda. Then ultimately, again, we view it as breached even on the current Shabbos. We'll say, how do we pass him? So we already saw a little bit of this. In that halacha l'maisa, we'll say 2 Mishnayos ago. Remember again, we saw that when you have 2 chatzeros and a wall in between them, they both made their respective areas. If the wall comes down on Shabbos, we'll say, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? We view the wall as up in the remainder of Shabbos. That was the Machlokes Rav and Shmuel. So the halacha yesterday, right? The halacha lemaisa, even if the wall comes down on Erev Shabbos for the two chatzeros, ultimately again we view that wall as still intact. Their respective eruvin are still intact as well. But that's remember the Mishnah Berurah. Mishnah says that's because you're dealing with chatzeros, you're dealing with like domains. But the Shulchan Aruch already told us, but if the chatzer reaches into a Carmelis, or reaches into a Restream, under those circumstances, we view the breach now, even on that present Shabbos. We don't say that since the Chassid began Shabbos in a state of being enclosed, that it remains enclosed. We'll say, what about if a Mavli, Korah, or Lechi was taken? This is a very important case as well. So we started Shabbos, we'll say, going back to the beginning sector. We started Shabbos, I put a Lechi or a Korah, right? A vertical beam or a horizontal beam at the entrance of the Mavli. That permits carrying in the mother. But just to be clear, even if you have a shitos, right? Even if you have a sheet of mavals, you still need the oracle at the end of the mother to allow for carrying in the mother. So Erev Shabbos, I put it there. Over the course of Shabbos, something happens to it, it's taken away. What's the status of the mother? So we'll say the Shulchan Aruch and Siman Shin Samechei Sev Zayin. Mavli shenitlu kolosa olachai b'Shabbos. They have a mavli, and the left ear Korah was taken away. Aser misham. They're at the onset of Shabbos. Ultimately, was taken away. Again, the mavli becomes aser. And we'll say ultimately again the v'lo aminan kan Shabbos hol b'hutra hutra. So we'll say we don't go ahead and say over here by Shabbos hol b'hutra since it started Shabbos in a state of permission. It ends Shabbos, so we could close out the rest of that Shabbos in the state of permission as well. And he refers us back again to what we saw in Shin Samek Sif Beis, which again we don't have to get into right now. So we'll say halacha l'maaseh. It appears that indeed the halacha follows Rabbi Yossi in all three cases, namely, if you have a chutzner, well, two cases for now, well, three. Chutzner that is breached into a carmelis, chutzner that's breached into a rishis harabim, or a mavli whose lechi or Korah was taken away. All three of these cases, these domains become usher on that Shabbos. The only case so far where we're going to say hol b'hutra hutra, that if you began Shabbos in a permitted state, that permitted state remains is where? Which case? Which case? The two chatzeros with the wall who both made their respective the wall falls down on Shabbos. We view them still as separate and distinct heroes for the duration of that particular Shabbos. Beautiful. Says the Mishnah. Habona Babi Shnei Batu. Also, this is an interesting case. You have two homes, and imagine for a moment you go ahead and you build an upper story on top of those homes, right on top of those homes. So let's say, so just imagine two homes across from each other. You build an upper story on top of those homes. So we'll say this is still going with the P-ticker yard dissociation case. Right? So we'll say ultimately again, this is still the situation where remember now you have an area underneath the upper story, underneath the aliyah, in between the two homes. So we'll say, or also you have a bridge, and there's an area underneath the bridge. So what's the halacha? The holes that you're allowed to carry underneath the aliyah, and you're allowed to carry underneath the bridge. So we'll say, what's the logic? The logic is particularly associated. We view the edges of the aliyah as extending downward, the edges of the bridge as extending downward, and therefore they enclose the area underneath. The Chachamim ultimately say that it is aser. Chachamim say that it's aser. So Rabbi Yehuda also says that you can make an eruv for a mavli that is open on both sides. On both sides. So the Gemara Shabbos saying Rabbi Yehuda's logic is Rashi points out that all Rabbi Yehuda really to enclose an area is two mechitzas. Two mechitzas is enough to create an enclosure. How Chachamim say no, that's not an enclosure, right? You need at least closed on all three sides, and then a lefty or a Korah on the fourth side. Amar Rabba, Rabba says, "Lo tema hainu tam Rabbi Yehuda mishum dekasar beis mechitzas daraisa." Both sides. Let's go back for just a second. Why, according to Rabba, why is it that Yehuda allows for carrying underneath the aliyah or carrying underneath the bridge? So both sides. You might think it's because Rabbi Yehuda only requires two mechitzas. That's not the reason. It's because Rabbi Yehuda says that under the aliyah or under the bridge, you could apply the view the sides of the aliyah or the sides of the bridge as extending downwards and ultimately going ahead and enclosing the entire area. Yes, Rabbi Yehuda, so we've seen this case many times. If you have two homes across the Restream, so you have a busy street, you have Restream, and you have two homes on either side of the street. So what's that? So we'll say ultimately again, Rabbi Yehuda says you can make a lechi or a korah on either side, and it allows you to carry across. This is incredible. Carry across the Rosh Hashanah from one home to the other. So the Gemara will say. So interestingly enough, what do you see from that case? I will say, why does Rabbi Yehuda allow that? Because obviously Rabbi Yehuda is saying these two mechitzos are enough to create an enclosure. So your house on one side, your house on the other side gives you two mechitzos. The presence of the lechi or then gives you something additional. And you place it Rabbi Yehuda, all the mechitzos are enough. Which the Gemara says, may I eat in, may hot lekala mashin. Which one says you're right. From that case, you can see that Rabbi Yehuda holds that two mechitzos are enough. From the case of the aliyah or the bridge, you would not be able to clean that idea. So what the Gemara saying is like this. The Mishnah here is introducing us something dramatically amazing. The sheet of Rabbi Yehuda is that indeed two mechizos are enough to create an enclosure. In fact, Rabbi Yehuda says that explicitly later on in the Mishnah. That's why he holds that a mavoi that is open on both sides. You can still go ahead and put a lechi carry in that, but still two mechitzos is enough. All the Gemara is saying is you would not be able to glean that shita from the case of the bridge or the aliyah, the upper story. Why? Because in the case of the bridge or the aliyah, you have something else going on there. What's the something else? The take a yard this also. Amravashi. Rashi says that our Mishnah also supports the idea. Since the Mishnah uses the lashon of va'od, what's the right when it transitions from the case of aliyah and back, and it also says va'od. Va'od seems to indicate that it's coming ahead and going ahead and adding on something to the previous discussion. Rabbi Yehuda. So va'od Rabbi Yehuda. Mavoi ma'arvin b'mavoi hamakula. Rabbi Yehuda holds the halacha l'maisa. You can make an eruv in an open mavoi. Mavoi is open on both sides. And come say it's aser. If you understand that the Gemara is going to introduce a new discussion, that's why it brings in va'od. You will say there's two, but if you're saying it's the same conversation, then why do you need the va'od? Or in other words, stated, go back and analyze the Mishnah. Rabbi Yehuda is stating two different shitas over here. In the case of the bridge and the case of the aliyah, he holds that you can go ahead and carry underneath the bridge, underneath the aliyah. Why? Why? We view the edge of the aliyah, edge of the bridge as extending downwards. Nothing to do with two mechitzos, to do with tikra. Then by the way, the Gemara says, or the Mishnah says, there's another conversation. What's the other conversation? That you could even carry in an open mavoi. Why? Because Rabbi Yehuda holds that two mechitzos
space would not be possible without everybody. I mean, yeah, I could host them, but like, bro, like, what if nobody is showing up? I mean, the reality of it is, I mean, like, base, like, what the actual hell is going on with this? Why can't I get this fucking down? There we go. I'm actually just retarded, you guys. That's actually what it is. I'm just retarded. I'm so glad that one came back. Just a little. Yeah, it's okay. You know, you just gotta bear. Well, let's think about this. It doesn't hurt the person who's retarded's feelings. They don't care about that word or the concept of that word. You know, I think it's the whole fan of, let me say this, like, if I'm autistic, I'm actually, like, verified my therapist that I was autistic. And, like, I don't think it's a bad word, okay? Like, it was literally the original word. Mm-hmm. The only reason why this is a bad word is because of cancel culture. Yeah. And they made money off of it. Yeah. They made money. Everything is about making money in America, unfortunately. I mean, like, the capitalistic society there. Yeah. The word is only bad if I don't know, it just depends on, like, how much you love yourself and can kiss yourself and love yourself. If you, at the end of the day, you're the biggest judge that you have to face, and so who cares? And who gives a damn what other people say? Like, look it, live your life, do you? So, I mean, words are just words. Words are words. I love you guys. I gotta go back to my group. I hope I see you guys at some point, and have a good day, and hopefully place this what you guys want to be. Love you guys. Bro, thank you so much, Black Public. I appreciate you for rolling through and chilling the Black Whale. You guys hear me out. Hear me out. If there's a project you should probably look at, it's definitely Black Whale. Hell yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for having me. Bro, and I just saluted you. You can't see me. It kind of looks like a whale mixed crow. Yeah, I know. Thank you. I like it too, but I didn't say I didn't like it, but I mean, it kind of looks like a whale mixed crow. AIs, every time you may see it a little bit different, so we're working on it. But thank you. All right, guys. Take care and have a good night. Somebody later, bro. You guys, shout out to Baba Nagoosh. We're rolling through to the space. What a fucking great name. We're going to listen to the song. This is really fucking fire, guys. So, while we do that, make sure you get white when you thumbs down. Visa. No, just chill. I don't blame her because I didn't really want to listen to the song either, so I'm in the same boat as her. Wait, okay, go ahead and give some shout outs. You know what to do. I'm just going to sit here. And, use a thingy, tappity tap, tippity tap, bippity boppity. I just did some shout-outs, but anyways, everybody in the space should repost the space in any group chats that you guys are in to get your friends in here so we can roll Moxie. I'm freaking hyper. It's been a minute since I've grabbed a mic in a space, and so I want to talk to everybody, make more friends. I know damn well all you guys as well want to do that, or simply just grow your account. And so get your friends in here so your friends can, follow other friends and so on and so forth. In my pickle bananas, don't be slacking. Get your damn times out of the pickle jar. Come on, let's grow muscly. And, well, if you guys are bored, you can probably just scroll my page and drop some likes and show some love. Like, what the heck? What not? You guys will run across some weird art, weird comedy, and weird stuff that I do. If you guys really want some entertainment. How many spots are there open left? 3 spots. Alright. 3 spots for what? We're going to fill up the speaker panels. Right. Oh, Randy, freaking, you missed it in the Discord, in Yucky Duck's Discord. We were playing a game, where you had to guess what the heck the drawing was, and the drawing, it was, created off of kids' art and stuff, and they're really bad, honestly. They're really bad. They are really bad. Yeah, but it was so much fun. I played it for a little bit, but somebody kept spamming the noise wand thing in there. Apparently there's noise effects in there too, and it was starting to irritate me. So I stayed just a wee bit longer after that, and then I left because I started getting a headache. And then I couldn't find anything on X, and so I decided to go back in, and there was only 2 people playing, so I joined them. And then a few more people started joining, and then I think we got up to 66 guesses. Oh my god! Correctly. Yeah, I'm a junior. I just know that today. Oh, it was so much fun. So much fun. If you guys don't know about the Yucky Ducks Discord by now, you guys should hit if you don't know about the Yucky Ducks, period, hit our page, hit them with the follow. They're constantly giving back to the community. And if you join their Discord, which is on their file, they play games. They have Yuck coins that they give out to the community as well that you have to pay such games for. And you can swap out the Yuck coins for, charity, Ethereum, this, that, VR. It is so much fun. And then in the Discord, they also have a Yuck off where they drop a meme. And so you'll basically mix up the picture, make a funny thing off of it, post it on X, tag Yucky Ducks and whoever they want you to tag. It's usually Yucky Ducks and somebody else. I think the last one they did was Vibertron. And whoever has the best meme also wins money off that as well. o'clock now, so I haven't missed it yet. But they're doing another giveaway that's still active, I believe, of which I just gotta scroll the page a little bit. So they're doing a giveaway where it says this week's Yuck Sponsor is $100 in ETH, 2 dorks NFTs, and $50 to donate to charity. And so you have to go on that post, and for you to be entered into that, you just have to. I think you have to go into that some app. I'm not entirely sure how to enter into that, but you can probably get that information off their Discord and stuff. But I mean, $100 in ETH and 2 NFTs, like what? And then you get to help donate $50 to a charity, so help others. I mean, I think it's a good deal. They also have that place where you can drop your Yuck art room. Oh, yeah. Yuck art, Yuck food, Yuck whatever. There's so much in that. Yeah, you should go check it out. Everybody go and check out the Yucky Ducks. I don't know what the Discord is, but definitely check them out because we are definitely partner with them. Bro, you guys are not gonna lie. We are still trending for some fucking weird ass reason. Just cool. We'll just let it cook, I guess. Paper planes in the sky. Sometimes you just need to fly high. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Make sure you follow everybody in the space right now. There's not that many people, you guys. So what I want you to do is start with the person to your left, give them a follow. Start with the person to your right, give them a follow. And then you're going to go to the person below you, and you're going to give them a nice little topping. And, put some whipped cream on top of their head. And go up to the person above you and give them a follow before they top you. You don't want to be, the bottom with whipped cream on your head. You know what I'm saying, you guys. Just go do those things. You're going to get followers. You're going to grow in the space. Whatever you do, don't leave. Don't fucking leave. Go and tag your friends right now. Say, hey, this space is getting started. We want you to be here. We want to grow with you. We want to see all the lovely faces because what we're going to do is chill, you guys. Somebody take this fucking mic away from me. Okay, thanks. Thank you, mate. Are you there, bro? I actually am curious here from LA. It says, I swear, Nigeria. He said, let's check it out. Oh, crap. Am I rookie? Nope, I'm pretty sure he did. Alright, so let me just check at these PFPs to see who the heck is from LA. Or actually, I haven't heard from this person. Carnix_crypto? Carnix_crypto? Yeah. Hey, what's up? Hello. What are you all about? What do you want to show in chat? Well, I told you guys this, I guess, but I over the break, I'm a college student, right? So over the break, I went a scam catcher. You can see all the fake trades that the devs have made. You can see how they're hiding the ownership. So you can see somebody who owns, they say they own 10%, but they really own 60%. You can see, all the functions they've called to steal money from people. And then you can also see every single project that they've made, and then those projects are analyzed, and that gives them a score to see, let's say a dev, this dev is known to scam 12 times, right? Now he has this reputation, and you can stay the hell away. So my goal in crypto is just to, keep everybody away from the bad actors so that they can focus on the really good projects, like that Black Whale. How many people wouldn't have invested in Black Whale because they invested in Hog2A, and they have all that money that was invested in Hog2A is wasted when it should have gone to good devs like Black Whale. Think about it. It's all the scammers. I was talking to a guy the other day. He said That's extremely clever. Thank you. I'm right now and a minute or two. Thanks. Bro, I miss college. Again, I haven't gone to school for quite some time, actually. Went to school for electrical engineering, and then I transferred into engineering science because when I transferred from one college to another, I was poorly advised. And my advisor thought I was saying one thing when I was saying another. And he gave me classes that was linked to engineering science, but it was double the tuition for out-of-state residency fee, so I was able to complete it. But I still got a good job from that. I started working at Frito-Lay doing I was a PM tech, did preventive maintenance, but yeah, being the only female in a male-dominant field, you tend to get bullied and stuff, and I unfortunately lost my job because of such, because they started retaliating against me due to me eventually opening my mouth and trying to defend myself, which that's still like a case of progress. Still trying to find a lawyer for that crap, but yeah, what you're doing is awesome. That's fucking awesome. Everybody in the space, make sure you hit, am I saying your name right? The Chronics _ crypto? Yeah, the Chronics crypto. Let's go. Make sure you guys hit him with a follow. And again, hit everybody in the space with a follow. And if they don't hit you back with a follow right away, just remember that those that do not have a blue check mark can only follow about 100 per day. Those that have a blue check mark can follow 400 per day. And those that have an affiliate badge can follow 1,000 per day. But X is doing some weird funky thing where you can only follow about 15 to 20 people every X amount of minutes. And so if they can't get back to you right away, they might just have a limit on their account. And again, I hope everybody in the space is locked in and everybody posting the space to get your friends in here, of which it's been a minute since I've done some shout outs. And I did see the number go up just over the month. And so we have Dave the Gunner, Base Dev, Big Up Joe, the Black Bubblebush, Arky, Dayquil, Scoozy. You guys could also, again, repost the space in some of your group chats. If you guys are in any Discords, get your friends in here as well. I'm bored and hyper, and I want to, talk to everybody. And I know damn well all you guys want to grow your accounts. But I see that we do have a few other speakers that I haven't heard from. You guys probably already spoke. I don't remember. So, Emmanuel Basie, are you there? Yeah, I'm there. Jim to everybody. Jim to you. James Nichols and James Nichols, and also there was my name is Emmanuel Basie. From Nigeria. I'm a video editor and also the content creator. Right, so I lost my account or take the account. I'm just starting this one fresh. So if you want to connect with a like-minded person like me, you can just give me a follow and I'll give you a follow back. And please read out to my post and also engage online. Because I also do send to you. So thank you. Shout out to all the good news and also shout out to the post and all to Dream. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I really appreciate it. I'll still be around and contribute to other conversation. Thank you very much. Thank you. No problem. And you said it was Emmanuel Basie? Yeah, Emmanuel Basie. B-A. Oh, I thought it was Basie. All right, cool. Again, everybody hit them with the follow. He's trying to grow his account, and he unfortunately lost it. And so he's starting very, very fresh. And that is okay. That is okay. Because, the Big Steppers is a place that you absolutely want to be. When I first started joining the Big Steppers, I had about 4,000 followers. It took about a little over a year to get. And I've been with the Big Steppers for over 3 months now. And now I think I'm at 17.5K, which it's been growing rather quickly, and it's fucking awesome. But yeah, make sure you get him a follow and help him grow his account again. And Wisdom, your PFP is interesting. Are you tired? He's probably put his ice packs on his eyeballs. But what about Sanctity? Yeah. I appreciate you. I know damn well you have nothing done for me, so thank you. But why don't you show yourself? Yeah, I don't actually have much to say. Anyway, Jim, everyone, missed from 32. Wisdom and everyone going this weekend listener session. I don't have much to say anyway. I like support you, what you do. I really appreciate you. It's, thank you. Thank you. That was a help. All right. Hit Sanctity with a follow. That was the person that was just speaking. What did you have to say? A crypto analyst, $BTC, $BNB, and $Don's holders. Let's go. Wait, hold up. That's what they were talking about. Are you really from Los Angeles? No. I speak from Nigeria. Oh, yeah, but India have been Los Angeles. Oh, nice. Yeah, shoot. Freaking on my bio, apparently I'm from the Squishy Islands. We're all from the Squishy Islands. But, with that being said, let's move on to $Brit. How's your travel go? Yes, we're here to save the day, brother. What are you doing? You're not doing a good job? He was doing a great job, Trey. Doing a lovely job. I literally just woke up and I see you guys online, so I've just come out quick and here's my opportunity because of the time zone. Guys, thank you kindly for giving me the opportunity again to speak. That was absolutely legendary the other day. I was going to call you yesterday actually, just drop you a message, have a chat. But I just got caught up with me and myself at work actually yesterday. But I'm back, I'm fresh. Plenty of opportunity, brother. Plenty of opportunity, absolutely. Yeah, I've just been working yesterday on the NFT side of things, to be honest with you, for card meme, and just trying to get my shit together on that side of things. And I went into Fiverr.com and started inquiring, and people are going to say, why use Fiverr.com or something like that? I'll tell you why I use it, because it's actually the safest way of making sure I don't get ripped off. You know, I know it sounds cheeky coming into a crypto space and saying that, but man, it's not when you think about it. Everything I've ever bloody done has just been such a gamble, such a risk. So when it comes to my projects, I like to be a little bit more secure and assured that I'm not going to get fucking scammed. So I just use services like that. And hey, creating NFTs is far from bloody cheap. That's all I'm going to say. You can make a shit one, but it's the graphic side of things that really starts to cost, and what I want to do with my NFTs and how they're going to integrate with the game, etc. It's got to be done right, and it's just unfortunately there goes another kidney. I'm going to have to sell that bugger to get that aspect of my project up and running as well. Otherwise, everything's bloody good, man. You know, life is fucking great. That's all I'm going to say. Just plod on, guys. Just keep pushing. See your dreams, see your dreams, and make them fucking happen, man. Seriously, listen, I'm a guy that started 72 odd days ago. My body is absolutely solid to today. You know, I've been expecting, like, fucking hell, people are going to start losing confidence, but how can I lose confidence in me? Just listen to me, man. I don't lose confidence in me. So if you're that kind of leader, make it fucking happen, man. And the project's doing really well. That's all I'm going to say. 2026, year of the brick, man. Year with the brick. And I'm really tired because I've just woken up, but I didn't want to miss your show, guys, man. The big steppers are the leaders in this fucking establishment. Absolutely 100%. And when I called them rolling R's from Dre, I was like, man, I've got to say hello. So, guys, I'm going to step down for this mic because I need to wake the fuck up. Now, please, if you get a minute, go and have a look at my profile. Give me some insight, give me some input. I'd love to hear your negative and your positives. And let's go. Year of the Brit, like I said, 2026, guys. Thank you very much. Year of the Brit. Oh my God, okay, Cat, chill. This is one different thing. You guys, we're no longer trending. No! What did you do? How did you break it? You guys, I break everything nice. This is why I can't have anything nice in my life. You guys know this, okay? We're trending again. You guys, okay? Space to, like, pick the fuck up. Otherwise, I'm gonna start crashing out, and nobody wants to hear me crash out. I know. Everybody just stay calm. Nobody freak out. Everybody, yo, there's nobody freaking out in my comment section right now. 5K plus X or get monetized on X. Bro, get monetized on X. I would never delete my X for 5K. What'd you just do? Maybe it does. Maybe it does work. Can you guys hear me now? How'd you do that? Okay, here's the voice part. Welcome in. I'm going to need everybody in the space right now to go down to the purple pill and say, Mist, your space has been trending, but where are all the real ones at? And then I need you to tag 3 of the big steppers right now. Anyone big steppers? Yes, this is what we're going to do. Yeah. I actually like that voice better. Does that sound messed up? Yes. How'd you do that? No, that's too loud. This is how they make your sounds from now on, right? Tammy, okay, you guys, thank you for parking for coming through, you guys. I just keep saying, you guys, go and follow Ricard Meme. Go, whatever you do, right now, I know Black Whale isn't here. We're talking about that, bro. I need everybody to go and buy Ricard Meme. Just kidding, don't do that. DYOR, I never said buy. I don't say those words. NFA, DYOR, go check them out. Maybe if you feel gamble some of your life savings away. Kidding, don't do that either. He is definitely building something amazing. You guys don't want to be there. You want to miss it. I mean, low key, not gonna lie, I totally missed it the first time I was talking to him. I met him in a Discord space, and he was like, tell me about his project. And I think, honestly, you guys, I think it was literally sitting at 20K market cap. And look at it now. It's like chilling, still chilling at 1 million. Probably gonna go up to 2 million over the next month, or who knows where it goes over the next month. But I definitely don't foresee it sitting at 1 million anytime soon. I definitely don't see it going any lower than this. No, 100%. 1.1. Listen, brother, I'm listening. We're going up. I'm telling you. I've got big plans coming for 2026. 100%. Get ready. This first quarter, second quarter, it's coming in chunks, guys. Everything's coming together in chunks. Just watch what's going on. I'm a bloody legend. I'm a bloody legend, and this year I'm taking over 100%. Love you guys. Here's my man Arky there, incidentally. He's a fucking nice guy to chat to, and I think I brought him up the other day, Miss. Remember I was talking about someone, that's him there, ARKY, Arky with the 2 tips either side. Give him an opportunity. Take my mic away and give him that opportunity to chat. He's a fucking great guy. Go, you guys. I am dealing with the most fucking obscene raider in my entire life. I'm going to be 100% honest, you guys. I'm going to crash out right now. I've actually had it with you fucking raiders who think you can get away with trying to fucking overcharge in American dollars. I am not fucking doing it anymore, you guys. I'm going to fucking crash out on every single one of you motherfuckers who try to do that. If I am giving you a fucking job, you motherfucker better be so very fucking grateful, because I literally just paid your fucking month's salary in 1 day, okay? So don't ever fucking complain about money. Bro, I swear to God, I cannot fucking deal with people who do that shit. Oh my God, you guys, I'm fucking crashing out, but it just has to be fucking done. I'm not even kidding. It's one of those fucking things where I actually fucking had it. I am up to fucking hear you guys. I might just fucking hang myself. Oh my God. What's happened, miss? What's happened? What's going on? What have I missed? What have I missed? You didn't miss anything, that's what you're gonna listen to something. here to grow as one cohesive unit. I love each and every one of you, and like I said, these spaces wouldn't be possible without you guys showing up each and every single day, even though, I don't even host spaces every single day. I work those out fine. Tuesdays and Thursdays are my days to be hosting spaces. And if I, am around, I would co-host with my lovely counterpart, Cloud. He hosts his spaces on Mondays and Wednesdays, as well as the hosting business spaces. I'm going to see you guys. So I'm sure everybody who's in here is part of the Big Steppas. And if you don't know who the Big Steppas are, you're going to know. Okay, so what you have to go and do is go up to the Jumbotron and scroll over to the right. There's going to be a pin post up there that says, "Welcome, everyone. Tonight, we chill with a few giveaways." Oh my God, I totally forgot about the giveaways. And then it says, "Join the Big Steppas Discord." Yes, you're going to click that link and you're going to go into the Discord channel. Because that is where we hang out when we're not in spaces, when we're not on X. And honestly, they've been hanging out a lot more in the fucking lounge, and that's pretty cool because it's it's more engagement for you guys. You guys get to know each other. I don't know why there are more people showing up to the space, but that is okay. We want it to grow. Yes, okay. So what we're gonna do is I appreciate each and every one of you guys for being here every single day. Okay. I need to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. How do I do that? I just got this iPhone and I don't know how to work iPhones, you guys. Scroll down. Focus. Do not disturb. Silent on. Perfect. Yes. I am sick of notifications. PMJ, bro, how are you doing today? What the fuck is up? I haven't talked to you in forever, dog. Yo, what's good, man? What's good, everybody? Yo, not much, dog. Not much. You know how it goes. Yeah. So good morning from this side, everybody. My name is PMJ, your legendary reply guy. And hope everybody's doing good. Let's do it to share the tweets that are there in Mist's post. Let's do it to reshare the space to get more people in here to get Mist trending. And let's not make him crash out again, please. And yeah, I'm following everybody. Please do well to shoot my follow back. I'm trying to get to 1K. Please help me to achieve that milestone in 2026. I'm trying to grow and connect with everybody. Yeah, thank you, man, Mist. Copy that? Am I rocking? Bro, no, you're not rocking. I'm so sorry. I was just listening to some music, and it was so very fucking loud. You guys, thank you so much, PMJ, for coming through. Whatever you do, give him a follow. He's a legend in space. He always shows up. He's always on the timeline. I always see him in my posts. Guys, have a computer. If you want to be seen, if you want to grow. Bro, okay, you know what? We have some more speakers up here, and I want to get to them. Base Dab, are you there, bro? Bro, don't fucking rub me right now. I swear to fucking God. Oh my fucking God, you guys, he's rugging me. He's getting booted. Goodbye. Okay, Emmanuel, what is up, doggy? I see you there with the laughing emojis. You got to be there. Don't rug me. Yeah. I was here. Jim, I'll see you once again. I was speaking when give me this opportunity for me to speak. Well, let me just tell myself again. My name is Matthew Basi. I'm from Nigeria. I'm a video editor and also content writer. I'm just starting my account again because I lost my 10K followers since last month, December. So I'm just starting from a fresh again. If you are just joining us, you can just give me that follow up, give me a follow back. Not really much. And also if you have any content idea, right? Or anything that you want me to hop on, any ambassador job that you want me to join in, please, my DM is open. You can just come to my DM and we talk, or you can just indicate here, I will DM you right away, or if you need me to be giving you that report every day, if you are a project or any this that you want me to be, let us work together. This is 2076. We should be communicating and also working together to make have a good result. So please, if you want me to work together. Am I rocking? Bro, no, you're not wrecking. You're there. Rabbi Rothschild, what the fuck is going on, my guy? I just brought you up. I want to hear, so give it to me. Lay it on me thick. Don't fucking hold up.
Absolutely, I most certainly will. First and foremost, if you are following me, I appreciate it. If you're not, please do. I've done my best to follow every single person in here. I want you to know if you're not in the Big Step Discord, you need to be. It's discord.gg/Big Steppas. I am going to give you perhaps the best shill, not just that I can give, but perhaps that you're ever going to hear on X. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I do and what I talk about on my stream. So with that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm like any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link is available in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post the link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm live 24 hours a day. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to wanting to make you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about 100 developing nations for the benefit of the world. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Some of the other that I'm going to talk about are of interest to me. If they're not of interest to you, no big deal. But to talk about the future, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets. I like to talk about things like invisibility cloaks and replicators. Don't we all? Absolutely. I like to talk about spheres. If you don't know what a Dyson sphere is, it's a megastructure that surrounds a star to capture most or all of its output. While I understand that this isn't something that we see tomorrow, it may be something in the future. And I like to talk about these things. Teleportation, the instantaneous transfer of matter information from one location to another. Matter replicator that creates physical objects by real subatomic particles. This is essentially like a 3D printer, but instead of just using plastic, it can use absolutely anything. These are also machines. These are fascinating topics to me. And so if you're wondering, is all that you do, Rabbi, is just, sit and shield yourself on spaces? I certainly do that, but I have these types of discussions. In addition, I have been teaching on Kabbalah recently, which is Jewish mysticism. I have a 2-hour class every single morning. If you're interested, feel free to hop into Discord and listen. I've also been hosting 24/7 X spaces, not just audio spaces, but video spaces for nearly a year. So you literally can go back for one entire year of my life and watch it live on X. If you want to find these, just in the Twitter search, you just type in Rabbi for the X spaces and you'll see I'm always live. With that being said, if you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Rabbi Rothschild. You're amazing. For real, I don't know how you fucking. Did you just like practice your pitch, or like, bro, it just rolls off the tongue? So I don't think you have it written down, Loki, because I know it's like you don't say it in order all the time, but it is pretty much in like the same order.
It's all off the top of my head. I've been doing it for 4 years, though, so I have it down really well. Basically, anyone who joins my Discord, that's how I got into the rhythm, and now I'm able to do it on X Spaces. Never get any kind of interruption. I'm usually able to audible and issue someone may have, and then be able to continue right into it. It is not written down. It is, you can see it live 24/7 on any of my streams, so I can prove to you have it written down. Not that it's not on your shill. I'm all about, but eventually, if you do it enough, to have it memorized as well as I do. And my goal is one day you all will have my shill as memorized as I do, and that's when I know that my job has been accomplished here. Thank you.
Yes, right. That's what I do. My job is to. If you want to win, you just gotta be like Rabbi Rothschild, and fucking don't do it.
Isn't he just awesome? I think he's great.
I'm just gonna leave it as open mic night because genuinely, at this point,
Are you just having a rough time, baby?
it's a free for all.
You're just having a rough time.
I'm just gonna step in there quickly and miss before I shoot off myself because I've got to go and have some breakfast. But yeah, I'm gonna tell you something. I had a conversation with Rabbi Rothschild for 2 hours straight, and the knowledge I picked up off that guy was fucking amazing. He didn't stop, and my pen ran out of ink. There was just so much coming that I never even thought about as a project founder, what I would need in the forms of social media, especially, and just other information and just tidying up my act. So yeah, guys, you get an opportunity, jump on his Discord, get his attention, and just get your pen ready, because there's a lot of information that this guy's accumulated over these years, and he knows what he's bloody talking about. Yeah, absolutely amazing. You're a lovely guy, Rabbi, man. You're a lovely guy. Next time I'll have 2 pens ready.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your high praise, Britt. If you're not following Britt, please do. He's got a wonderful project. If you're not joining his Discord, if you're not in his Discord, you need to be. He's fully doxxed. He's as honest of a founder and a dev as you're going to find. Has a really great opportunity for you. So, of course, nothing is financial advice, but if you're ever going to ape into a coin, Britt may be a great one.
Honesty is policy, buddy. Honesty is policy. And I think it's the honesty side.
What up, Emmanuel? I'll be there in a second.
And just like you say, being fully doxxed, being able just to put my name to everything and my face, especially my face. I was just about to go live with myself quickly and drop my daily video in. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, these other projects that teeter on the edge of disappearing, you know, and you get the one comes along like my good self. You know, I know what I'm doing. I know business. I know the project. I know what's close to my heart is my narrative. You know, actually, I'm going to say something yesterday. I think it was the other day. Actually, it was near missed, and I put a little space up, and I like an open mic type of space myself. And there was one fella in there that was he started on the. He took a judgment without actually getting to know me or my project. Never gave me the real opportunity to speak, even though he asked me a question about it. with my project. When I heard it, I was like, bro, you gotta let me fucking speak here because that pissed me off. First and foremost, I'm from an immigrant family. I have every nationality you can imagine in my family. So to label my project as EDL type project, I don't know. It was just saying it's due to the George's flag and blah blah blah. And look, man, I've got the Union Jack. I'm multicultural. I grew up in a multicultural country. And to hear that kind of pissed me off because there's nothing to do with what the narrative of my project is. My narrative is freedom of fucking speech and having our liberty fucking taken away from us by government. So it was just, man, I wanted to bitch slap that guy, but on the same note, he was actually a really funny character to listen to, even though he was very argumentative and he spoke. I know Rabbi, if he was in this group now, he wouldn't give you the opportunity to talk because as soon as you say something, he was almost like a gag reflex. The guy just didn't shut the fuck up. But it was entertaining at the time. And it was just something I thought to bring up yesterday. I was kind of looking for him, but I think he's gone ahead and blocked me, to be honest with you. I wanted to just say to him that EDL, bro, that shit died in fucking years ago. UK is not about that. The UK is completely different. Like I say, we're a multicultural country. When I'm married to a Thai, I'm a Sicilian immigrant. My sister's kids are from Nigeria. Now my cousins are from India. I've got Chinese, Vietnamese, every nationality. When we sit around the table, it's like the United Nations sit around the table at Christmas. So just be told that you're sort of resembling the EDL was bullshit. It really pissed me off. But never mind, man. Everyone's entitled to an opinion. As they say, opinions are like arseholes. Everyone's got one.
I was in that space. I remember that. Yeah, he would shut the hell up. Never get a word in edgewise. It was crazy.
That fucking voice is. I love it. I absolutely love it. But that's a crew boat coming alongside. Unfortunately, it's not mine, but I'm going to jump off and talk to my wife quickly, guys. And I thank you kindly for the opportunity to chat. And as always, we'll run it back very soon.
Emmanuel, can you hear me?
I love it, man. I love meeting and greeting. I can't wait till you get back to the fucking macro and your more.
Emmanuel, can you hear me?
Love you guys. Thank you all, man. Thanks for tuning in. And just stay positive. And I'll see you. It's 2026, man. I'll catch you guys in a bit.
Emmanuel, can you hear me?
Bro, be safe out there. I'll catch you soon. Everybody go right now before you lose space. Go give them a follow. Go. This Discord is easily accessible. We join the network. But go give them a follow. Check out this token. It is called Tigger, BRIT, as it is on this profile right there. And, just be prepared for an amazing ride because I think he has really cool shit cooking with it. I can't wait till he gets back to me. I mean, if we are going to work on something amazing. Bro, you guys, we keep trending. We're trending like 24/7. We're just going to stay trending because we're low-key fucking badasses, and that's just how we do it, okay? We don't fucking quit. We don't give up. We don't fucking settle for anything other than the fucking best. Okay, you know what? I might have crashed out earlier, but you know what? That's okay because everybody has to fucking crash out. And if you're not crashing out on the timeline or online, are you even fucking living, you guys? Let's be real. Come on.
I mean, really, come on. Everybody's got a moment. If you need to take a moment once in a while, you just can't have things.
No, we just can't help it, you guys. Okay, I need to see some more wonderful speakers. Come up here.
Transform Jungle Rock. Look at this athleticism. I love coast to coast. It's the absolute best.
Raw dog motherfucker. Look at that. I'm 20 years a senior, so I bagged him. You know? Wow. Oh, racist. Racist black pedophile. That whole flag that was just out there. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god. How long you been with this bag boy? 5.5 years. Wow. His in-laws are, well, my in-laws are moving there. He's got his mom and his grandmom to come move. Oh my goodness. And it's a little bit of an age gap, but me and his mom are the same age, so. You've been with the young, how old? 47. Is he 46? That's even worse. Is he 50 years old? Like, why is he a bagger? There you go. Hey, shut up. How old is he, Kojak? Look at me. He just turned 25. Wow. Look at you. Oh, y'all care about gay shit now. Get the fuck out of here. Like, y'all fucking care about gay shit all the time. Fuck out of here. I love it. HEB now, HIV later. How exciting. Let's fucking go. Well, Kojak, fun times. You know, I like the George Floydman joke. Getting a big joke book, buddy. There you go. Hey, can you come? And I'll serve you. Come to my restaurant. I don't know what fucking, or you didn't want to say the name of the restaurant. I'll tell you. Yeah. Okay. The Lowercase Grill. Lowercase Grill. Hey, it's good, dude. I don't know what you guys. He knows. You guys are great. There he goes. All right. Kojak, everybody. There he goes. Right out the back door, just like he likes it. Oh, there's the lovely Heidi, everybody. Look at her. She's going to be working hard tonight on these Bud Lights. Live in the flesh, HeidiRegina.com. She's got a podcast, a bunch of shit going on. Hey, what's up, everybody? This is episode Bride's Mix. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player for the first time, trying something new can be hard, but in life and on Ice Picks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops.
Yeah, what up, Omni Duck?
Lets you take.
How you living,
What's
Pam?
your phone number?
Dog, why do you want that?
I want to call you. I want
No.
to see if you're actually real.
Yeah, I'm real, but I'm not letting you call me big dog.
Dang.
Omni Duck, what more evidence you need that I'm real?
No idea.
Okay, cool. How are you?
What?
How are you?
Doing good. I got kicked out of a game because someone DDoSed me because I kept killing the cheater.
Okay.
There was a cheater in a game and I kept killing him because he wasn't paying attention and he DDoSed me, as in he disconnected me from the game.
Okay. Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm good. It's funny. They can't real. I mean, they could probably find me in real life, but it's not like I haven't been slaughtered before.
Okay. Very well. How's your life going?
Decent.
Alright. What other...
I can't believe they freaking DDoSed me just because I kept killing them.
Okay. I mean,
I think but here's the thing, they also started doing that to my entire teammates. They all froze before I did. Because we were beating these guys.
what game was it?
Destiny 2.
Is that
A game pretty much known for hackers.
is that your favorite game?
No, not even close. It's just a really fun game.
Okay, what's your favorite game?
Fallout.
The original?
Fallout 4.
Alright, where does that one take place?
Boston.
All right, where do they all take place? Where's Fallout 1 take place?
I don't remember. I don't even know about 2. I think 3 is Washington, D.C. 4 is Boston. I forget where 1 and 2 is.
Well, isn't one of them West Virginia?
Possibly. That's Fallout 76.
Oh, that's Fallout 76. What about Fallout New Vegas?
New Vegas. Las Vegas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you watch Kill Tony yesterday? If so, what did you think?
No, someone's DDoSing me in my Xbox chat right now.
All right, well, go take care of them, dog.
No, they're actively turning off voice chat and doing other things by just throttling my internet.
Okay, big dog.
I mean, it didn't help that I got a rootkit put in my phone a little while ago, and then they hacked it so they can see everything I'm doing.
Okay.
It's not like I'm doing anything illegal, so like I shouldn't really care.
Yeah, dog.
I used my phone a little while ago because my phone was moving. Not moving. It was doing stuff on its own. So I know they hacked me.
That's baller as fuck, dog.
Yeah.
All right, so you're playing Fallout 4.
I'm playing Destiny right now.
Oh, that's right. You're playing Destiny. Okay. So what's Destiny about?
Space stuff. You'd have to there's like a lore video that's like it's like several hours.
Yeah, nobody wants to watch that. Just tell me about it. Does it involve aliens? All right. Does it involve alien greys?
Alien what?
Greys. Greys. Or
R-A what?
Or Grays. Either way. Greys.
Gays? Why? Why would it involve gays?
Dog. That's not what I said. Greys. Grays.
J.
Not G. Not
What's
J.
an alien gay?
Dog. Do you know the letter G?
Just write it out so I can see what you're talking about. My brain isn't working today.
Do you know the color gray?
Yes.
Okay. Greys.
Talking about dark matter? No, they're not in here.
Okay. Then you answered the question. All right. Did you watch Kill Tony? Yes or no? And why or why not?
What's Kill Tony?
Dog, how don't you know what Kill Tony is? It's the #1 live podcast in the world.
Probably because I don't listen to podcasts.
Dog, it's on Netflix.
What's Netflix?
Shut up. You know what Netflix is. Why you trolling me not knowing what Netflix is?
Okay. Anyway, what's your opinion on? Okay, so how does Jewish person with a Jewish faith find a wife?
It's a good question. Usually, it's in your community. We have matchmakers who have a list of single men and a list of single women, and when they want to get married, they go to the matchmaker and say, hey, I'd like to be set up with someone, and they can date. If they hit it off, then it's usually a pretty quick process of getting a hall, getting a date, ring, and then moving on from there. And then it's usually not like a 1 year or 2 year courting process, though it can be. It's much more realistic in most Orthodox communities, to be within a couple months or so, you're married, and then you start having children. So why aren't you watching Kill Tony?
Because I don't know what Kill Tony is.
Dog, it's on YouTube.
What's YouTube?
Dog, why are you trolling me like this, big man?
Because it's funny.
No, I don't think so.
I think it is funny, and I'm pretty sure you know it's funny.
Dog, it's not. I'm gonna watch Kill Tony. You can listen. Feel free.
Control.
Okay.
I love Prize Picks. It was so simple to get started on the app. I even won my first pick. It really makes my sports watching experience with my friends even better. Yee-hoo. That is incredible, Red Band. The app has a new feature too. Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. So get in on the action. Prize Picks is now available in all 50 states, including California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. Plus, Prize Picks puts their users first, so all withdrawals are fast and secure. Prize Picks accepts most major payment methods, making deposits into your account quick and easy this sports season. So download the Prize Picks app today and use code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. How to do? This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. 2026 is the year of business. One powerful move puts your future firmly in your hands. Starting a business with Shopify. Maybe you've got an idea you can't shake, a craft everyone tells you to sell, a store you've already designed in your head. With Shopify, 2026 is when you finally make it happen. Shopify gives you everything you need to sell online. And in person, millions. I love Shopify. It's the best business tool out there. Shopify gives you all the tools to easily build your dream store. Plus, sign up is fast with Shopify's built-in AI tools that write product descriptions and headlines and help you edit product photo. Marketing is built into. Create email and social campaigns that reach customers wherever they scroll. As you grow, Shopify grows with you. Handle more orders, expand to new markets, and do it all from the same dashboard. In 2026, stop waiting and start selling with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/KillTony. Go to shopify.com/KillTony. That's shopify.com/KillTony. Hear your first this new year with Shopify by your side. On back to the bucket we go. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds uninterrupted. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for Nick Tormey, everybody. Here we go. Tormey.
Hey everybody. So a little bit about me. I'm not really great at following through on things. Like, I dropped out of community college twice. I tried hanging myself, wound up with a choking fetish. Yeah, the rope broke from the ceiling, but I shot a few more right back up there. You never know when you're going to find a new hobby. Like, you think anyone ever found out they're good at parkour by attempting suicide? And they jump from the building, then the moment before impact, they tuck and roll. Some French guys show up, house music starts playing. I think it's much more likely someone's attempted parkour and found out they're good at suicide.
There he is, Nick Tormey. Is your first time on the show, Nick?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
About 6 years.
Nice. Where at?
Mostly Salt Lake.
Okay, that's where you live still?
No, I moved down here in August.
Okay, how do you like Austin?
I love it. It's awesome.
What do you love about it?
I like that there's no winter. I'm a big fan of that.
Winter.
Yeah, I'm from upstate New York, and I lived on top of a mountain in Utah in a van for 4 years. So, yeah, I
fucking drive down.
Took me 4 years to realize that shit. I'm not a smart man.
I love it. What do you do for work?
I did work at a ski resort for a while. That doesn't exist down there. Yeah. I'm working for Amazon right now. I'm working for the Devil. It's pretty fun.
So you're driving?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that like? Tell us.
Oh, awful.
Yeah, tell us. Down for us. What do you hate about it?
They have you on a camera at all times. It's like an AI camera that's tracking you the whole time. And I also threw out my back yesterday, so I was walking around like Quasimodo for most of my deliveries.
Wow, the last comic blew out his back too. Yeah. So Nick, tell us more. What are you into, buddy? You have any special skills or talents that might surprise us? You seem like you have a little something up your sleeve.
I'm engaged. Me and my fiance collect taxidermy.
Oh, wow. Where'd you meet this bad boy at?
I met her at an open mic.
Huh?
I met her at an open mic.
Oh, nice. She does comedy too?
Yep. Yeah.
Wow. Interesting. Did she sign up tonight?
She did.
She's at the bar next door?
Yeah, she is.
Colt, do you know who that is?
Holly.
What is it?
Holly.
Holly what?
Jensen.
Holly Jensen. Go grab Holly Jensen. Let's see. In this couple is always spontaneous fun here.
Have a Holly Jolly. Oh, folks.
How did you get elected to taxidermy?
She got me into her a taxidermy frog. It's like a cane toad, like the invasive species in Australia. It's like a purse. She has it with her.
Tell Holly to bring the frog. Let's see the frog.
That's so crazy. My wife would stab me. No, she loved it. We got some bats. We got some mice in a teacup.
Was she doing van life with you, or did you meet her here?
She lived in the van for a year with me.
Oh, did you ever get close to the old Mateo?
I do like national parks. Big fan of the park system.
I feel like a fight in a van would suck.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah, there's not much room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw a documentary on Netflix about this.
You dumbasses.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I said her name.
Oh, I missed
Say her name.
I love it. So you got bats, you got rats. What else?
We got a taxidermied fox. We just got. We got a praying mantis, and she found a big dragonfly in the woods that we're keeping in the freezer right now. They say there's someone for everyone.
So you guys,
You see proof.
so you guys have a place. It's here in Austin.
Yeah,
What does she do for work?
Nothing right now.
Oh,
For something.
okay.
Yeah.
Right. Do you get like used taxidermy, like people that have died that have like so it's like creepier?
Oh God. She would probably love that for sure. But no, we went to a store. They had human skulls too. It was weird. Spines.
Ladies and gentlemen. Well, I guess they just sent her out. Okay, that's one way to do it.
Can I see that frog?
Yeah. Wow.
Awesome.
He's got a little butthole.
Is that real?
Yeah.
It looks fake.
100% real.
How do you know it's real, Joe Rogan?
Species in Australia. He's a cane toad. His name's Winston. He's our son.
Wow.
Terrifying.
That might be your daughter. Holly, you want to do that you were planning on doing here? That's how I would have done it. Instead of just sending her out randomly, I would have brought her up. Ladies and gentlemen.
I just moved here, and the first thing everybody always asks is if I'm Mormon. I'm not. I'm Jewish. But I did a lot of Mormon boyfriends growing up. The cool thing about Mormon boyfriends is they have some really weird rules. Like they won't drink coffee, but they will finger a Jew. I've been having a hard time getting a job out here in Austin. When I was in Salt Lake, I was a stripper. Thank you. So much more supportive than my parents. I appreciate it. They hated the stuff that I would do at work. Like I loved showing up with googly eyes as pasties. Turns out men don't like it when the tits stare back at them. Shit kept going wrong at the strip club. Like one day our DJ didn't show up, so we had to dance to Pandora Radio. with the commercials on. So I was just twerking on some old dude, like, do you struggle with osteoporosis? Thank you, that's my time.
Wow! Oh my God! This is one of the rare comedy couples where the woman is funnier than the... Again, if you bet this prize six, you just won $750,000.
Now he's taking her straight to a state park. You cannot allow that. You have to kill her now. You're gonna have to kill her.
Yeah, she's about to be...
Taxidermy her, bro.
Yeah. She's about to be in the freezer next to the dragonfly. Holly, you're hilarious. How long have you been doing stand-up?
8 years.
Awesome. And that was all in upstate New York or Salt Lake City?
Salt Lake City, Utah.
And that's where it's from.
Ultimately, again, are
Absolutely
different
incredible. Why don't you
ideas
work?
being espoused by the Yehuda Mishnah. You take the word of so saying, and all the pizzas are not correct. So we'll say, again, halacha l'maisa. So we know we can't be like that. Certainly, again, in the case of
Neither of those things.
the mugler with Hilash. Those hold that again, between the pizzas are not still already set. And therefore, in the case of mugler with Hilash, ultimately it is considered to be like a area. I've also, in general, especially regarding the association, is an incredible discussion. We're going to still see some of it to come. We'll see that a lot for the lifestyle. But I will say, at least what you begin to see, that he is so distinct that he is typically like particularly associated. Sorry. He's so distinct that he is distinctly regarding ultimately, again, are that it is a halacha l'moshe. It appears that everyone subscribes to it. It is just a focus about the application. So, for example, we've seen Rav holds you can apply P3 periodization on 4 walls. You can apply cables. That's the case of the new wall. You can apply it on all 4 walls. Shmuel says, no, not how many walls, but Shmuel, 3. That's not the unique level. What we've also seen in the Mesa, PT said it might not apply to every structure. You start applying to a pergola, but it might not apply to a souk. We also saw that the nature of the roof will impact the application of the So, for example, we saw it's funny to that, slope roof cannot go ahead and apply to configure only works with it. Just keep all of these things in mind. We will do a halacha l'maisa piece on configure the end of the session. We'll say now enter the last parak of Mesechus. Pretty incredible. Says the Mishnah. We'll say, listen to Dr. Hassan indicate. Shabbos, tefillin on the ground. How do you go? Now, we'll say we're talking about a case over here. Whereas the question is, I'm either outside of the tefillin, we'll see, or again, really, well, thinking about the issue of carry. There's no permissible way for me to carry using tefillin. So I'm only tefillin. If I find tefillin, so what do? Machlis and zug. So we'll say the way you go ahead and bring it into your home or into the city is you go ahead and you put them on. You wear them in one pair. Well, you wear them in zug actually. Echad rosha, echad bezra, behind the zug, kedash shalosh, and b'chol b'chozik. So we'll see what you go ahead and you bring them in. You wear them in. This is the idea. We're going to clarify this case now. You find tefillin. You need to go and transport them to a place of safety. You put them on and you wear them in. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Gamliel Omer, Shnayim Shnayim.
Look at this
so
move.
Rabbi Gamliel says you can wear actually 2 pairs of tefillin at a time. Again, we'll define exactly what this means. So the Gemara says, so we'll say ultimately, again, when is this said? Be shados. We'll say now, literally means old tefillin. Abdashos. But I love if it's new tefillin, you can't go ahead and move it. I was what's the pshat of it? This is really quite fascinating. Look at Rashi. Apparently, in times of the Gemara, they had kniyots. Kniyots are amulets. There used to be some amulets which were made that looked like tefillin. So I will say there is no heter to go ahead and move tefillin, to move amulets on Shabbos if there's either or anything else. But you're allowed to move tefillin, as we'll discuss. So I will say, interesting. How do you know what's an amulet, what's tefillin if they look the same? So the distinction was that amulets by the Shal Rosh and by the Shal Yad didn't have the specialized knot. So I'll say, let's say you come across a pair of what looks like tefillin, but let's say where the knots were, it's untied. So we'll say you could tell if there was a knot. How can you tell if there was a knot? Because we'll say after enough time of the Ritzua being tied, not even after so long, the leather bends. So if you look at the straps and you see, oh, this was once knotted, then you know that those are tefillin, and that's where there's a heifer to go ahead and wear it in. But if we're looking at the straps look new in that they were never formed into a knot. That's a good indication that it's an amulet, it's a kamiyah, and for that you just leave it there. You have no right to go ahead and transport it on Shabbos. That's what it means. But ultimately, again, where the strap itself was not manipulated anyways, therefore was never put into the form of a knot, you can't move that on Shabbos, and halacha l'maisa, you just leave it alone. But son sivasim o krichos. So what happens in the following case? Let's say you found many pairs of tefillin tied together, or many pairs of tefillin piled together. So I'll say, what do you do in that case? Machshech alehen umevi. So I'll say, ultimately, in that case, stay with the till nighttime, and then you'll put them back in after nighttime. So we'll say, look at Rashi. That's Rashi on the daf. You wait with the tefillin until it gets dark. Be and watch over them. Why can't I just what the same starter? Because I have a lot of friends. I like transport them. Where them? One at a time. All right? Or according to the other answer, I remember the meal was two at a time. And speak going back and forth. We'll discuss why this. Other things. We'll discuss what else. We'll say, what is this time of the time is the days. Meaning time is not coming to me, but hello, I can't wait. I'm scared of criminals. And if I turn out here, what do? I'm casting the holy flow. I cover the phone.
Can I get some salmon niggery? And she's like, you mean niggery?
No, still a you have a situation where carrying even when carrying for example, no English, you're always allowed to carry. Technically, there's no Israel. So come to the Mishum, great stuff for you. Get a bunch of Chaleirim. Also, you only use so many Chaleirim.
Since like
which is
2021,
handed one person
January 6th.
And as long as each person carries a less than
yeah, she goes, oh my God, Joe Rogan.
To the home. Once they saw it, remember,
without you,
assembly right? You the same people. I give it to you, right? And then I walk by the room, give it to me. Then I give it to her. You can do it with a limited number of people. You just walking less than $1.
Honestly, this is like Pokemon.
So you even know.
And the Charizard himself, dude.
You know, let's say a man's life is first in the field. And now you have to get the things back into the home. Back into the home. So what do? Soon as you return the baby off, the first thing is the but everybody can give you less than $1.
Having better interviews than sense tonight.
Tell us about you. What do you not do for a living? I guess here. What do you I play music, man. I'm a professional musician. Really, you're a drummer? Well, I mean, it's been a long time since we've done this, but for those of you that are fans of the show, you might know. But if anybody picked up somebody on the show, did drums. We have a little thing where says the Gemara,
get a drum solo in our house drummer. If drum solo, Ian is the guest drummer is able to meet our drummer in a drum off. They become the full-time drummer of the show. So, like Highlanders,
so
a drum off here. And if you meet Michael Gonzalez in the drum solo off, you become the full-time drummer on the show. And Michael has to dress like a 5-year-old and
so remember again, we have, interestingly enough, we had a Mexican drum off. you can wear the tefillin. I will say, I want to point out, we're not exactly sure, in general, one of the issues is what is the status of tefillin on Shabbos? What is the status of tefillin? Right? Is Shabbos a time for tefillin, not a time for tefillin? So again, we're going to discuss all of these related issues. But the nice thing is what I know. I don't have an Erev there if I can't carry. So because I can't carry, I can't just pick up the tefillin and bring them in. That I know. So how do I deal with this? So kind of come the Chum said, put it on. You put on one pair at a time, wear it in. It's a malbush. It's just like a garment. You can wear it in. So the Gamil says you can wear it in two pairs at a time. Says if you want to do say no. So the Tanakama says you can wear it in one pair at a time, but not anymore. Very much now, Tama the Lord God Mayor, so what they must do is this Spanish, no? Right? The Tanakama is not you got the mayor. Why not? You got the mayor, Omer, Lobi Komasi Yapalobo, the old days Komasi Yapalasa, who looked at the mayor holds and looked at the citizens of the moment, that in the case of where fire breaks out in your home on Shabbos, fire breaks out in a person's home on Shabbos, the mayor holds, you want to save your clothing. The mayor holds wants to say, how can you save your clothing? Put on as much as you want. Right? Put on 5 suits, put on 10 coats, put on as much as you can to get everything out that you can. And so the mayors of the Yisrael are get on Mishnah, which only allows you to put on one pair of tefillin. Obviously, that's what you do. But think I know that's what you be able to do. What you able to do. Put on as many pairs as you want to. This time, what you teach about here we go this time. So the Sam mostly complete that the lowest command to Yachayot, the okay command to Yacholato. And the mayor holds out also like 55 weeks on it. I can put on as much as I want and wear it out. It was like, so obviously there's not protected here, but the mayor is going to like stomach. You might get the mayor. How do you know that it's not just for that time that allows you to wear as much clothing up as you want? How do you know that that's affected your loving mayor? It's funny, Allah, nobody will most you posted. The low base in most people posting actually the call out your kilos giving everywhere. That's like pretty cool. The mayor holds, you can put on as much as you want, go out, take it off, go back in, put on, come back out, take off, keep going on and on. So what the raise up your thing that as long as you're wearing it, you get as much as you want in order to say what you do. Therefore, again, if the mayor was the author of our Mishnah, I would have said that wasn't I lost tonight, you could put on as many pairs as you want and wear it out. You have to kind of come over it. If you put on one pair of tefillin, the other, I'm just saying there. The other thing, you can feel like you're there. Why? Awesome. Then that's not you. So if you post that on the hard piece, the thing is that why does the mayor allow you to wear out many layers? Because also even during the week, it is common for people to layer. How much do people to layer the clothing? But it's hard to determine to layer after putting on many garments. It's so considered to be normative wearing. Right? Because there's a normal wearing of garments. But that's not what we say. Don't show the air with holes. That's not me. So if hold out the look at honesty again, if I still know it's also you can wear it. You have to wear it the way you wear it. And you need to wear it. One pair per customer, one pair per customer. Like one pair per customer. You never look at even if it's even effective on this. But it never stops with the right to try like all the time. You allow you to try to because that's called Derek Malpita. People often layer. Therefore, Shabbos is people layer. No way. That's one thing that you even have a mayor would agree that when bringing a tech players anyway, that's one thing at the time. How some the call? The call comes to buy love. You're not telling them to show you. So let's say when it comes to people often wear many layers of clothing, so to them when going and saving your clothing at Shabbos, you can wear many layers. Also, the call nanny was in stay low. You can have some nanny just in stay low. First of all, so when it comes to children, just like children, you normally only wear one pair. That therefore even when to be mayor on Shabbos, we only wear one pair. But look at that goes back to therefore again, it's possible that the unnamed Tanakama is Rabbi Meir. And the same Rabbi Meir will allow you to go and wear multiple layers of clothing and say that the fire will still only allow you to wear one pair of clothing back and forth. It's always governed by Derek Labush. You something is only called a malbush if you wear it in the normal fashion on Shabbos. The Gamil is fine. The Gamil holds you wear two pairs. Tefillin at a time on Shabbos. So like I saw it. So let's say, what does that hold? Here you go. Let's say this gets to the core of the issue. You cassava, Shabbos is not permanent. Let's say, it can't be filled down to these services. Let's say, is Shabbos time of Torah? Is there a mitzvah of throwing on Shabbos? So if you hold that Shabbos, technically speaking, there's a mitzvah of throwing on Shabbos, then what? You said, we cassava Shabbos on Torah, good effort is pretty low. And once I should be limited to wearing one pair of clothes, that's a mitzvah of throwing. You cassava Shabbos not as much, unless you hold there is no mitzvah throwing on Shabbos. And the only reason why Chazal allowed you to go ahead and wear tefillin on Shabbos is because they're malchus. Last month, Rashi says over here, we surely like one of the malchus between the practice with our faith, the Lord must say, the upper God, the last four days, how can we smell our Shabbos? So listen, listen to this. So the Shaila is when you allow you to wear tefillin on Shabbos, what's the license? Is Rabbi Gamil saying that if you hold that Shabbos is not if you're the man is the mitzvah of tefillin. Now, if you have also the mitzvah of tefillin, why don't we wear tefillin on Shabbos? That was discussed. But if you're the Shabbos is not tefillin, and therefore again you're allowed to take tefillin on Shabbos because the mitzvah of tefillin, then I understand you should be limited to what? One pair. Because that's the normative way that you go ahead and wear tefillin. If you hold, on the other hand, that you're nice to what? Shabbos is not as that there's no mitzvah tefillin, and the only reason why on Shabbos we allow you to wear your tefillin in is because we look at your tefillin as what? As a malchus, as a garment. That's how we look at it without the gift. Last month, the surely Rabbanim that it's malchus, we should depart to the gabe, and I'm not saying we look at it as a garment, and I'm saying it's not. But after that, like, okay, how can we trust that? And also, even though people don't normally wear tefillin, ultimately, again, during people don't only wear tefillin as a malbush, but halacha nice again. Here we're going to allow it because we wanted to save the tefillin. So the Gemara says if that's the case, then you should not tell us that malbush are the rabbanon. You should be permitted to even what? Go ahead and wear more pairs of clothes. Once you know Shaila, let it go. If you know that Shabbos is a month for you have that one pair. That's the mitzvah. If you're saying it the way it's going, remember the original it's going to ultimately we're left outside. And we're going to have to do it. So if you're going to let me go ahead and wear them back here as a malbush, as a garment,
it is so fun to watch you perform.
Because that's called a
weeks ago, you had regular teeth. You're getting better with the grill. But
Shabbos
I
Shabbos
there is slight sweet benefit still there.
Right, there is no mitzvah Torah on
One of my
Shabbos.
favorite parts of this
If you
section
show
when you said I
one
wanted
of
to
the
taste some,
but
but
the rabbis allowed you to wear the tefillin as a malbush, as a
the
garment,
grill is affecting
in order
those
to save
acids.
the tefillin. That a malbush can come through. Let's say they only allow you to wear the tefillin as a malbush in a way that you normally go ahead and wear the tefillin. And I'm going to say, how do you normally wear your tefillin? So therefore, again, you can't put on multiple pairs of tefillin. First thing you want to say, that's the case, so let's say that's the logic. But Rabbi Gamil says there is no mitzvah of tefillin on Shabbos, but will allow you to save the tefillin by wearing it as a malbush. But the way you wear it as a malbush, supposed it has to be what? The way it's normally worn. The way it's normally worn. Ihaki zug echad in feilo. Therefore, we'll say, according to that, you only wear tefillin as you normally wear them during the week. You should only be able to what? Save one pair and not two. Therefore, Rabbi Gamil wants you to save two pairs. So let's see, here we go. I'm going to show our abuse. Welcome you to it. And yes, this is it. I think it's going to be your thing forward if you're going to see the field that technically speaking, you on the body, just two pairs of stuff. Right? There's nothing, so we'll pick up again. People have the shame.
David Lucas is also wearing a grill right now. It's a green egg. Okay. Is that right? Green egg?
It wasn't the reference that threw it off.
My delivery is a little bit floppy tonight.
I'll take them out.
No, it's
I was good to see y'all. Y'all look
Okay, yeah. I'll give you more teeth if you kill David Lucas. What do you guys think of the suits?
Dedrick. Okie dokie. Right. Dedrick, how's life been going?
Man, I'm doing good. I'm goddamn touring like a motherfucker. We just left Lincoln, California together.
Yeah, I took Dedrick on our first road gig together.
Yeah, that was fun as a motherfucker. I ain't never been on a private jet, nigga. I was so used to getting pat down. They just walked out and it's like, would you like a coffee? And I was like, am I in an interrogation? I'm ready to snitch on you. I don't know what you did.
It was a fun trip. Especially the ride back in.
Yeah, that was so
Hammond. Yeah, it was a blast. So yeah. Very good, Red Band. Yes, we banged Red Band.
Yeah.
I
like where he's going.
Yeah, of course I did.
Diddler.
Yeah.
No offense.
That's where his new lisp actually comes from. All right.
Sorry.
Dedrick. Yeah. You guys have seen Dedrick, the Dark Storm of Atlanta. What are our thoughts, Joe Rogan, other than his jacket and his hat? What do you like about him?
He's just got a completely new style. It's like your own thing. It's great. I love it.
Thank you so much.
Hey kids, want fun stuff? Now it's fucking fun. Get rid of the grill though. It's ridiculous. You can't even talk. You got money. Either get real gold teeth or stop fucking around. Okay, those aren't even like fake tits. They're like the rubber ones you stuff in your bra. Just get a goddamn operation and commit to a look.
That's so crazy.
That's real. Oh, there you go. That's what I like.
Hey Joe,
Like,
you can affect how much I get paid every week. You got them. Give me the real gold teeth, nigga. I go get them. I don't give a fuck. I got this to prove to my neighborhood I was doing good. But nigga, if you Joe Rogan, you know Joe Rogan. You know Joe Rogan. Name one thing about me. All right. So you had a power to change my whole life, Joe Rogan.
You could put those on like.
So what up, Rachel?
Hey, right now, Tony, I'm from the South.
Rachel.
Teased the whole time I've been talking.
Rachel, can you hear me? Dog, one day I'm gonna speak to that bitch. I can't deny it.
But sometimes they don't understand me on the internet, so I can talk how I want to.
I agree. Freedom
Like a slut.
freedom of speech. Dedrick, you've done it again. We love you.
Freaking man, the dark storm of Atlanta
This graces us with his presence. On and on we go. Back to the bucket.
What, we go?
This person has to follow Dedrick. Make some noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted for what appears to be a new name. Tyler Cole, everybody. Here comes Tyler Cole.
Do y'all think Indians do that head bob thing when they're sucking dick? Oh my god, this is so big. Did y'all hear Joe Biden woke up today? Yeah, so 6 more weeks of recession, that's what that meant. So I went on a first date the other day, told the girl I was a comic, and she said, no way, I'd love to see you perform sometime. And I said, well, we should probably have sex first, so you can appreciate just how long 5 minutes really is. It's a long time, I swear. Do we have any fans of Jersey Shore in here? Someone told me the other day I look like a cast member on the upcoming spin-off Gaza Shore. It's just 5 Jews and 5 Palestinians arguing for an hour. This bedroom was promised to me. Someone also told me I look like the situation in the Middle East. And then they said it looks like my forehead could bench press 225 pounds. That was really rude. I've been Tyler Cole. Thank you guys.
Tyler Cole. Making fun of himself throughout. Fun stuff. Tyler, welcome. Is this your first time on the show?
It is.
Welcome, welcome. How long you been on stand-up?
4 months now.
That chain's kind of tight, huh?
A little bit, yeah.
Are you a pit bull? What is going on? What's happening over there? Is that the size that you want it to be?
I got the size wrong. Yeah, why would you with me? What'd you have for me?
Did you just wrap Edric's grill around your neck?
It's like an autoerotic asphyxiation thing, you know?
Something.
Yeah.
I guess.
You're trying to look cool, right? You got me. But once you put it on, were you like, no? I was like, fucking, I spent $50.
How much did you spend on that?
$50, he was right.
Wow! Ladies and gentlemen, Shane Gillis.
You don't think I'd run into a tight chain? Gotta take that thing off.
Where'd you get it? Like Hot Topic or something? Well, what is?
I didn't get into Hot Topic. Yes.
Did you really?
No, I forget. I don't know.
You forget where you got the chain that squeezes your neck all day?
It's because it's so tight. I forgot to get it when you were in fifth grade. Remember when I do it like one of those fucking African ladies?
What part of New Jersey are you from exactly, Tyler?
He's gonna fall off and takes it off. I'm from Austin, Tony.
Born and raised in Austin.
Born and raised.
Wow, with a pinky ring and a choker.
Yeah. I'm leaning into it.
Amazing. What ethnicity are you?
White.
Just regular white.
Yeah.
Cool. Not Italian.
Just a buttered noodle.
Wow.
Not Italian. No, not at all. This is nuts.
You're not Italian. Pinky ring and a necklace. Comical shirt. How does this happen? Explain to us how this happened. How did you end up trying to be Italian?
It's the chain. It's the chain. He bought the chain and it took over.
He's a Wago.
It's weird.
He's a Wago. Instead of a Dago, he's a Wago.
You are like
He's a white Dago. He's a Wago.
just a big Sopranos fan.
Well, so am I. You don't see me not getting blood to my brain because of it. Tyler, what do you do for work?
I sell houses.
Do you really?
I do really.
Timeshares?
Houses.
Regular houses.
Regular
Are you good at it?
Pretty good, yeah. Can't you see the fucking drip? Yeah, I'd say he's doing all right.
When's the last time you sold a house? When you closed on a house? When was it?
It was in October, but I have a closing coming up tomorrow.
Okay, what are you closing on tomorrow?
Just a 2,000 square foot house in South Austin.
Okay, what'd you sell it for? How much?
380,000.
Wow.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Might be able to add a few links to that necklace.
Holler at your boy.
I love it. Okay. What are you doing? How long have you been on stand-up?
4 months.
4 months. What made you want to start 4 months ago?
Kill Tony.
How old are you?
31.
31. And you've just been watching the show and you're like, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hitting open mics and getting booked by local promoters.
I love it. You're taking it seriously and you seem to be doing good at it. What do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up and selling houses and pretending to be Italian?
I like to shoot clays, and when it's warm out, wakeboarding, paddleboarding.
Yeah. When you shoot clays, do you get the gun out of the bathroom first?
Yes.
Godfather reference.
Godfather jokes.
I love it. You shoot clays. What else did you say?
Lake sports.
Lake sports, like what? What exactly?
Wakeboarding, wake surfing.
Wow. Amazing. amazing, Tyler. What's your love life like? You have a little chicken parmesan?
Single currently.
Single. When's the last time you had a girlfriend?
A few years ago.
Okay.
Fuck. Why are you fake Italian? Who wants to be Italian? Hey, what the fuck?
Hey, take it easy.
You two wops, dude.
You fucking
You're eating a pizza sandwich right now.
Yeah. Oh my god.
This is a crazy race to appropriate.
What the fuck are
You
you
might
talking
just
about?
started acting like Polish. I'm not being Polish.
What the fuck? Who compares the Italians
It's all
to
the season 2 of The Wire. Now I'm a Polak. What the fuck?
You're not Polish?
No. I do look pretty fucking Polish, yeah. Pretty glaringly Irish. But whatever. You don't see me wearing shirts about it.
So this relationship that ended a few years ago, how did it end?
Found out she was married.
Wow. Okay, I love this. My God, am I good at these little interviews. How did you find out? Exactly how did you find out that she was married? How long were you hooking up with her? Give us a ballpark here.
Well, it was like 9 months in that she told me she
9 months in, and she just told you.
Yeah, when we first started dating, she said that
You weren't dating. You were fucking and hanging out sometimes. She was married. Go ahead.
when we first started fucking, she said she was divorced. And then 9 months later, she was like, oops, actually, I'm not divorced.
Okay, where were you? You exactly when she told you this? Were you at a Best Buy, perhaps?
No, we were bartending together at a club on 6th Street. She told me while I was at work.
Wow, amazing. And that was that.
She must have been fun.
Can you give us an example of the favorite
Crazy bitch doesn't tell you she's married for 9 months. Working alongside you, fucking you. Let's go to dinner. Fucking maniac. I bet she was so much fun.
Can you give us an example of a fun sexual experience that you had with her? You guys ever bang at the bar or in the car outside?
We did, in fact, bang at the bar, yeah.
You banged at the bar?
Yeah.
The bar, diggy, 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 said the boogie, set up, jump the boogie. You banged at the bar to bang. Take us through this. How do you bang at the bar?
Just various locations. At closing? Yeah, we already closed like an hour ago.
Yeah. And she grabbed you by your chain and said, come over here. That's what it sounded like. That's Tom Segura after breaking his arm. It's the action. It was on my podcast. So let me ask you this. You're at the bar, right? You're serving beverages, but you're with a married woman. So where are you finishing? You have to. Right? Is it inside or are you pulling out?
That's a really good question.
Thank you. Fuck yeah. Every answer is bad.
Let's go. She was on birth control, so.
Oh, wow. Oh, my.
Oh, cream pie.
Yeah.
Special delivery, Daddy.
It's a vegan cannoli. It's not actually a cream pie. It's a vegan cannoli.
Some poor guy. Poor guy eating her eye. Yeah, I'm over the bar. He goes, how is it? Salty.
Yeah.
Italian.
Yeah. Tastes like dairy-free Alfredo. Wow. My God.
Mountain House meal.
Absolutely incredible.
It's an evil world. Evil world. What's that? Pied by a walking bar. About you?
Did the husband ever find out? This is the $1 billion question.
I mean, they were separated, so they didn't live together. They weren't roommates.
How the fuck do you know?
I went to her house a few times.
Whoa.
Together.
Did they have kids?
No kids.
No kids. But they got back together. She told you, and you haven't banged since.
They did not get back together.
They didn't get back together, but she was
They
still
got
married. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, that's a whole different thing.
Happy ending.
So then why would you? I don't really get it. She tells you that
she's fun, Tony. Can't you just let a girl have fun? Yeah, Tony. Why do you want to stomp out all the crazy people in this world and make everything fucking boring?
No, I just don't understand.
Let her fuck the guy at work. She yelled at you to come inside.
I have no more questions, Your Honor.
Did she yell? Tell us. Tell me. I need to hear shit like this.
Come on, Paisan.
Call you. What was her nickname for you? There was no nickname. Yeah, there was. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, this guy.
What was the name of the bar that you guys were banging?
Don't ruin everyone's life. Yeah, I'd rather know.
Tyler, the set was for 4 months. Pretty good. The interview, unfucking believable. Here's a big joke book. There you go, my friend. Tyler Cullen, hell of a catch. Hell of an interview. Very honest. Whoever. You future Kill Tony bucketfuls. We love an honest interview. Some people get scared. All right, this looks like a new name. This looks like a fun name. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Diamond Debbie, everybody. Here comes Diamond Debbie. Oh, my God. Let's fucking go. Guys, you got to do better than that. Make some noise for Diamond Debbie, ladies and gentlemen.
Over here, ladies. We know things. This is our
darling. I highly don't recommend that to any youngins either. If only I'd had a litter, surely one of them would have failed at life and wanted to stay home and take care of me. Hey, and what's all this about the T word? We had that T word back in the 60s, y'all. Tomboy. Most of us grew out of it. The rest became y'all's gym teachers. Well, I was looking for love in all the wrong places during the pandemic. I mean, the nursing homes. But, you know, the competition's pretty stiff there. Women outlive men, and there's a lot of Debbies in there, I'm telling you. But by now, even the guys with dementia, after 4 or 5 times, they got it figured out. I'm not Debbie with the pop-out plate. Nah, not me. They can see me coming. They just call me Old Blue Chew. Well, that's it. When life beats you up and you got to start over like I'm always having to do, I just say, Jesus, take my joystick, I'm coming home. Thank you.
Wow. Welcome. Oh, my goodness. This is your first time on the show. I would remember you.
Well, you know, you've walked by me a few times in my chair, but, I'm, crotch level.
Okay.
Yeah, so I get overlooked a lot. This is my 111th sign-up.
No fucking way.
I have been first in line at least 90% of those times. And Tony, you've got to do some exercise. Your wrist never goes to the bottom of the bucket.
You'd be surprised. Diamond Debbie, how many centuries have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Yeah, Diamond, how come you didn't let Jack on that fucking door? I tell you, I took. No big deal. Rocket money.
She's either the girl from Titanic or the rock that she threw in the bottom of the ocean. I can't tell
I
exactly.
am the heavyweight.
Oh, D Madness is making his move right now.
D and I had an agreement, see, because I grew up playing bass guitar, but I didn't have one at home to practice on. So he plays by ear, and I'm a sight read, so it wouldn't be fair.
Fuck yeah, Diamond Debbie. But seriously, how long have you been on stand-up? 111 sign-ups, but...
Okay, I started in 7 years ago, and right the same month that I started it, I got run over. I got my wheelchair is crash test approved by the DOT at Tesla and me. It was going 45 miles an hour. If Elon Musk had been driving, I'd be okay, but the dentist was driving. I never heard of a Tesla in the trash can.
Hold on a second. You were in your wheelchair and you got hit by a Tesla?
Going 45 miles an hour across the street in my neighborhood. And then Tesla got messed up like... My chair was laying on the ground and I was standing up.
What the fuck are we doing out the road?
Well, that's something I want to talk about, it's odd, but we do have the right to go outside.
Wow. Diamond Debbie. This is incredible.
She's only 25 years old. That's why she looks like that. Yeah.
No, honey, I got socks on you.
Damn right. And Red Band's like 55, so that's crazy. How old are you, Diamond Debbie?
I'm 67 years old, and on 111, and this is my 111th sign up, I'll be 68.
Wow. Look at that. 111. You're 68. 112. The new Netflix Kill Tony Once Upon a Time in Texas streaming live on Netflix. You have something to do the day after your birthday. How exciting.
Sounds good.
If you make it there.
Well, I think my daughter's phone number is young. So. But she hasn't talked to me in 9 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your name, Little Debbie?
Very exciting.
Can we get a photo locker?
Very exciting, Diamond Debbie.
Yeah, so you couldn't even hear that Tesla coming on. It just came out of fucking nowhere. Or did you see it? You're like, oh.
She's a burlesque performer, and she's very, very
Your daughter is a famous. Yeah, she's really trying to hook me up with her daughter.
No.
Cubic zirconium Debbie.
No.
Okay, Debbie, let's talk about it. What the fuck have you been doing the last 67 years?
Well, my favorite thing is, I grew up in a day when women couldn't get car loans or buy houses, so I wasn't allowed to take auto mechanics or shop. So my favorite hobby right now is taking in the quantum wheelchair like I have and fixing them up and giving them to people and helping them learn how to drive and go outside because, we've been locked up too long in the pandemic, and without home health care, you can go get your own groceries. It's fun.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
I get around. I got 6.5 miles an hour in the e-bike.
you got hit on the road? Were you fucking flying?
Yeah.
Like going somewhere? Were you on like fucking moped?
Well, you don't cross the street slowly in Austin.
Oh, you were crossing the street. I'm sorry, I thought the way you were talking, you were like the grocery store. Just fucking flying. I'm sorry, I thought you were juicing those things up.
No, they do fly.
Like water was
They're not here yet.
I'm sorry, you guys don't like it.
Diamond Debbie, what made you want to start stand-up comedy?
Well, it's funny. I was doing Toastmasters, and I like to give hour-long speeches. And the guy that
Hold on. Stop.
Yeah.
What's Toastmasters?
It's an organization to help you learn how to give speeches professionally, right? And so I signed up with them because it was online. And but the friend told me that you can talk for an hour, and all anybody remembers is a couple of jokes. So I thought, why don't I tell jokes instead? So that's what I did.
Wow, look at you. You're such a little charming lady. Where are you from?
Oklahoma home is my home.
Okay.
I grew up in Oklahoma, yeah.
All right. And you drove your wheelchair all the way here.
Yeah.
Bro, you're going to hell.
Because of this?
Actually,
You think, dude, if I go up to the gates, if I go up to the gates and they're just like, you remember this? Like, it's fucking Diamond Debbie. I'm gonna be pissed. All the shit.
That's the straw. Where'd you get your name, Diamond Debbie? Were you like a stripper at the Black and White Rose or something? Or great question, Red Man. That was a solid joke. That's a solid joke. Black and White Rose, that's a solid joke.
Oh, I get it now. So you said jokes on me. You said that I
like that.
How did you get the name Diamond Debbie?
well,
A diamond lasts forever, and you clearly won't. We all die. What's going on? We all die. She's got a sense of humor. The bitch is signed up 111 times. If anybody can take a joke, it's her, not you fucking pussies.
So I started writing my second book, which is Debbie Does Awesome by Wheelchair. And the star of it was Debbie Diamond. So I'm Diamond Debbie.
Wow.
Wait, so you wrote a book about
I'm writing a book called Debbie Does Awesome by Wheelchair.
when's the Tesla chapter?
Pardon? The Triple X chapter?
It's the next chapter.
Well, I'm waiting. Since I had my last pelvic floor.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Time out again. You haven't had a date since when?
I had my pelvic floor vault.
Pelvic floor vault. What does that mean?
Bladder comes out and they put it back in.
Don't laugh like that, Diamond. Diamond, don't look at me and laugh like that. It makes me laugh. I can't conduct my interview with you laughing like that. You're the cutest gremlin I've ever seen in my life.
Ready to come out.
Yeah.
So I haven't had a date since. Yeah. I haven't had a date since I moved to Austin 11 years ago. I tried to date this one guy, but he thought he was above me because he's in a rollator.
Is it a what?
A rollator, that's a walker with wheels on it.
Oh, okay. Have you kissed boys since moving to Austin?
No.
Well. You know what that means, everybody. We have another famous segment of the show. No, not me. Don't do it, Dean. Is there a guy
Anybody out there that wants to be a legend and give Diamond Debbie her first kiss? This right here. Come on, look at this fucking stud. Look at him. Watch out for the camera right next to him. No, sit back down, you creep. That's our guy. Oh, he's coming right here. Look at this fucking guy. Oh, his girlfriend is not happy about this. Oh, which makes it all that much better. Diamond Debbie is about to get her first Austin kiss. Here you go, Diamond Debbie. It's a miracle. Wait. Oh my. Oh.
It's all right. He's crying. No, it isn't. That was funny. That was actually touching.
Yeah, it was. Diamond Debbie, how do you feel after your first Austin kiss?
A presence.
I love it. And that was before the kiss. That's incredible.
Well, you know, it's
That's
hard.
just from emphysema.
There's no guys my age awake this late at night, you know, with the big heart beat.
Well, you might be surprised. Where's Joe White? Is Joe White out here?
She's 3 years younger than Ron White.
I know, but he's taken, you tell him. And you know what? I make brownies, happy brownies, and their Camp Patterson special, but I've taken them up to every white guy, and not one of them will take candy from a stranger.
When you say the brownies are the Cam Patterson special, what exactly do you mean by that?
They're peanut butter, dark chocolate fudge, mint with walnuts.
Wow. Damn.
Did we do?
They have my medical prescription.
Oh my God.
When I started doing comedy on Monday nights when I came down here 2 years ago, it's the same night as what Food Pantry, and I got down to 80 pounds.
Wow.
And they thought I had an eating disorder, but you know, it's just not talking.
Diamond Debbie. I'm getting word that there's another boy that wants to kiss you. You want to kiss another boy, Debbie? All right, let's send out another one. I'm getting word that there's one.
I'm going to make this poor lady stand up, Tony.
There's one more. Oh my God. Look at this. You say brownie 3 times. Standard cost. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I just got so hard. Was that a first? That was that first time with the black guy?
Not my first kid.
No, she was with George Washington Carver back after he discovered the peanut. That's why she can't walk so good. She was a marathon runner before her first.
I couldn't walk when I started, but it took so long to get up here. I learned to walk again. There's videos of me jogging now.
I love it. I love it. I'm getting word that the Dedrick just caught polio, everybody. Diamond Debbie, an instant legend. I have somehow run out of big joke books. Do we have more in the back? Great. They're gonna hand you one in the back, and Diamond Debbie, you know, let's just have you sign up again sometime. But why don't we just like time it out so that you don't have to wait out there with all these fucking.
The worst part was waiting in the alley when it got so cold a couple of weeks ago.
Oh my God!
Nobody could hear me trying to get
I feel terrible.
Wait out there for an hour.
I told you to go to hell, Tony.
Let me in.
I gotta start considering these people, dude. They really want to be a part of the show, and you treat them like garbage.
How about get some warmers out there or something? Some kind of heater.
Oh, hey, I did.
I love it. Well, there's one with the Virgin Mary on it. You probably went to high school with her, so I'll give you that one. Make some goddamn noise. How long can this place get for time? We have all different shapes and sizes of sign-ups here tonight, and I fucking love it. 111 sign-ups, and she finally got on tonight. That's absolutely insane. Defies the odds of the bucket. But it goes to show
The fuck's real, or else I would have pulled Diamond Debbie out a long
You would use
ago.
her recipe. They're just good handwriting.
All right. You guys still having fun out there? Oh my God, she forgot her cane, everybody.
Kids number 3 coming up. Shane Gillis, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Did you kiss her?
All right, this next bucket pull is from the inside, everybody. Noise for Kelly Quinn. Where the hell's Kelly Quinn at? Oh, they got her already. Great.
I lost my job. My husband suggested volunteering, but I feel like I've given enough back to society. I married a redhead. I used to be a radio DJ, and not to brag, but I got loads of handwritten fan mail, all from jail. Prisoners must not have access to high quality paper. The pages always stuck together. I'm passionate fans. There's one inmate who had a clearly expressed crush on me. My husband asked me why I was saving all his letters. Evidence. My husband's retired Air Force. The hardest job I ever had was being a military spouse. Just all day, every day, banging out your partner's PTSD. And does the military recognize us? No. And how could we after being banged that long and that hard? I'm Kelly Quinn reminding you to be a patriot and service those who service our country.
Wow, Kelly Quinn. One of the more serious sets of the night. Kelly. Welcome to the show, Kelly. This is your first time on, correct?
I was on about a year and a half ago.
Oh, okay. I don't remember you with the new hat. I didn't know they made hats in uncircumcised penis.
I've been married 27 years. I've actually never seen an uncircumcised penis. So if this is what it is, it's pretty hot.
It is literally, it's been voted, I'm getting word, it is the worst hat of all time. That's what the world is saying right now.
Paddington bomb. Come on, folks. Wake up.
Instead of the bear.
Bear, you get it? The Paddington bear who has that hat. Where's Diamond Debbie?
Kelly, you were on a year and a half ago. How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 years.
3 years. All of it here in Austin?
I live in DFW.
DFW. Hell yeah. Okay. What do you do for work?
So I own a small business. So when I lost my job in radio, I just switched full throttle to that.
And so the question remains, what do you do for work?
I own a website called ChristmasCockpit.com. I run it off of Shopify.
Oh, we love Shopify. We absolutely love Shopify. In fact, you can go to Shopify and start your own business. Not a lot of people know this, but Mattel and Gymshark and a lot of other companies all started with Shopify, ladies and gentlemen. And on Shopify, you can
Did you wear that hat at the men's march? Remember the pussy hats?
Yeah.
The women's march? That would be the hat you would wear at the men's march. Stay with us, people. Come on, damn, dude. This is spitting out gold.
It is incredible. You did it, and anyone can do it. Create email and social campaigns that reach customers wherever they scroll. Shopify grows with you.
I love Shopify.
Michael Malamud, this is absolutely incredible. Yes. Now, his name is hilarious, the look is hilarious, the demeanor is unbelievable. You're a star, kid. You're a true comedy star. You are amazing. He looks like a brilliant comedian. He also looks like a modern day UFC champion for some reason. It's like the scariest guy in the strawweight division.
You know, I think you're being a little too generous. I thought some of those impressions were a little weak. And I'm sorry. I've never seen a baby bird not chirp before.
I've always wondered what Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman's kid looks like. This is so cool to find out.
I smell a hit. Then again, you smell a lot more than I do.
This is incredible. I've heard of people that look like they wake up in a dumpster. You look like an ashtray. This is very exciting.
This is his second home.
All right,
Okay, so let's talk about it. Michael, what do you sound like?
Here. Thank our core sponsors and our co-sponsors. Yours are coming. The eldest learn instruction this month. You'll be sponsored. Sponsors are a good learning instruction.
So let's talk about it, my friend. How are you? Good. Performance in 40 seconds into his entire onstage performance. We finally have one word out of him. For those of you who are keeping statistics on your Kiltony, at 9.5 years, we have not had anybody with the batting average that Michael Malamud has right now. He's literally averaging 84 laps per word. Unbelievable. I almost don't want to look it up. Here he is. Look,
What we talked about so today's after Saturday 94. We are picking up on Saturday 90. We left off and then took up again with Spider Boat.
Person who invented this needs a serious raise. This thing is designed to disengage those tiny people.
I think the last half of Arabic, yeah, it's just the fun of album. So I'm really relying very heavily on that. And I think it's also a Shabbos, a little extra time. So Spider Boat, yes, we'll say we are 93B and we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom. So Spider Boshia asked the following Shaila. Bjorn Habban B'Shabbat Shia. So suppose this is an interesting question. Literally, it means what happens if new residents join the Chatzar on Shabbos? I will say, of course, this is not literal like people decide to move to the community on Shabbos, but rather, as Rashi points out over here, the cases you have Chatzar A, Chatzar B. They are divided by a wall. The wall comes down on Shabbos. Which then kind of makes it one big new Chatzar. So what does that do ultimately again to the Eruv? So let's assume for a moment that Chatzar A and Chatzar B both made their own respective Eruvim. Now the wall falls down. So let's say down, quote unquote, there are new residents in town. What year? Tashma. If you have a large Chatzar which opens into a smaller Chatzar, and of course, there would seem to be again. We had this case in Allah if you have a large Chatzar, that is the case we were doing with the last 2 days. A large Chatzar that reaches into a smaller Chatzar. And remember again, same case as before. The Chatzar is totally open on the side, which it opens up into the larger Chatzar. The larger Chatzar has the Gifufim, right? The side posts, the side walls that ultimately act as mechitza as long as the opening is less than 10 amos. So that would seem to indicate that halacha l'maisa, even if that breach happened on Shabbos, it doesn't impact the larger Chatzar. But yet again, it does impact the smaller Chatzar. Rabbi says, even though when Shabbos began, there was a wall in between the small Chatzar and the large Chatzar. The small Chatzar made its Eruv, the large Chatzar made its Eruv. But when that wall comes down on Shabbos, the small Chatzar becomes Chatzar. We'll say why? Because that's the Eruv. Like now, there are new people living in the new Chatzar, in the small Chatzar. So Amar Rabba is one second, maybe Amar Miba Oyom Nifusah. Maybe that case of where the wall is breached between small chutzner and large chutzner happens when Erev Shabbos. Maybe that's not happening on Shabbos itself, but rather that is happening on Erev Shabbos. To which the Gemara says, Amar le Abaye lo teimamar Amar ela v'atay ima ol yom nitza. No, of course, that case is happening on Erev Shabbos, I will say. The case of the case of the last couple of days of the small chutzner opening up into the larger chutzner is a case of where the wall came down on Erev Shabbos. That's when the smaller chutzner becomes usher, but the larger chutzner ultimately again remains its heter. But Gemara suggesting that this would have happened on Shabbos, it would not impact the smaller chutzner. Why? Because you're essentially the identity of your chutzner is solidified and concretized at Bein Hashmashos. That as long as you are a wall, you are an area of Bein Hashmash, you are good to go for the rest of Shabbos, even if something else happens. You want to ask is what did we learn? The Yomar Kohen name Rachuna, but listen to this. Irek derech ha-Pesach v'nistam ha-Pesach. Irek derech ha-Cholon v'nistam ha-Cholon. Because if you went ahead and made an area between two areas by using the two areas, or through a doorway that opens up between two areas. So we'll say, again, this window joins two areas. This opening, this doorway joins two areas. You make your area. And then what happens? The nistam ha-Cholon. And then I will say what happens. The area, the open area, was closed up over Shabbos. What's the halachah nahu? Va'amrli Shabbos kevan shehutra hutra. I will say once you start Shabbos with a valid eruv, that eruv remains, even if something in the mitzvahs changes. So we just had this in our Smichas Chaver on Muktzah Shir on Monday night. This is the concept of legal diska. I mean, my Muktzah is called legal diskatzoy. But the yesod ultimately is that essentially your identity is forged, solidified, concretized at Bein Hashmashos. And as long as you have a valid eruv at the onset of Shabbos, that's your eruv. That's your eruv. Something changes, the wall comes down, the windows close up, the doors go up. Doesn't matter. You're locked in. Now we're gonna delve into this topic more. So let's analyze. Itmar. If you have a wall in between two chatzeros, now understand absolutely what's the case. A wall in between them. And I've also remember again, it's that wall that essentially makes each chatzer its own independent area, and therefore halacha l'maaseh each chatzer made its own area. So what happens? Rav Amar What's this case? So now the wall comes down. So what happens? So we'll say, what's the status of the areas now on Shabbos? So that says, even if they both made their own individual eruvs, their eruvs are bottled because now you have two areas mixed into each other. Let's remember again. Let's just remember, he'll post eruv in 101. When you have two areas that fully open into the other, the only way for them to make an eruv is how? Together. There's no option for individual eruv. You can only make an individual eruv if you are a separate, demarcated area. So Rav says, once that wall comes down, they're one big area. That's fine, except they don't have a joint eruv. Remember again, when Shabbos started, the wall was up. So A made their eruv, B made their eruv. The wall comes down. Rav says, you are limited to Dalet Amos. Shmuel says, Tabot Tzadik Dalet. Zem Mitalto Adik in the future. Zem Mitalto Adik in the future. Shmuel says, no, everyone could carry the way they were able to carry. Ultimately, again, when the wall was up. So which literally means, so Shmuel says, this one can carry up until the wall, and this one can carry up until the wall. So we'll say, so this is Shmuel. So Shmuel's svara is what we call Ol Hutra. All the Hutra, that at the end of the day, once your eruv worked for Bein Hashmashos at the beginning of Shabbos, you are good to go for the rest of Shabbos, even if something happens. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So Rav's Shita was not said explicitly, rather it was gleaned from his actions in a particular episode. Let's get ready for this. It's a great story. Itmar. Rabbi Shmuel once sinned on Shabbos in a particular chutzner, particular courtyard. And we'll say just the backstory to this courtyard is this was a courtyard that was adjacent to another courtyard, A and B, and they were separated by a wall. So Rabbi Shmuel was sitting in what we call chutzner A on Shabbos. So what happens? The wall in between the two chatzeros fell down. Shmuel said quickly, take a cloak and put it up in between the two chatzeros. Take a cloak, Rinu Rav Liate. Rav turned around. Rav turned around. He showed Shmuel his back. So Rav was apparently very unhappy with this. Because once remember again, this makes sense because remember, according to Rav, if you have two adjacent chaser separated by a wall, and even if they both made their own individual Erev, and the wall falls down, what's the halacha? Talaramas. That's all you have. So he thought Shmuel was absolutely wrong in ordering the cloak to be carried to the seat of the wall to put it up. So it's Shmuel. So it's Shmuel kind of like what's the word? Chides him a little. Amru Shmuel, he copied Abba so makbid, Shakulu Heimana Vekachube, give me your belt and we'll make it tighter. Shmuel's thought, oh, maybe you're not happy with the cloak because it's not tight enough. No problem, give me your belt. We'll make the cloak a bit more taut. So again, you might just pointing out the fact that this is machlokas. Shmuel felt ultimately again that even when the wall doesn't make a difference because halacha l'maisa, the wall was there to the onset of Shabbos, and that's enough to solidify the identity of the respective Hatzeros. Rav held no that when the wall comes down, kind of we look at the Metzias. Now you have two areas breached into each other, and therefore you can't carry Dalit Amis. By the way, why did Shmuel need a cloak? What was that for? So the Gemara says, so we'll say, see, when you first read the story, you assume that why did Shmuel put up the cloak? What do you assume? What does it sound like? So he's putting up a barrier, mechitza. But I don't understand. According to you, don't need a mechitza. No. The Gemara says, Shmuel that was called like a modesty group. That was just supposed to say again. Part of one of the things we have is that people want privacy in their chutzner. So he just put up that cloak that people should have privacy in their chutzner. It was not there in order to affect the wall. Because we're going to remember, Shmuel doesn't need you to put up a barrier. So as long as the barrier was there at the onset of Shabbos, you are good to go. So you might say, Rav, you're late to ask your lay. So I'll say, I don't understand, but why is that? So I'll say, Rav's like a shtickle passive aggressive over here. Right? So why you, like, Rav just turns around. If you disagree, why don't you just say it? So this is how incredible this is. Asfei de Shmuel, they were in the city of Shmuel, where Shmuel was the Rav. So the Gemara says, so Rav didn't come up to Shmuel to Rav, as much as Rav is a disputant of Shmuel, you disagree. But again, in Shmuel's locale, you have to be deferential to Shmuel. My time I feel so let's say, it's kind of like a stupid disrespectful to turn your back to someone. So what's the shot that he was so deferential to Shmuel because it was the city of Shmuel, why turn his back? Very important. The Gemara says, because ultimately, again, because the Gemara said, because Rav was concerned people would see this. And if Rav did nothing, people might assume that Rav agreed with Shmuel. People say, isn't this, so therefore he turned around that people should see, okay, Rav's not so happy with this. People say, by the way, what an incredible musser. Sometimes in life, you have to disagree with something. But in life, there's this very delicate dance. When do you express your disagreements or disapproval? And when do you just kind of keep it to yourself? When you keep it to yourself, you have to be careful that your failure to exhibit disapproval does not result in passive approval. And there's often this incredible balance in life, right? Because it happens all the time. I want to be accepting of people, of all kinds of people, of all different things, because it's not my place to judge. But at the same time, I have to be so careful that sometimes my acceptance does not result in approval. And it's such a delicate dance. And that's what's happening over here. Rav says over here, I don't approve. I don't approve. Shmuel, I think you're wrong. Shmuel, I think that you just violated Shabbos. But granted, I think you just did something wrong. You're the Rav, right? It's your shtat, right? It's your city, your community. So I'm not going to stand on making my call. But at the same time, I also have Talmidim. They see me not doing anything. They're going such an incredible yisod. Especially again, Rav has to be concerned with his Talmidim. Sometimes as parents, we have to be concerned with our children because adults can often see the nuance between I accept you for who you are, but I don't approve. Children sometimes don't see that nuance, and when they see their parents doing something, they often assert the acceptance means approval. It's a very, very delicate stance in life. So we'll say, Saloch how do we pass it? So we'll say, fundamental machlokes. But we'll say, something to point out to you, this is a dramatic machlokes. Because over here, what you have going on is the wall was up at Shabbos, everybody made their ears, then the wall comes down. So does halacha follow Rishmos? This is in Shin Ayin Daled Sif Beis. Shulchan Aruch Paskins. Haya Kosel Shtei Chatzeros ve'Erba Ksiyatzma. Get a wall in between two Chatzeros, right? And each one made their own eruv. The Nifras HaKosel b'Shabbos. The wall comes down on Shabbos. Mutarin, Metaltel, Kol HaShabbos, Kol Echad. Everyone is permitted to carry in their own stuff. We'll say, we're going to stare in the halacha. After bias, right? Everyone said that means you need to bring stuff from the home to the hut, from the hut to the home. Once the wall is there at the onset of Shabbos and everybody has their respective eruv, that remains for the rest of Shabbos. Now, we'll say, we're going to see the next Mishnah now, the next couple of Mishnahs. So this is dafka adin in two chatzeros, right? You have a wall in between. We'll say why? Because carrying between two chatzeros is what? In Dirabana. So we're going to say this is incredibly important because don't glean from this, don't glean from this about Rosh Hashanah or Carmelites or other areas. This is Dafka. Two Chatzeros share a wall. As a result of the wall, made their respective Erevin. The wall comes down. We still once the wall was there at the onset of Shabbos, you're good for the rest of Shabbos. Right, Mishnah. We'll say so. This is going to be our sugya today. So it says the Mishnah. I'm going to say next case. I have a chutzner that was breached to Rishus Harabim. So we'll say there's a picture over here. I don't know why they need a picture for this, but I see there's a picture. Yeah, picture 339. 339. So also you can see over here, there's a chutzner, and the wall is breached to the Rishus Harabim. There it is. So chutzner shenefetzel Rishus Harabim hamachnis misokol Rishus Hayachid. Only Rishus Hayachid l'socha chayv d'Rebelez. Once Rebelez holds that once you have a chutzner that is breached to Rishus Harabim, effectively that Rishus Hayachid, that chutzner, becomes like a Rishus Harabim, becomes like a public domain. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you were to carry something from that chutzner to another Rishus Hayachid, or from another Rishus Hayachid to that chutzner, you would be chayv as if you transferred an item from a Rishus Harabim to a Rishus Hayachid. The Chum say no. So Father Rishus Harabim Omer Sam L'Sofa, Father Nifnei Shehi Economics. The Chum say no. The stat. So what's that? Chum say if you carry from that breached chutzner into the Rishus Harabim, or from the Rishus Harabim into that chutzner, you are not chayv ultimately again because it is a commodity. So both say. So fundamental machlokes is Rabbi Eliezer and the Chachamim that halacha l'maisa. What happens if you have a chutzner that is breached into the Rishus Harabim? Rabbi Eliezer holds that effectively that chutzner becomes like the Rishus Harabim itself. That becomes like a carmelis. Remember, people say, what is a carmelis? Carmelis is that area that is like a Rishus Harabim, but doesn't really satisfy the halachic criteria to become a Rishus Harabim. Rabbi Eliezer, we should be different to Rishus Harabim, how do you do Rishus Harabim? People say, I don't understand. Rabbi Eliezer holds that because the chutzner is reached to Rishus Harabim, therefore it becomes a bona fide Rishus Harabim. It's a very dramatic statement. Which begins Rabbi Eliezer l'Tana. Yes, Rabbi Eliezer holds according to his reasoning. Yisanya, Rabbi Yehuda Mishum Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbim shebaru derech yatzmon, ma shebaru baruch. Let's say this is a fascinating case. If the public claim a path through a particular field, what claim is there? So this is a fascinating discussion. If you have, let's say the public cuts through a particular field, right, and they do it for a sustained amount of time, and there's enough pedestrian traffic, that path becomes the property of the public. Even though what? It runs through my yard. It runs through my field. To the point where I will say that halacha l'maisa, I am not permitted fencing. And I will say, by the way, I'm going to point out to you, shilas like this actually come up all of the time. I remember a number of years ago, there was someone who lived in a particular corner, and Mamish cut right across. Again, in general, I never really understood it. Saying the notion of walking on people's property without their permission, I think it's mamish like certain midos. I think it's just not. People have a home; they deserve their privacy. No right to cut across. Okay, but people didn't think mamish cut right across the person's front yard, literally like right in front of that, right across, because it shaved off like I think it was like 38 seconds. Right, you didn't have to round the corner; you just had to walk across. But the truth is, people did it for years, and the homeowner never objected. The homeowner then went ahead and put up very tall shrubs, and they created a whole machlokas. It was incredible to see. It was incredible to say, but it just shows you amazingly enough that after a certain amount of time, people become desensitized to erroneous behavior. You would think that the homeowner would put up shrubs, and the person, and people say, okay, no, what are you gonna do? You know what? They put up shrubs, but no, there was like a machlokas. That's our path. That's our path. And they came first guys and what are you talking about? That's your path. That's somebody's home. You share the property taxes, right? You go out of the mortgage. What exactly is your chiluk in this? Besides the fact that you've been ruining their grass for 15 years, right? What exactly is your? But nevertheless, in halacha, and I will also tell you, it's a very chinuch as well. Have children go ahead and make sure people's property without it's a general just basic thing. Respecting other people's stuff. You know, the reason why we have why Haskalas Hagara is with Elam Metzias, right? Elam Metzias is ultimately again in order to respect property. Right? To respect other people's property. And the truth is the little things that we both let our kids do. Obviously, if you have permission, but for myself to never utilize something that belongs to someone else without their permission. In any event, Rabbi Eliezer holds that halacha l'maisa, if the rabbin went ahead and decided they took a path, and that path becomes theirs. That path becomes theirs. So what after a certain amount of time, without getting into the technicalities of it, but after a certain amount of time, whatever is theirs is theirs. So Gemara says, to me, is that so? So Gemara will say, so therefore again, what Rabbi Eliezer is saying is like this: the same way that when the rabbin walks through a particular sada, after enough time that path becomes theirs. So too again when the wall of the chutzner falls down, and now the rabbin go ahead and spill into the chutzner, so that chutzner also quote unquote becomes theirs. That chutzner also becomes Rishus Harabim. Is that so? Falls the sada. We'll say, when is that the case? One person will say, what does that mean? That the rabbin, as soon as any large group of people just decide to walk through someone's field, they can go ahead and make that path their own, and the homeowner has no objections against them. Which the owner says, no. The case of there was, we know that there used to be a path through this field. We're not exactly sure where that path ran. If the rabbin decide to go ahead and start using what they think was that path, they have the right to do so. So what the rabbin are doing is they they are reigniting an old usage. So that's when Rabbi Eliezer holds that such a usage works. But Allah Myself, brand new usage, that wouldn't work. So the Gemara says, if he came out, I say, maybe you'll say it's the same case over here, where they used to be, the rabbin used to go through this chutzner, then they built a wall, then the wall came down. So the rabbin are just simply reclaiming that which they used to have. Ad makom, ad makom mechitza machlokas. So you have to both say, but how could that be? So we'll say, so maybe look at Rashi with this one. He came hakanami kisha abdullah aderach ba'osan matzir. Makom mechitza nicker, obnei rosh rabim marchivim rosh rabim so called the mikdas. But amru shachan hayir shusan. So listen to this. Maybe the machlokas of Rabbi says as follows. There's machlokas between the chutzner owners and the bnei rosh rabim.
Shopify.com/Kiltony. Shopify.com/Kiltony.
This is what this is.
Shopify will be by your side.
10 feet back.
Kelly Quinn
And
told
their
the
chutzner
craziest
say,
thing
no, the
about your
wall was
life.
10 feet forward. So you're not arguing,
I'm
it's
looking
you're
for
arguing on
countries.
the placing of
What were
the
the
wall.
four countries?
What area does the wall
Japan,
occupy? Which
America,
the Gemara says, I have
England,
Amar
and Italy.
Bichanina Ad Makom Mechitza
Okay,
Machlokas.
which one do you like the
said
most?
up until the place of
America.
the
Very
Mechitza
good. That is the correct
Machlokas.
answer.
Between the Meir Surabim
How
and
long were
the
you in
Mechitza
Italy
is
for?
about the whole
3 years.
cluster. Imo,
3
Al
years.
Makom.
You don't have a big
No,
earring
the
that never
Machlokas
was.
Surabim and the Bnei Chutzner is exactly where the placement of the wall was.
Where in Italy
So
did you
say,
live?
that's first possibility.
Amelia
First
Romano.
possibility that when
Big
Rabbi
Flora.
Eliezer says
Oh, okay.
that a
Si,
breach
señorita.
culture is like
Very
Rishus
good.
Harabim, doesn't mean to say that the
Kelly,
entire
you
but
really have a redheaded husband?
it was the placement of the wall.
I
Now
would
the
have
wall
married,
came down.
him if he
So the
was
marriage job
redheaded,
was
but
like
as a Christian woman,
not
I
the
believed I
until
could pray it away,
F.
and I did.
And the natives and the native countries
Just for me, what happened?
went so
No, his hair just got
that
dark.
disputed
He just turned
areas
to a brunette.
will be treated
He's a
like
pilot.
Haggadah
Okay.
for Shabbos.
All right. What exactly
Shabbos
is Christmas cockpit?
purposes,
So I make stockings like out of Crown Royal bags.
Also, maybe argue
So they're
about
purple
what we call
stockings.
Some of them
the
are.
size of the Rosh Hashanah.
I did
Size of the
make
Rosh
special
Hashanah,
Kiltony versions that
the
I
edge of
brought
Salar,
for you and
see
right
this,
then. And that was like a month ago. Apparently, they didn't make it to you.
When that
Oh, we do have buildings. Yeah, no, we have them.
You guys got them?
Hanging and
What order?
You got them?
Yeah, totally.
Like, isn't that crazy? They just threw those out. Those nice gifts again.
We really do. We do. We were the other day and shared them with your family. They are hung by the chimney with care that hopes the Nicholas will soon be there. Kelly, have you ever thought about making yourself a better hat?
My husband picked this out for me.
He definitely doesn't want you putting another dude. It's like, it's very exciting. That is an instant boner. Now on, if I'm ever gonna finish with a girl too fast, I'm gonna picture that hat. Just be like, oh, I'm gonna last forever. That hat makes me want to not come.
Every restaurant, you have a public
All
celebrate.
right, didn't get the laugh I
Then you
thought
have
it would.
the area
That
on
was
the
funny.
side.
It was funny. It was
So
just
that's a
picture a
legitimate
hat.
translation.
Some
What
people
is
picture
the
their grandma.
status
I
of
will
the
picture that
area
hat.
off to the
Kelly
side?
Quinn,
But then
you gave
think
us a
about
little
that. Why do you have
stocking.
to bring
You're
up the
leaving
case
here
of a
with a
Greek
little jump of
professor?
congratulations.
Over
Merry
Shabbos.
Christmas.
Which ones I'll tell you about.
How dare you hit a book at
How
home charts?
about Amina?
All right, back to the bucket we
I
go.
would
You
have
guys
said
still
that
having
one
fun
thing
out
about
there?
what I said, but she did it
You're
Shabbos,
looking
not
right.
Shabbos. That's
How about a hand for the lovely Heidi?
what
This looks like an interesting name, ladies and gentlemen. Some noise. Tadpole Trickling, everybody.
on the front and on the side you have salt. So that's so therefore it doesn't allow for the spiritual to get through the That's when the Rabbanon say
Make
that
some noise for
Hebrew
Tadpole
Rosh
Trickling,
Hashanah
everybody. Here we go.
is
The
not
clock has
like
begun.
Rosh Hashanah.
Jared,
About
walk
it,
into
but
a
the lesson
room.
people say in a moderate. But again, I would have thought the major was going to do is there are no
I'll be the craziest motherfucker in there.
with the walking.
What the fuck is that? I appreciate y'all giving me a little time out of your day. They don't let me out much. I need this shit, yo. I've been in a really, really dark place. I'm about to pay the electric bill. Alright, so the future is bright.
And that's true whether or not they allow for the free flow of pedestrians.
No, I am not Ted Kaczynski Jr.
I, the hungry soul,
Y'all are insensitive.
and also the luxury of the listeners that they're arguing about
Sign
the
in my
inside of the clutch of itself.
Why don't you shut it?
I do, and now, but on the so-called, all right,
Why don't you shut it? So it's what y'all get. Look like a homeless MMA fight.
That's what we call
Fucking honor me better.
Rabbanon will say that the Eliezer Tzidei Tzarabim, because the Rabbanon, Amar Eliezer Tzidei Tzarabim, the Hajj of
Welcome to the show, Tadpole.
It's like Eliezer is supposed to say, the way you describe people like this. The Rabbanon are talking about the ability to carry from inside the Tzarabim to the Tzarabim. And the Rabbanon is saying that's okay, because
How long you
it's
been doing
timeless
stand-up?
to a Tzarabim, right? You would not be tired because it's a timeless to the
You've been
Potter,
performing
but
on stage for 39
and the
years.
Eliezer is talking about
Yes.
the status of the strip of the Potter and next to the Tzarabim.
You started stand-up comedy when you were 10 years old.
I did my first high five in a
Talking
second grade
about
talent show.
Are you serious?
I swear to God.
Milo Kamod is
Okay.
the Rabbanon of the Eliezer.
Okay.
But you were 10 in second grade.
He put the spiritual global Tzarabim. When the Tzarabim was so hard to serve, they basically
Oh, Jesus.
you have your thoughts on these.
Oh, my
And
God.
if you carry from the deep culture, from the Rishis Harab,
Staring at Joe Rogan, he is the Liver King's angry
muscle
son.
has the status of its country. Therefore, again,
See a resemblance.
Sidney
One could say it's the liver
therefore, the
prince, if
strip
you will.
of the Hudson right next
So
to
Tadpole
Rishis
is
Harab
talk about even
also
stand-up
have the
comedy for
status of
39 years.
panelists,
What
and
else
therefore
have
it
you been doing?
carries
You
from
look like
issue Rishis Harab from
perhaps
describing
time in
issue
Vietnam or something.
and that the Eliezer response he said, no, Eliezer Hassan lo Kadarsi Rabin Haka Kadarsi. The Eliezer says, there's a fundamental distinction between the strip of the Hudson
Okay,
adjacent
did you write
to
anything that they might recognize?
and what
Perhaps
we'll
some
call the
graffiti on the
interior
wall
of
or something?
the interior of the Hudson
The I-5 on the
that the
passes.
Eliezer holds, I may agree with you that as a status of the cover.
But what else?
Strip
Anything
of the
creative?
Hudson
My biggest
adjacent to
success
the
was the Tonight
Rishis
Show, Jay Leno.
is not going to have the status of a cover. It's going to have the status of the interior of the Harabin, which comes from Eliezer is the Rishis Harabin. Why? Because the
Explain to us
public will
before. You were a
We're
staff
gonna
writer on the Tonight Show. I was staff, and I wrote for the Tonight Show.
everyone would
I was
agree
assistant
that
segment
the
producer.
interior
I
of
think
the
I worked for a transplant. I spent 6 months just in the records room trying to learn how to write a joke. We were in the studio in Burbank, California. How long did I was that? Boulevard, it was 25 years ago. Bill Clinton was the president. Wow, fuck yeah. Old dogs. Old dogs. This is from the 70s. Now, Tadpole, you came up with the song. Explain to us why you have a song. I got hit by a drunk driver and broke my neck. And this is physical.
You have a cluster, once you see this, by the way, you see the progression of these nights, right? Of the different cases.
Oh my God, you
So
have an
first of all, so
actual
we had
neck
the
brace.
case of
You took
the
off the
two
neck brace.
sailors who reached
You have
into
an
each other, right?
actual
The walking
broken
down,
neck.
that was case number one. Then the next mission over
I'm gonna
here
try and tough
is
it
the
out.
concept
Put it
of
on.
Greek
Like this is.
inspiration
You're
Sarabin
gonna jump like a Rogan
on one side, and now we're going to see the next case. Concept Nipro Sarabin is Katie Hosel. Once again, this actually, let me just take the highlight of it very quickly.
I brought it about 50% of the time when I was doing
So
it,
we'll say
and I
the
wanted
rest
to
of
give
that
them
same
a
6
good
for
info.
Shin Iron Dollar Days was as follows. About Buster Snipper of the Sarabin and Carmelis of, let's say, much
How many you want to
that when the walk comes down with the two Pateos, the Pateos won't have each other because as long as the wall was there, the onset of Shabbos. You're good
It's
to
the
go.
first time we've ever
If
seen
the
a
wall
man
of the
put on
Pateos
a neck brace with a broken neck after performing.
Ultimately, again, then the custom becomes
This is incredible. So Tadpole,
we
tell
don't
us,
get
how
into
did life
the wall
change?
with
You gotta get the beard out of there.
that way for the
Tadpole,
entirety of Shabbos,
explain
rather
to us what it's like having a broken
we
neck.
don't say in that case where the country
And then you decide if you want to get tough guy and do a little bit of something.
once
Right.
we're permitted
And that was that day or every day?
it remains
Pretty much every day for the last
the Shamo
12
Nifas
to
Country
second grade.
you
You got hit by a Tesla
when
12
the wall
years
comes
ago?
down,
No,
there's
that's all his
two
idea.
light switches opening into each other. The Indian Ellis and Jessica Yoga, that's our answer. About that, this is the management of about what's exactly about. So that's what's it very, very important. That's why, why, that Halakha was saying, you would have thought this was before.
When was this?
That's why.
96.
What happened to the ear goes down?
Did you get money from
So it's
this?
a case of focus rather
I had to
than
sue my grandfather's insurance to pay for my surgeries.
What's with Halakha?
Why is that funny?
It should be fine. Why? Why? Once you started Shabbos, the head remains. Those are the
They gave you surgeries and you're still worried stuff. What else have you
the doctor did a cocktail separated by a wall. Because most like that is a very cow street, very two likely shields. Walk up down, no problem. But any time you have one for another is similar shorts. We do not take a bunch of
That's right. Okay, so you're almost 19, you broke your neck, then you're 46, you still get raised every day.
About 50. If I don't have something I can read, I didn't wear it.
Ultimately, again, the moment that future comes is the moment
If I can let, I sit on a stool when I try to do
that was the
stand-up.
next case. Fascinating case. Search Sarabin. You say what's that? What's the go? Cluster is reached on two sides to the Rishis Sarabin.
I gotta go up
Looking
and
by
down, but I don't want to because
you have
it's
a
around
friend.
my brain
It was
stem.
reached on two
I
sides.
got a little bit
Or
of
a
smart
mubbly,
stuff, and I don't want
the Kolosa on the
to
Kayim,
get
or
strangled
if
out
you
by
have a mubbly,
titanium.
and the left of the shoulder, remember again, it was sideways, the horizontal, the vertical motion.
That one's actually like
The mubbly, the last one carrying the mubbly.
Like,
Like the kind of your move, the current bottles, the Shabbos
this is like
bathroom,
dunk
also
contest.
don't Listen to this. Taluga says in any of these cases, as long as you started the heter, that heter remains for the rest of the Shabbos. That heter remains for the rest of Shabbos. Obviously, when I will say when it comes next Shabbos, you're gonna have to fix whatever broke. But Lamaisa, right now, if you started Shabbos in the right way, the heter of that Shabbos remains. Rabbi Yossi Omer says no. In return, the also Shabbos is on the level. Anybody in the history show, I'm going to for a future Shabbos, then what? I want to see if the great people over ways to well possibly zip something into you that might be able to help you or give you some type of relief. We are friends with the great people of ways to well. They provide unbelievable miracle-like health care to people. Once you started Shabbos in a state of heter,
We're going to see what happens. Probably not much. Since your neck's been broken as fuck for like 30 years.
They said I'd never walk. Now I can sprint and jump for
you'll
like
have to fix it before next Shabbos. This Shabbos is good. Rabbi Yossi says no. Rabbi Yossi says anything that requires fixing for next Shabbos is what the most likely was automatically invalid for this Shabbos as well. He says this, my accident, that's the case. So okay, we talk about a breach. What's the breach, right? So remember, the first case in this was a country that was breached on sides, or a home that was breached on two sides. What kind of breach are you talking about? You can leave up the extra, because if you think that a breach gets less than 10 hours, I still will have like a what do you call it? A door. So what does it matter if you have a door that wants to get a door? Like that's the amount of the breach countryside. This is no way. Ella Biasa Yasa. What are you talking about? The breach of the Mishnah. We're talking about a breach of more than 10 amas. That's the issue of the okay, it's a breach of more than 10 amas. And even a breach of more than 10 amas. Why have you set it up as a breach of 2 sides? Even a breach of one side will be problematic. A breach that is less than 10 amas. I'm really there, but I'm and where is the breach? Everything is about where the breach is. The breach is in a corner. It's in the corner of the cluster. The kids thought parents saw this law of people do not make entryways, but people do not make doorways in a front of us. And I listen to what
You're not interested in the ladies?
in general, when you have an open door less than 10 amas, that is considered to be there. But in order for that to get to the market is, it must be situated in a way in which it will make the doorway. What's the case? Well, okay, we take a look. This is picture 341. The case over here, I'm sorry, it's not 340. The case over here is with a breach at a corner of the wall of the center. So looks like people don't make doorways in corners. You don't make doorways in corners. You can look at it makes sense because remember, doorways in corners.
You ever been in the military?
No, my whole family cuts off area, usable area. People don't make doorways. Because of that, even if it's less than 10 amas, but it's in a corner of the cluster, that's not considered to be a doorway. Rather, it's considered to be
Tadpole Triplet, we are going to get your contact information. We're going to try to see what ways to well
between
can
Bayis
possibly
and
maybe
Plus.
do for you.
So let's say that's case number 1. Okay,
Here's
tomorrow, the
a
Mishnah
big
of
joke
a
book. You
cluster
got
that is
You want me to
breached
get
on
it in the
2
hoodie?
sides. Clusters that is breached on 2 sides. Ultimately, again, it's considered to be. It's considered it's a case not open. So if you do the whole dialogue, I like to look at that Shabbos, but you also it's not looking at that Shabbos. What's the case of the breach of the breach? The problematic breach is even less than 10 amas, but I love my life is in a point. We'll say brand new idea. Normally a breach of less than 10 amas is called a doorway. More than 10 amas is a breach. One exception is the opening is on a corner. If the opening is on a corner, then even if it's less than 10 amas, it's not a doorway. Rather, it's considered to be a breach. And it looks like, by the way, you can also say what it means. This is what the Mishnah is going to say. But this is what it's up. Say you Hosea. Two directions. It looks like you got what two directions means like south, east, west.
They were all making it rain, and I tried to pay for my lap dance with a checkbook, and I knew I was off.
What does that do?
Exactly. Half y'all don't know what checkbooks are. Fuck y'all.
Direction. So so because of that, remember,
You gotta make it right. I'm like, how you spell candy with an IE, bro? How you
it's the
spell
same
this?
area, but two directions. That's the problematic.
It's alright, yo.
Incredible.
It was
Remember
12,000.
those like
It was a
the
bounce
same
check.
bike
She
that
never
you
will pass
don't
that check.
know if you have a home. That was
I'm celebrating my 8th year at the service, so now I found fucked up right
Mas
now. Thank
não
you,
me
yo.
deu a capa da minha
You don't care about people.
you say you post not relay my PT to your episode. I don't understand.
I
In
served as
general,
a
if I
United
just
States
use the
Jehovah's
house,
Witness,
it
so
will say
for
a house that would be easier to repair
this is a
halakha.
rough night. Fuck y'all.
How do I
Alright,
repair
guys.
beach in the home?
You guys like handicapped people more than you
Think
like
of your
half black
episode.
people. Fuck y'all, man.
I use the edge of
My name
the
is Gordon
halakha.
Dixon. My name is
I use the edge of the roof as what? What?
Extending down. Dixon.
Extending downward. That's it. That's the entirety of it. So the edge of the roof extends downward and it's closed. So that can work on one end. Why can't it work on?
Yeah, I just got off work.
Like,
Yeah,
why
I work
can't
next
it
door.
work on
It's
two
my
ends?
fault.
So the
What did you drink exactly? What did you do? Gordon? Every shot. People bought me, right? There's some people that bought me a shot. There's another guy who bought me a shot. Fuck that, man. It's awesome, man. It's weird out here. You got me get fucked up.
I'll make the debate now. Figure out.
Alright, that's what I was told when I moved out here. Alright, they fucking lied to me. My bad.
What does it mean the home is reached from two directions?
Kind of
Two
changed
directions
a
doesn't
lot.
mean drop. It was reached on a corner.
I'm glad Shane missed
The
it.
corner
I'm
by
sorry,
definition
Shane.
covers two directions.
Sorry.
So it reached from is two directions. Sorry, corner.
I know it's.
It's
I
you
mean,
up
it's how
the
many
Alexa.
shots you did
And it
tonight
had a
before
slow
tonight's set. How many would you
So let's
guess?
say what's happening over
Just
here.
a
So
ballpark.
remember
Good
again.
strong three. I
When
did
you
a strong
have
three.
when you
Okay,
say
yeah,
keep it
strong
very
three.
simple,
But I'm old, so I don't see it at all. I should stop drinking at this point. But fuck it, you know what I mean, Austin?
that's out of it.
All right, Gordon, I'm gonna let you off easy tonight. I was gonna get you out of here with a little joke. There you go, Gordon Dixon. All right, one last fucking pull up here tonight. Make some noise for Lindsay Campbell, everybody. Here comes Lindsay Campbell. Here's Lindsay,
That's
everybody.
why
We know
that's
Lindsay.
like those crazy folks. That's like the two directions.
Hey guys,
Two directions.
Erica Kirk has been hanging out with Nicki Minaj lately. Have you seen that?
Only works with flat
She's
beats,
trying to
does not
convince
work
people
with
that she's
small
not
beats.
racist.
Good. The lecture later particular is
Yes,
small
run her fingers through people's hair. When she hugs them,
Small
you can tell
says
she
that
doesn't have a
you're
single
talking
black
about even
friend.
that is more than 10 seconds. That is more than 10 seconds. I'm sorry, more than 10 hours. So let's say that's the piece of small setting and stuff like the breach.
So anyway, I had a miscarriage like 6 months ago.
You might see how you might say, I understand
A
that's
couple days after that, my husband he was fingering me, and he got on his hand what Google told us is gray pregnancy matter.
He needs it ultimately again.
Relax, guys. At least he got to hold our baby.
Because remember, in the case of the home, you need to be because a lot of the nice stuff, parents is going to feel the safety secret. You can use a breach of more than 10 on one side. You have to react half some guys que foi mais também da da película de vocês e desde o final me lembra que ele só se chama que for a breach from on one side they say particular for a breach from on two sides
To the adorable little William Montgomery looking character, little chubby chair boy. Probably remember now. So that's real.
Yeah, Trey Campbell, Dr. Peppers. We got married on May 3rd, 2025. It's going fucking awesome. I just keep bringing animals into the house, and he just keeps trying to get rid of them. But one well living life. We're up to 5 now. We have 2 dogs, we have 2 cats, and we have a snake. Wow, okay. Hell yeah.
What's she pointing at you? She said snake. That's a good question.
Even talking about a little bit about Bravo, you guys got the entire area.
It's
Why?
not a penis
Why?
thing, I promise. I was talking about my snake, and you told me that if I ever run into Mitzi's, they would like throw the bag against the wall.
Well, on the other hand,
Throw the what against the wall?
You were drunk. I said I was gonna bring a snake in a bag and have you touch it without him knowing.
Lokasha, he less than the
Those of you that wonder what red band's like after the show,
when does it
real shit.
What's the next thing is
Nanny. I'm gonna kill your snake. I love it. Lindsay, what do you do for work?
I'm a bellboy now.
There is no wall at all.
Yeah, I work at
a hotel. I make tips, so I offer to give people ice. Unless they're Mexican, then I offer to abolish it.
One wall,
You're a real comedian,
salón por lo menos,
What's going on in life? Anything else crazy?
Nico Marco.
I just got a job for the first time in like 6 months. That fucking sucks.
We'll pick up, so again, we're doing this my
And then we
focus
got
over
our
here.
dog Spade, so she has a tattoo now.
How to set up the
It's a swastika. Because she's a German Shepherd.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, Tony.
Amazing. No, I scale from 1 to 10. I get that joke at 9.
Thank you.
9, 9, 9, 9, 9. There you go. A little fucking alley there.
All right, fellas, good morning. Let us begin with the beautiful shot ahead of us today. I want to begin by thanking our sponsors.
Yeah, you did.
Thank our sponsors for the month and the amount.
Lindsay, we love you. A great set. Here's a big jump up.
Thank you.
What? I got her cupcake pumpkin. Oh, yeah, that's the cupcake lady. Hell yeah. Obviously getting high on her own supply. Ladies and gentlemen, what an episode this has been. I mean, holy shit. Gillis, Lincoln Financial Field, July 17th. Rogan of the JRE. There's only one way to end an episode like this. William Montgomery is already off on Christmas break. However, there is a young man whose dream it is of one day being a citizen of the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. But for now, he remains the Estonian assassin. It's Illuminati.
So, everyone's terrified of AI. It's common. Like, what do you do for work, sir? Pest control business. You have like 6 months left. See, the secret is you gotta get a job that even AI doesn't want to do. Like roofing. Dude, under the Texas sun, even AI is like, Miguel, get up there, it's too fucking hot. My batteries are overheating. This is fucking ridiculous. This is inhumane. I don't know about stand-up. I'm not sure. I think AI is too algorithmical to do stand-up. Too perfect. People don't relate to perfection. People relate to mistakes. AI ain't about that life. AI ain't gonna say the N-word. AI ain't gonna show his dick to the comedy club waitresses. I will. AI stand-up is gonna be all algorithmical, you know, like, I'm a milk. How could it be milk? I don't have nipples. Bullshit. Also, if AI is so smart, how come every time I try to log into a website and to make sure I'm not a robot, they ask me to identify 3 traffic lights in the picture? So you're telling me AI sees this puzzle? Fuck! So it gets flustered by traffic lights, but what the fuck is a Waymo? time. Thank you. That's right.
45 seconds. Working overtime tonight. And without a doubt, the best set of the night. This is incredible, Ari Matty. You've done it yet again.
Kind of fucked up the order of the joke. Fuck. There's a whole different order, you know, and you just have to fuck.
No one even noticed.
Thank God.
only you know. That's what's great about this.
The order was totally
fucked up. Was there a callback that got left?
There was everything that was undone, and the ending was soft.
Worked out great, man. Fucking amazing. What I love about this set, because it was so brilliant, so topical, so funny, such great delivery, so crisp, and yet I'll give a little behind-the-scenes inside scoop that I normally don't really ever do, which is that when we were flying back from that gig on Sunday, I said, by the way, Monday's going to be fun, Rogan Gillis, and you go, fuck, I've got nothing new.
Yeah.
So, I'm just curious, did you just fucking cook that up in the past 36 hours or what?
Yeah, I went to some terrible gigs yesterday and I just bombed with it, but I knew it was logical, and if I get in front of a crowd that likes me, I knew, you know when you're bombing and you're like, well, somewhere there will be laughter. The sun will rise in the future.
What I love about that, 2 minutes, 45 seconds, you wrote that in 36 hours. We had a guy on stage earlier that's been doing it 39 years. And his minute wasn't nearly as strong.
Yeah, that sucks about stand-up, that like,
he left with a diagnosis of stem cells.
That's what I wouldn't laugh about that, Bolden. Yeah.
No,
I can for real kill you.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. Unless you touch him at all, and in which case he will fall apart immediately.
That's why, like, when I did MMA, it was so cool to find out real quick if you got it, you know?
Yeah. Not a lot of people know that. Ari Matty is a professional fighter, 0-3. 0-3 career, but he knows how to shadow box. This guy,
real bad, yeah.
I
still have it.
Is undefeated against the shadow.
Shadow gets fucked up every day, Joe.
That's what we call Dedrick Flynn behind the scenes. Ari, what else is going on, man? You're killing it.
I don't know. I've been watching this series called Spy Ops. Have you watched Spy Ops? Amazing. I love the Mossad.
Wow.
Israeli Secret Service.
Tell us.
Okay.
Tell us more.
I will. See, like usual Secret Service, CIA, MI6, they gather information and then they kill the guy. Like with cyanide, or they poison the soup. Nobody even knows what happened. Mossad, there's no information. And they just blow up the whole building. Mossad always has civilian casualties. But then always they're like, well, statistically, you know. Dude, there's this one episode. Okay. There was this one episode, they were after a guy who's a Palestinian terrorist, member of the Black September. They did the big one. Yeah. Worst thing to happen on German soil to Jews, you know. So they're after one of the leaders, okay? And they find him in Oslo, Norway, disguised as a pizza delivery guy. Great disguise for a terrorist. You have a bicycle, bling bling. You got some pizza boxes filled with fucking C4. You're meeting creeping eye alley. You're a fucking pizza guy. So the Mossad tracks this guy down. They pull up on him in a car in Parliament Square, downtown Oslo. Blow his head off with a shotgun. Brains go flying into the guy's friend's hands. They collect the brains, you know. The Mossad disappears. Successful mission, you would think. 6 months later, they find out the wrong guy. Break killer pizza guy. Imagine you're at the funeral, and your parents are like, "What did my son do?" Well, Black September. But of course, see, but the downside about the Mossad is they always get caught. How those guys got caught is after they blow the guy's head off, they took the car back to the rental agency. That's how Jews get caught. The deposit.
Jesus God. Ari Maddie.
They should have kept that. You ever see the movie Munich? It's about that. It's about the Mossad. All the guys. It'd be weird if they included that scene. Because the whole time they're like, man, these are so sly and smart. Yeah. Should have one scene where they're like, there's that motherfucker. Oh, shit. It was just a guy. Yeah, they had like one guy they were after in an apartment building, but they didn't nail which. They tried to nail which floor it was on. They're like, the whole building goes. They don't give a fuck. The Mossad is crazy, Joe. Don't upset the Jews. Where's that yarmulke? Put it on.
What's that?
Put on the yarmulke.
No, the yarmulke's gone.
You threw it out?
No, I had it sent away and put on top of my Christmas tree.
Nice. Anti-Semitism. As long as I keep the yarmulke, that's crazy.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna put it on you.
No, I mean,
Yeah, huh? Whoa! Wow!
don't wave like that, right?
Oh my God!
Moron. That guy just went Heil Hitler. There's a guy in the crowd who just went like this. That's not good. That's not good.
Second most Jewish thing Red Band's done this week, and it's to take coupons into a Wendy's with them. Shane goes, is that true?
It's a Ben Shapiro joke in here somewhere. Like Ben Burritos.
Oh my God. Ari, Maddie, what can I say? The set of the night, the fucking interview of the night. Catch them on Monday on Netflix.
I'm on tour. I'm on tour.
Yeah.
Tickets are really low. AriMaddie.com for the love of God.
Go to arimaddie.com. See this man's full-length set. You're not going to fucking believe it. If you love a minute, you'll love his hour. The drawing from Ryan J. Eveld is in. That is indeed Joe Rogan and Shane Gillis. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there. Oh, it's a Shane Gillis. Look at that. Hell yeah. Look at that. That's a very nice picture of you.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Look at that.
Thanks, man.
You a little.
Put that above your bed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell the girl, look at that. Don't look at my real face.
Shane Gillis, ladies and gentlemen, July 8th, 2020, motherfucking Lincoln Financial Field, the biggest stand-up comedy show of all time. How about one more time for the motherfucking man himself, Joe Rogan. Next Monday, go to Netflix, watch the whole goddamn thing, tell everybody that you know, watch Kill Tony Once Upon a Time in Texas, filmed live at the Moody Center on New Year's Eve, airs on Netflix next week. We will not be here on YouTube. We will be only on Netflix and then back on YouTube the next week. Fuck yeah, man. We did it. What an episode. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Check out their single Pandemonium everywhere where music is available, the Kill Tony Band. And we did it, right, Dan?
Love you guys.
We love you. Catch us on Netflix next week, motherfuckers. Good night, everybody.
Texas is now open. Check out Dad's Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
In Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony! Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, ladies and gentlemen, make some fucking noise. You are here in Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, Matt Muling on the electric, playing his signature guitar, JohnPageGuitars.com. The great John D's on the keys, ladies and gentlemen, with a brand new drop on Spotify called Oxygen. And this is indeed the one and only D Madness, live in the flesh. We are here with an absolute hootenanny of a show for you. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, and Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now.
Secret Show.
You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Wow. You know, when I book these things, I try to be strategic. You know, sometimes this, sometimes that, sometimes it's just the best comedians in the world, sometimes there's a rapper, sometimes there's this or that. Tonight, we have two of the best comedians in the world and one of the greatest athletes of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, three residents of Austin, Texas, I present to you Lance Armstrong, Matt McCusker, and Tim Butterly. Holy shit. That's a fucking panel if I've ever seen one before. Matt McCusker here has a brand new special on Netflix, Humble Offerings. Tim Butterly has a show with Matt McCusker called The Algonauts, the fourth Tuesday of every month at the Creek in the Cave. And how about a hand for fucking Lance Armstrong joining the chaos? An amazing human being. And I could say, one of my golf buddies here in Austin. That's how crazy life is. Exactly. It's amazing.
We're going to have a lot of fun. Over 200 innocent souls signed up for the opportunity to be pulled out of this bucket and get a minute on stage. It could change their life. They could absolutely automatically go from living in their car or whatever's going on and having 6 roommates that fart a lot to being rich and wildly successful. You know their time is up and you're the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. I'm gonna pull a name out of this bucket. I'm not gonna let this fucking pale meth head in the front row do it. I'm gonna do it myself. Oh, you got braces, dude? Holy shit. How old are you? 37, finally getting it together. Look at you. Holy shit. You really are from Ohio. That's amazing. No better time than now, dude. Braces. They give you a discount when you get them when you're 40, since most of your life is over. Braces. The teeth. Finally fixing the teeth. What are you going to do about the fact that your eyes are almost touching? They don't make braces for faces, do they? We're going to have fun. We're going to have fun this episode brought to you by braces.
Beat his ass, dude.
I could give him 2 black eyes with 1 punch, just right in the middle. His eyes are right next to each other. This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks and Shopify. While we go wrangle the first bucket full of the night, we have an unbelievable golden ticket winner here for you. Your first performer doing an uninterrupted 60 seconds is one of the greatest members of our production team ever. We've absolutely watched her grow and thrive and get better and stronger at everything every single week. Ladies and gentlemen, going first tonight, make some fucking noise for Aya, everybody.
When I first graduated college, I was just doing random stuff to make money. I tried selling edibles. You ever get so high you forget you sell drugs and just end up running a non-profit? It's kind of what happened. I couldn't afford to go on vacation, so I was just teaching myself how to lucid dream. See Hawaii at night, I guess. I feel like if I had more money, my standards for guys would be higher. Like a friend of mine, she had a one-night stand guy, and he bought me. And I don't know what I'd do if that happened to me. Because if a guy bought me a Plan B, I'd be like, damn, you would make an amazing provider. I wouldn't even take the Plan B. I would just keep the box to show my kid. That's how I knew he was the one. Okay, thank you guys.
Exactly 1 minute from the great Aya, everybody. Hi, Aya.
Hey, Tony.
How's it going?
Good. How's it going with you?
Fantastic. That was a great set. Thanks for asking how I'm doing. Nobody ever does that.
Yeah.
It's a thankless job over
My
here.
first time probably asking you to.
Yeah, absolutely. Aya, tell these people about your life.
My life, I recently cut my hair. I think I was thinking I was trying to be attractive to women, but then I really thought about being a lesbian, and I heard that vaginas are a little bit acidic, and I have too many paper cuts to dig in there. But I want to fall in love. I want to fall in love with someone, like preferably Indian, because I don't know, when you fall in love with someone, you really get to know how their mind works. And Indian people always seem to have a really, really good song stuck in their head. And I want to know the lyrics, you know? I want to sing along.
So special. You cut your hair. Did you cut your hair?
No, okay, so when we were in New York, I was going out in the town, and there was this lonely Uzbekistani barber, and I was like, oh, I'm going to give him some business. And so I did. And this cost me $60. Is that like, I don't know, if guys, like, is this worth $60?
It kind of looks like you cut your hair to dance for like a chic warlord, I guess.
It is. It might be the best haircut available in Uzbekistan. That might.
Yeah. In the middle of his phone, like in the middle of the haircut, he got a phone call from his girl, and yeah, she was mad at him, but I was like, dang. Women, and he was like, yeah, like men need to learn to control their urges, like their sexual urges, but women have this natural urge to be a bitch. And he was telling me about how women, we need to learn to control that too. And I could see where he was coming from.
Yeah.
Because I get that urge too. I'll start fights with the boys for no reason.
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah.
Now you have the haircut. They don't even know what you are.
Yeah.
Could get scared. When you say you wanted to be a lesbian for a second, was that I'm trying to figure out the chicken or the egg? Because it seems like you got your hair cut and then you decided. Is that what happened? What happened first? Were you thinking about being with a woman and then you got the haircut, or did you get that haircut and then that's what happens? Do you get a weird haircut and become a lesbian?
Yeah, I think it's like that. It's like, I don't know how it works for gay men, if you get the voice first and then the thought.
You get the voice first, and then the thoughts happen. I can tell you from my own experience. It's true. You are an absolute fucking little angel. We love you. You're an amazing part of the team. It's so fun to watch you grow as a comedian.
How about that be on a secret show?
Yeah, I'll do it.
You just got booked on a real show. And it's begun, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't gotten the party started, and now we switch over to the bucket, everyone. This is where chaos happens. We meet people all together. Could be a completely crazy person, could be an old person, could be a young person, could be white, could be super black, could be brown, could be Asian. Anything can happen. The whole thing's improvised. You guys ready for your first bucket pool? Here we go. All together. Make noise for Remy Swice, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
How's it going? My name is Remy Swice. I'm of Middle Eastern descent. Both my parents are from Jordan. And on top of that, I'm from Oklahoma City. I was born and raised in Oklahoma. And that makes me a Southern Arab gentleman. That means I allow my women to work next to me rather than 10 steps behind everywhere we go. I might even hold her hand. My favorite sport is baseball. And I always wondered how come they don't have baseball in the Middle East. You know, here in America, we got the sandlot. Middle East, lots of sand. Love that. So I'm Arabic, Ryan. I'm Arabic. That means my pronouns are hijab. Major League Baseball is going to start having games in India. Did y'all hear about this? Yeah, they got cricket. We got baseball to try to bridge the gap internationally. You know what makes me laugh when I think about baseball in India? Every night at the ballpark is bobblehead night. Doesn't bobblehead sound like what you get from a Hindu girl when she goes down on you? Hey, I'm Remy Swice. Thank you very much.
Remy Swice. If you had two Indian bobblehead jokes happening to start the show on your bingo card, if you would have bet $1 on Prize Picks, you would have won $3.5 billion. It's never happened before, and it's back-to-back. Prize Picks, use the promo code Tony on you. Hi, Remy.
Hey, Tony, how's it going?
Fantastic. How are you? They got a lot of sand. That was crazy. It's like, did you finish writing that joke?
Yeah, thank you.
No. You're misunderstanding me. I'm saying you didn't, finish it. You have a premise there, and then it just ended with, we got lots of sand. Okay, very good. Remy, how long you been doing stand-up?
About 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years. Most of it here or in Oklahoma?
About half of it here and half of it in Oklahoma.
Okay. And where were you in an actual city in Oklahoma or out in the middle of nowhere?
No, Oklahoma City.
Okay. What was that like being a brown guy in Oklahoma City?
It was all right. Back at the turn of the century, I had to act Spanish after 9/11 for a little bit. But, yeah, it's like,
what would you do to act Spanish? Give us an example.
Wear beanies low to my eye and, the button-up shirt with the 2 buttons at the top and everything open.
What do you do for work, Remy?
Right now, I Uber and do comedy, actually. I'm getting paid to do comedy now.
Who's paying you to do comedy? Who is this person?
It's good stuff.
Where are you getting booked at?
I'm getting booked at the Creek. I got booked in New York a couple times. I got booked in Orlando.
He's booked at the Creek, but he looks like he lives in a cave. Am I right? The Creek in the Cave is the full name of the comedy club. The guys that know are laughing really hard right now because he does look like he lives in a cave. Okay. Have you ever thought about joining a terrorist organization?
Start my own.
Okay. What would that look like to you? What would be the first thing that would be the first attack that you would do?
Jeez. Probably my third grade teacher's house.
Wow. All right. You had a real answer there. Let's check in with Matt McCusker.
Yeah, I'd like to talk more about this Middle Eastern sandlot. I think you're onto something. The sandlot, the Middle East, they can like hit the ball over the wall, but instead it's just into Israel. They gotta go over the wall. And then a baseball hits somebody and they drop a bomb on you. And then
You're killing me, Smalls, as a different meeting with a suicide.
Man, I just realized this is Lance Armstrong.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I bet
What a fucking pull.
I bet you never met an astronaut before. That's right. That's right.
I watched
Lance, what do you So they really don't know what's happening when they come out. Exactly. Now the whole thing's real. How many of these people are coming up here? We might have to be doing this a few times. Yeah. No, it's going to happen. People are going to notice you and go, holy fucking shit, you're Lance Armstrong. It's one of the fun things with all the gray hair. No, you're fine. No one's even noticing. Look at this fucking guy. Osama bin Laden over here. My goodness gracious. You're eating Al-Qaeda foods out there, huh? My goodness gracious. But I like Oklahoma. Yeah. What have you done in Oklahoma? Yeah, well, I grew up in North Texas, so we would, go up there, race. I mean, I did. I liked it. Like Tulsa, Norman, Oklahoma City. It's been right there. Yeah. That's cool. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I love it. Anything else crazy about your life? Be the one who's nice up here tonight. Yeah, that's good. That's a plan. Fucking destroy these people. Somebody's got to be 4 people. It's going to be great. Wait till you find one that you don't like. It's going to... I can't wait. I've seen this happen before. People start off early. They go, I'm going to be nice. An hour later, you're like, you fucking suck, dude. You need to quit and never do this again.
I run the biggest Milli Vanilli fan club page on Facebook.
Milli Vanilli? Wait.
Yeah. In 2014, I hashtagged...
Does everybody know who Milli Vanilli is? They're about young people. They're like, who?
Yeah, they were my favorite band growing up. I say band, but then they got... shit that went down happening. But, 2014, I hashtagged Milli Vanilli and nothing came up, and I was like, I gotta do something about it.
Wow. How's that going? Did you build it?
Over 7,000 people in the group.
7,000 people. Wow.
It's the biggest one in the world, no big deal.
Just out of curiosity, how many followers on the second biggest Milli Vanilli Facebook?
I think like 1,000, maybe.
Fucking losers.
Yeah. All right, so the guy that killed himself, his sister joined the group. And and then she tried to run it, and I was like, get the fuck out of here. And then someone else reached out on behalf, and I was like, if your friend...
This is classic Facebook mod behavior. Beat it till it's from the ground up.
I was like, start your own. That's exactly what I said. I was like, they were my favorite band in the third grade. Anyways. And so someone reached out for her on her behalf to me, and I was like, if she wants to pay just $5,000 cash, American. And I'll sign it over to you. You can do whatever you want.
If you want your Dead Brothers Band's Facebook page. If you want me to stop posting my stand-up clips on your Dead Brothers Band Facebook page, $5,000.
I keep that separate.
Which Vanilli died? Was it Vanilli or Vanilli?
Yeah.
So I've seen Vanilli. My mom met Vanilli, or one of the guys, in the elevator when Believe It on the Rain was #1. That was her big celebrity moment.
This guy that's still around, his name is Fab Morvan, is the guy that's still alive, and then Rob Pilatus was the guy that passed.
Wow. Amazing your knowledge of literally a laughing stock of a musical group. Absolutely incredible.
Eddie Murphy's my favorite comedian. What does that say?
It says that your time here is done, my friend. Here's a little joke book. There he goes. Remy Swipes, ladies and gentlemen. People just start randomly naming their favorite comedians. You know the interview has ended. The lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. Check out her podcast, Love on the Line, at HeidiRegina.com. How about one more time for Heidi, everyone? Getting us all cleared up here. All right, your next bucket full. 60 seconds uninterrupted. Going to Lino Rodriguez, everybody. Here comes Lino Rodriguez.
I'm sort of stressed out, guys. The other day I got flashed by a homeless guy with the biggest, blackest cock I'd ever seen. In person. Shout out me and Khalifa. He had a cock that was so big. I thought to myself, how is this guy homeless? How is this guy homeless? I got what I got. I got a place. This guy should have a mansion. And before I knew it, he started a helicopter dick at me. And it was so big I could hear the sound. The motherfucker was powering the Midwest by himself. And before I knew it, he took flight. And him to heaven. And he started to terrorize all of 6th Street. You got $1. Are you going to finish that cigarette?
Lino Rodriguez.
Oh, thank you.
Going all the way to the bear there. Hi, Lino.
How's it going?
Good. That was okay. That was good. That's like the best you've ever done on the show, right?
Yeah, I think so. Felt good.
I think so too. You've been on many times. What have we learned about you? What are the big fun facts about Lino? Remind me.
I'm a clubfoot Puerto Rican from Mississippi.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Puerto Rican from Mississippi, Jordanians from Oklahoma. It's a real melting pot we have here tonight. So how clubbed is that foot exactly? What does that mean? That your toes are like webbed? Are they there? What does that mean?
When I was born, they were upside down.
Your toes were upside down.
Shaped like a golf club.
Wow.
Yeah, I could wipe my own ass with my feet.
Okay. What do you do for work, Lino?
I work at the Vulcan Gas Company, and I also work at a smoke shop selling weed out of a bus.
Okay. How's that going?
We got robbed.
How did that happen? Middle of the night or?
Yeah, it was late night. They busted in the back of the bus and took all of our weed mushrooms. Very cool people.
Okay.
Yeah, they busted in through the back door.
Were you in there?
Oh no, I was partying somewhere else.
But it was open. The band, they were selling stuff.
No, it was closed. They broke in late night. They knew what they wanted. They wanted our weed, they wanted our mushrooms, they wanted our vapes.
Right. What else could they possibly want from a band that sells weed, mushrooms, and vapes? It's not gel. Yeah. They're definitely not looking for your joke book, that's for sure. Lino, how long have you been doing stand-up?
Around 4 or 5 years now.
Okay.
Yeah.
5 years. And it's going good for you, huh?
I'm having a good time. Yeah, I like it out here. I'm having a fun time out working in the local scene, building my way up from fucking shit. So,
yeah,
let's try it.
I love it. I love it.
Comedy.
Why Lino? What is that name? Is your parents named you that?
I was named after my dad. My dad's name was Lino, and then he got murdered. So they're like, we need another Lino.
Your dad got murdered?
Yeah, my dad was murdered. Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Vape shop robbery. The motherfucker got murdered with a baseball bat.
Oh, that's right. Yep, it's all coming back to me now.
And he's not even a baseball.
Lino, how old were you when that happened?
I wasn't. I'll say, how is it? This isn't adding up.
I wasn't born, needed another one of you, and he was murdered. Yes. Then maybe you have a different dad. Your mom all of me, right? Well, no, not big of a, No, my dad, he was murdered while I was in the womb, when I was in the tub. Yeah. This is just such a crazy speech impediment to hear about a dead dad with. Because for a second, I thought you were in the room when they murdered him.
I was in the same womb as he was. Could have been you. Could have been you, little arm reaching out with a baseball bat. Okay. Got little foot. That crazy club foot. He was either killed by a baseball bat or a mysterious upside-down foot.
We were both clubs.
There you go. Absolutely. Like father, like son. The apple doesn't fall far from the Louisville Slugger. Lino, you've been up many times before. You always have gotten a little joke book, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah.
Well, guess what, buddy? Today's the big day. Big joke book for you. Lino Rodriguez, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it moving along here with one more bucket pull before we get to a special treat. Make some noise for Joe Hansen. We're going to meet Joe all together, 1 minute, uninterrupted. For Joe Hansen, everybody.
What's up, guys? I was raised really poor, just right off the bat. My parents would always try to hide it from us, though. They would always say shit like, "It's National Leftover Hamburger Helper Day." It's like, it's been National Leftover Hamburger Helper Day for 5 nights in a row, man. What are you trying to pull on us? I figured it out, though. I did figure out we were poor when it came time to put down our family dog. It cost $45. My dad was just like, "Nah, I'll shoot it." Right? Like, when I was 7 years old, man, I took that at face value. I was like, "Oh, I cannot get sick." We are not a mini clinic family at all. Dad, I have a headache. Die, bitch! That's cool, though. That's cool. Austin's fine. I was walking down 6, and this girl goes, "I'm having hot girl tummy issues." And then she lifted up her shirt, and she just had a colostomy bag. That's not hot girl tummy issues. That's just shit strapped to you. Thank you. Hell yeah.
Joe Hansen, welcome. Is this your show?
Yeah.
Nice. Welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
Like probably 2 years.
2 years. All of it here in Austin?
No, I'm actually from Kansas City originally.
Okay. Now you live here?
No. Actually, I just moved down to Clearwater, Florida.
Clearwater, Florida.
My wife is doing her residency down there.
So what is she doing a residency for?
Internal medicine.
Okay.
She's there. 5 years retirement. I'm fucking out of a job in 5 years.
Hey, look at you little gold digger. What do you do?
I just work like bullshit.
All right.
Okay, let me, if they see this, it's cool, I'd see. And I love it so much.
Okay. What kind of money are you making?
Not enough to really be saying of it, but
Right.
enough that I don't want to lose it.
What are the hours like?
It's just normal corporate shit.
Okay. What are you doing? Help desk, server admin?
Yeah, help desk.
Help desk, that's bitch stuff.
Yeah, it is.
That's where I started, man.
Really?
Yeah, they really treat you like a fucking loser.
And then you worked your way up to full-time comedian. It's...
Yeah, you're right. It is pretty impressive. Thank you.
Yeah.
It actually is. Joe, what's your plan to work yourself up to being a big-time comedian? Because Clearwater, Florida, it's a little rough.
Yeah, well, Tampa's got an okay scene. It's not as like saturated, I feel like, but it's very much like you gotta know who's who to get on the shows and stuff. But
what else are you into? You have any other special skills or hobbies or anything that you're into?
I wish I could say I do.
There's got to be something.
I mostly just spend time taking care of my wife, so that like I feel like it's.
You would phrase it differently.
No, I do. I really do. Because I treat it like the same way you would would invest in 401ks. Me doing the laundry is my contribution.
Oh, that's gotta suck.
Yeah.
Does she tell you that when to eat her pussy and stuff?
Yeah, she gets it from work. She goes, someone died, eat my box.
Wow. Amazing. That is incredible. Did she kind of bring her work?
She'll work ICU where 4 people will die, and she go, yeah, they suck. And I was like, yeah. But let's leave it at the door and let's see some movies or something.
Okay.
I don't know, I feel like a puppet master a little bit because I've kind of like helped her cope by manipulating it, sounds like, I guess.
How long have you been with her?
We just got married this year, 4 years.
Okay.
Thank you!
There's some people very impressed by a 4-year-long relationship.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Did she come down here with you? And does she know you're doing? She's at work right now. So
Well, she's gonna know.
yeah, but so, yeah. She'll like it.
So you just came to Austin for what exactly?
Me and a group of guys from Kansas City, they came down here and I met up with them, and then we just were like running the shows and mics out here.
See anything crazy while you were here in Austin?
There was like, I mean, I hate to just be like, yeah, a homeless guy, but like there was some guy like was just screaming at the top of his
That's
lungs.
it? Wow.
Well, he started to get close.
Amazing. God help you if you ever visit New York or Los Angeles.
Yeah, dude.
There's a homeless guy screaming. Fucking amazing. It's creepier when they whisper. That's a great point, Red Man. You guys drove down together?
No, I flew, they drove.
So, doctor wife money.
Yeah. I go, yeah, you guys have 9 hours.
They're gonna be sitting in the fucking farted up van driving back. You're the one that got on the fucking show.
So yeah, he was in a helicopter right above him. You guys look so small from up here.
Well, Joe, I liked your set. I thought it was funny and clever, so here's a big joke book. Congratulations. There you go, Joe. We're going to keep it moving along. We have a special treat for you, ladies and gentlemen. One of my favorite characters that we ever found here on this show is dropping in with a brand new minute. Make some noise. You know him, everybody. This is indeed the one and only Sir Winston Pickles, everybody. Here we go.
Thank you. I was driving last night and I accidentally hit a deer. A dear old lady. What was she even doing up at 1 a.m.? I told the cop she didn't look left or right before she crossed, and he said she shouldn't have to in her own kitchen. It's that time of year where I've got to decide whether to hang my Christmas lights or myself. I don't really need Christmas lights there. I just need a bottle of luminol. I was in a drag race earlier today and I got disqualified for wearing sneakers instead of high heels. Okay, my time is up.
Sir Winston Pickles. I love it. I love your style, Sir Winston. I hit a dear old lady.
A fantastic panel, Tony.
Thank you.
So you missed the opportunity to get Rob Reiner.
Oh, that is true. We have Rob Reiner. He was coming up in a few weeks, and
Ship has sailed.
Or one evil clown. I gotta tell you, Winston Pickles. I love it. Great jokes. How's life been going, Sir Winston?
Very busy.
luminol. Red Band wants to know what luminol is. Luminol is a thing. I've watched every episode of Forensic Files that you can spray around the room, and if you light it up with a black light, it shows you where blood has been. So what he's saying is that he's murdered so many people that he doesn't have to put up Christmas decorations. He just needs to spray his place with luminol, and it'll all light up. There you go. Smart and funny. You know what luminol is? I think I was the only person in the room that knew what it was.
Maybe a black light or something instead, you could say, right?
I mean, you know, you probably, it's got a smart.
You don't need a black light with luminol. It's a chemical reaction, Brian.
Oh, really? You don't need a black light?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. It just lights up automatically.
Yes.
Amazing.
Black light would show jizz, though.
Yeah. See what's coming out of his pickle, you know what I'm saying? So Sir Winston, take life, because I think about you sometimes. I'm like, I wonder what the fuck he does during the day. I wonder what he looks like. Like, I find you to be an intriguing man. So take us through, like,
I just go around making a nuisance of myself in various stalls.
What do you mean?
Like, I go to Dick's Sporting Goods. Whack out on their equipment. Actually, I've just bought a rowing machine.
Yeah?
Got a great price on it, but flooding the living room every night is costing me a fortune.
That's just a boat.
That's a kayak.
So what time of the day do you usually put on the makeup and everything?
Like noon.
About noon. Amazing. And you'll like run errands and stuff.
Yes, run errands, yeah.
And you enjoy it, right?
I love it.
Yeah. It's cool.
Yes.
What do you do? What do you do when you're not in the makeup? Is there anything that you do? Like you don't go to like a doctor's appointment like that, do you?
Once or twice.
Okay.
Yes.
What's one of the weirdest places that you've been in that makeup where you got a weird reaction? DMV? Do they let you take your driver's license? No, they don't let you do
My
that.
driving license picture is totally different.
Okay.
No.
Nobody wants to do that. Any other weird times where you're Sir Winston Pickles?
Well, when I used to DoorDash, I did try it twice.
Oh my God.
Yes.
DoorDash.
The old ring cameras.
Oh, I can't even fucking imagine.
Yes.
People must be scared to death.
The tips were very high.
Yeah, that's just straight up scary. I love it. And you're married, right?
Yes. Fortunately.
Is she a clown too?
My ex-wife.
She's a clown.
No.
Oh. What does that mean to your ex?
What I just said, my fortune.
Right. Oh, I gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, Sir Winston. Well, another great set. So much fun. Always a pleasure to have you. So different. Sir Winston Pickles, ladies and gentlemen. The evil, dark clown. So dark, yet so white. Sir Winston Pickles. There he goes, everybody. Sir Winston Pickles was on the show. All right, here we go. Your next bucket full of Taylor Fair. Make some noise for Taylor.
So I'm still mad at Obama for not using "once you go black, you never go back" for his re-election slogan. He's right there. It would have opened up the door for Trump to use "orange is the new black." I think Kamala could have kept it going. Aren't you glad I'm not Biden? And then in a few years, RFK could run on the slogan, "Orange juice is giving liver cancer to children." You know, and I Google a lot of stuff. Like the other day, I Googled where that cum goes when you get a vasectomy. I didn't know. And for those of you who don't know, when you get a vasectomy, they cut the tube that connects the balls to the outside. And you can't just plug it, right? You can't just put like a little cork in it. You keep making jizz and back up, and then your balls will explode. I think. I don't know. That's why I Googled it. It turns out they don't plug it. They just leave it open. So you just continue making jizz. It goes out the open tube. And then your body just reabsorbs it. That's gay, dude. You mean to tell me that every time you orgasm, you're just coming all up inside yourself? Not in God's country.
There you go.
go, Taylor Farrer. Welcome to the show, Taylor. You got funny there at the end. I don't know if you're quite the political comedian that you think you are. You seem like a guy that would talk about jizz being backed up into your own balls. You really found your voice there towards the end. I love it. How long you been on stand-up, Taylor?
It's like my 10th time.
Oh, wow. So you're new.
Yeah.
How long?
Phenomenal for 10 times.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely great. How long ago was the first time?
So I started actually like right before pandemic because I was in PA school and I was doing it just for kind of fun.
PA school?
Like physician assistant.
Okay.
So I was doing it during PA school. We'll go out together. And then, wait, this is who that guy's wife is going to school with?
Yeah, I think so.
Fuck.
Yeah.
And I did it a few times and then pandemic hit and I just stopped and I started back up a couple months ago.
Nice. What made you want to start back up a couple months ago?
I just always wanted to do it, so I figured.
Where do you live?
Miami.
Okay, I can see that. That seems right. So what exactly do you do for work in Miami?
I work at an ER.
You work in an ER?
Yeah.
As a regular?
Yeah.
Right. And so what's some crazy stuff that you've seen? I have to be super crazy stuff. Yeah, Miami emergency room. I can't even fucking imagine.
Not long ago, this older, like 84-year-old lady came in. She thought she had a UTI. And so we were checking her out for that. And she... That's a joke.
That wing just lost you your medical license, by the way.
So we were checking her out for the UTI, and then she was telling the nurse that the reason why she thinks she had a UTI is because she was having sex, and a bunch of liquid came out, and she said her boyfriend told her that squirting is a thing. And so then we had to tell her, yeah, that is a thing. And she did not have a UTI. So she just came to the ER to tell us that she squirted for the first time. And it's just,
wow. Holy shit. Yeah. What's her Instagram? What a brag. Red man. You can't just say things like that. That's a real human being. What do you know what her Instagram is? All right. So that's pretty amazing. She came to you because she came.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
If you don't mind, Lance wanted me to ask, is squirt piss? That's a great question. All right, so yes and no. There's piss in it, but it's not all piss.
Question, but that wasn't my question.
No, don't put this on me, Lance. I'm saying it's an important question.
Oh, no, you're going to like my question. You're going to get blamed for it. I really have a question, dude. No, I want to hear the other one, too.
Save that question. Let's find out your breakdown of what do you think the piss do? What is the special liquid that comes out?
So there is urine in it. They've done studies where they show like imaging, and you see the bladder does get emptied to some degree, but it's not all piss.
Totally true. That is correct. I used to argue with Red Man. We would get into vicious arguments. You know, I remember.
I've always said it's not pee.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I, back in the day, thought it was pee.
But like, it always...
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Welcome to another episode of Kill Taylor, everybody. You go ahead. You take over.
It used to confuse me because, like, squirting is always clear, and I was like, there's no way that every woman's just super hydrated all the time.
Right.
That was what made me pause.
You're exactly right. I'm like I was saying, I'm going to go back to my thing, and then we're going to get to Lance's question. I'm a converted sport believer. A period of time where I was anti-sport, convinced it was just straight. But I got to tell you, it's something else.
Tastes way better than pee.
Definitely. Man said it. I might agree with him, but any matter. Disgusting, right? Man, you're so gross. Let's flip over to Lance Armstrong.
Yeah, but is that true about the vasectomy? That doesn't stay inside.
I think there's different...
You're supposed to know. I'm not a PA or a doctor or anything.
There's different ways. One of the ways is to leave it open, but there's also ways that I think that they do actually.
So there's anybody in the room had one of these things done?
Yeah, anyone give themselves a...
Were you wondering this?
Super vasectomy? What? Like there's nothing come out?
Oh, no, you still have seminal fluid coming out, but it doesn't...
Okay,
it
tastes way better. It tastes way better, Red Man says. I should have said that. That's great. It's a lot sweeter than regular cum.
I don't know.
I don't have any more questions. The defense rests.
I'm still on the squirt, so okay. Some of it's pee. Some of it's pee. What is the other stuff? Is it just like leftover jizz from the guy before you, or like what's usually that? That's usually it. Hey, I'm asking a doctor, guys. It's confidential.
It's a bunch of magical stuff. It's kind of like lady sweat, but inside of a thing called the vaginal sponge or something like that. The bladder sponge. Looks like a thing. Top shelf. There's a whole system to it. I might know more than you. I looked into this. I watched a whole 30-minute YouTube tutorial. There's a system. Taylor, what's your love life like? You seem like a good-looking guy. You're in Miami. You're married.
Yeah.
Wow.
We met in basement.
Okay. All right. And is she also working in the ER?
No, she works in aesthetics.
Okay.
Like Botox, fillers, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Wow. And you know kids?
No.
Now, how does that happen? What are you doing? What's your method?
Pulling out.
Just regular old pulling out.
Right in time.
Just, you have a favorite place where you shoot your load? Good question. Thanks, Tony. Jeez, you people with your groans.
Depends on the position. Probably the back.
Got it. Yeah, you're sick of her face at this point. Have you made her squirt?
Her, no.
Interesting, right?
No, that's that Miami lifestyle, dude.
Now, why do you think that is? You think she's just not hydrated enough? Or
That might be the answer, yeah. That might be the answer. No, I think I don't know if it's a learnable skill, but I think there's some girls can do it, some can't.
Right, maybe some girls are drier than your political jokes.
She may not be old enough. Yeah.
That other lady was old, 80-something.
That's true.
Just wait.
So we gotta wait.
Yeah, gotta wait.
I'll keep you updated.
Any day now.
I'm surprised that guy didn't come with that old lady. I would have fallen in there and be like, yeah, I did that. That was...
He's just in the lobby with a poster board. It was me. Just pointed to him. Amazing. Amazing, Taylor. Well, fun times. A good set. You picked it up towards the end. I like your style. There's a big joke book. Back to Miami, he goes, Taylor Ferrer. All right. We're moving at a great pace. I like this episode. This is fun. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for Michael Moses, everybody. Back to the bucket with a minute uninterrupted from Michael Moses.
Oh, what's up, Boston? I'm happy to be here, man. Happy to be out of the house. Girl's mad at me right now. Just had a message on my phone. Message popped up. She looked at it. She goes, "Who's Amber?" I was like, "Bitch, a kid is missing." All right. I'm not Muslim. I'm not Muslim. I know I look Muslim, but I'm not. I got a white mom. She's very white. She's on a trip right now. Okay. But like, I grew up in a small town in Canada. 3,000 people. So Muslim people, they pass me and they're like, "Assalamu alaikum, shalom alaikum, dude." I have no idea what the fuck that is. My mom very white. She's very white. She's like I said, she's on a cruise ship. She remarried white. This dude's so white. His name's Mark with a C. All right. Mark wears jean shorts. All right. Every time he gets started, he's like, "Oh, jeepers." What? Mark's so white he jumps in the water like this. Clubs his nose. He's a grown man. I go, "Mark, jump into the water, let the water go up your nose, snot rocket it up and push it towards another family like a man." He goes, "Nah, it stinks." All right, my name is Michael Moses. Thank you so much.
Michael Moses. Welcome to the show, Michael. It's your first time on, right? How long have you been on stand-up?
13 years.
13 years. Holy shit. Where at?
Canada, all over. Started Alberta, Toronto, and yeah.
That's where you're born, Alberta?
No, Winnipeg. Middle, moved west, started comedy east.
Yep, absolutely. So 13 years. And what ethnicity are you exactly?
I'm mixed, so I don't know if you want to ask me the whitest thing about me. Go ahead.
Oh, well, all right, here we go. I guess this guy's ready.
I watched the show.
13 years, he is prepared. What is the whitest thing about you?
I don't use a washcloth in the shower.
You don't do that. Do you use a loofah?
No.
You just go
Just fucking bar to
raw
hand,
dog,
bro.
bar in hand. Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying you in the audience.
Like he has to touch my body. You're good, bro. You ain't touching me, son.
What
color's your black. Yeah, look at that. We have that in common. Look at us. Hopefully we don't ever get them mixed up. Oh. All right. Speaking of the color black, you know what question's coming at you next? D-Madness? What is... Don't make D-Madness jokes right now. Okay. What is the blackest thing about you, Michael Moses?
My grandma is 46 years old.
Oh, my God. That is amazing. That is amazing. So, which parent is that? That's your mom's?
Oh, yeah, my dad's the black one.
Say, how old's your dad?
R.I.P. He was 37. What are you?
37.
He did die by gunshot. That is probably the real blackest thing about me.
That happens in Canada?
Yeah.
Wow. I thought you guys had it all figured out up there. 37, he was killed by a gun. What exactly went down there? D-Madness is going to find the killer, right?
Yeah,
He does not like black men being killed. He's very aggressive about it. He's solved exactly 0 murders, by the way. They call him a private eye.
People with eyes can't find, so if he can do it.
I made that joke 5 seconds ago.
Yeah.
So what happened? What happened where your dad got shot?
It was a clothing store robbery. So
he was doing the robbery?
Actually, like,
hold on. Let's take it one step at a time.
No, you're fine.
Your dad was doing a robbery
with his friends.
With his friends in Canada.
In Canada.
Home jacket store?
100%.
I also think that beats the 42-year-old grandma. Yeah, what was the exact store? Was it a Foot Locker?
It was a clothing store. It was 100%.
You don't know the clothing store?
No, I don't.
You never asked?
It happened when I was 17. I've been too scared to find out because we actually don't know what happened to the guys.
So what do you
be fucking that guy want to touch me?
What do you know about what happened?
So yeah, in the clothing store, he went with some friends that robbed the place. They knew the person who owned it, right? And then there were people like customers, and they tied them up. And put them in. And then this is what I heard from my uncle, who kind of went up there and like looked. And mom said so things we want to believe.
Your 18-year-old uncle.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. Exactly. So the thing with like my dad had that moment of this ain't right, and then tussle back and forth. Gun goes off. Gun.
Oh shit. Wow. It's really fresh to death.
My bad. We needed somebody to try to break the tension, and that was a good effort, man. The dude,
thank you, brother.
The dude with the black wife, gotta go for it, bro. You know?
Yeah.
I appreciate that coming from him.
You're exactly right. Incredible. So what's mom up to? She's alive?
Yeah. Remarried white.
She white. So the Mark thing's real.
The Mark.
Yeah, 100%. Amazing.
100%. Yeah, they love cruise ships. They own a big camper. They go camping all summer. She golfs and she just works and chills.
Amazing. Not bad at all. So she's still in Winnipeg?
No, she's like southern Alberta, Goldale, Alberta hometown.
All right.
Like Katie Lake. Never mind. You gotta try. Y'all know that song. The Big Bone Girl from southern Alberta. Come on. All right.
Try the fresh to death one.
She's from southern Alberta. It was a bad theme for dads dying tonight. Another dude, his dad got hit with a baseball bat. Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Who did it? We didn't get into that.
We didn't even find out.
Okay, damn. You asked him.
Amazing. Okay, so mom's back out on cruise ships. How do you make money?
I do this comedy, and then I have social media channel. So it's a stupid concept, but the concept is I go into a restaurant every day at the same time and order the exact same thing, and I see how long it takes for them to ask me if I want the usual. And I know, but I'm getting 50 million views on video. It's like, the concept is that, but then what happens, it's wholesome shit. I get to know somebody, a stranger, turn them into a stranger, and then at the end of the, We just raised money for them. Got people with like $2,000. Actually helped the Korean lady, and now she can ship her son off to university in Australia.
Wow.
Money so like that. So then social media money like that. I think.
Very cool.
I'm doing so.
Has there been one where it hasn't happened yet and you're still there like for 2 years or something?
100%, bro. I'm doing Sandy's Hamburgers here in Austin, Texas. Day 22. These motherfucking Mexicans do not speak to me.
I love it. Hilarious. Michael, what's your love life like?
I just got engaged 4 weeks ago.
Wow. Is she white?
She's white.
You're following in your dad's footsteps.
She's pregnant.
Look at that.
I am doing it.
Oh my goodness. Do you ever tie her up while stealing her clothes? Okie dokie. Following in his dad's footsteps. You guys remember? I love it. How pregnant is she?
Due February.
Wow. It's coming.
It's coming, man.
Oh my goodness. Absolutely incredible. Michael, fun times.
Thank you.
You did great. Your 13 years is very great stage presence. Everything's amazing here.
You look like handsome Squidward.
Yeah.
Lance wanted me to say that. One line of the night right there. Tim Buckley, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Moses. All right, we've come to the point of the show where one of our regulars is right behind that curtain and ready. He is the Dark Storm of Atlanta. I believe this guy is Kill Tony Universe. Make some fucking noise for the one and only Dedrick Flynn, everybody. Here he is.
Oh man, I was raised in the ghetto, and I hate the ghetto. The ghetto stole Christmas from me. Like physically and mentally at the same time. About a week before Christmas, they came and took everything, even our decorations. And then my whole family was downstairs and they were crying. But then I looked at my cousin Deli, and because we were both like 6 years old, we had like a childlike innocence. We both realized it doesn't matter. Santa's still coming. And so we started getting kind of happy and kind of dancing. And my grandma was like, "Why the fuck are you dancing over there?" And I was like, "Grandma, Santa's coming. Don't worry. We all can rejoice." And she said, "Nigga, Santa ain't real." And that kind of took the Christmas love out of my heart. But it was placed back there shortly after because my uncle Chris, because you can't spell Christmas without Chris. He came in and he looked at my dad and he was like, "Yo, why you ain't got no decorations and presents for the kids?" And we told him what happened. He said that won't do. And then he came back into the house a couple hours later, like a fully decorated present from somebody else's house. So we just started opening them and seeing, you know what I'm saying? I got a Green Ranger and a Bobby Playhouse. we re-crucified the neighborhood that day. That's my time. Yeah.
Hilarious. Dedrick Flynn. That is amazing. Grandmas are the ones that do that. My grandma's the one that told me Santa isn't real. I remember it very clearly. Do you remember where you were when you just kids in school?
Red Man's just finding out.
For a man that eats milk and cookies every night, that's very surprising. Oh, very jolly. There he is. D-Madness, ladies and gentlemen. You say Santa Claus 3 times, he pops up out of nowhere for some reason. I love it. Wow, that story sounds so authentic. That's real, huh?
Yeah, that's a verbal photograph that I gave you right there. Like that's exactly what happened.
I mean, the ghetto of Atlanta, it just seems like an absolute treasure trove of material.
Yeah. You saw it in the Casey Rocket. All right, that's what happens when you have a white boy that grew up around the same environment as me. Yeah. A nigga that pull a harmonica out for no reason at all. that's why I got this little slingshot right here. I don't know.
Oh shit!
They don't got no metal detectors in here. I'm just waiting, don't pop off. But don't worry, I got my concealed carry permit that I made. I laminated it. The cops won't know the difference.
You laminated it?
Yeah, laminated it. It's a Dedrick Slinky Shotty permit, state of Texas. It's got a picture of me so they know that it's mine.
Oh yeah. Light skin, but
Yeah. Well, they didn't have any brown markers near me when I got the idea.
yeah. What do you put in the slingshot? You have
Anything to hurt people. I got some marbles, but they didn't let me in when I took the marbles at the door. So shout out to the mothership staff. Good, sir.
They are very good at that. I want to see if it
Not so Dennis the Menace to Society.
I want to see if it works. Let's see how far you can shoot a little joke book out into the. Oh my god, that thing's got some distance. Wow.
Everybody like you, you know what I'm saying?
That went to the lobby. You just took out a thick white lady.
Yeah.
You're a very strategic shot.
I know what I'm aiming.
The floor was crazy. I would have pinched it. You just figured and let go. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, I used to shoot hornets at people in middle school. I was the ISS. I was a bad kid. There's a lot of because I knew Santa Claus was. I gave up on being good.
I love it. We're bad kid growing up.
And I was just so smart that I would get done my work early, and then I can't get down. You know, I gotta pass notes. You know, I gotta play my Game Boy. I was really good at popcorn reading, so niggas love me.
What is that?
That's when you see who's stupid in your class. And they like, nigga, that's Island. Oh God, I'm so good.
It really is. It's unbelievable. I love it, Dedrick. What are you doing for Christmas? How are you celebrating this year?
I just bought my nephew this baller ass drivable grave digger thing. It was like $500, but Uncle Daddy got it. You know what I'm saying? And then we're doing a Christmas show at the Earls that week. A bunch of it's already sold out in Atlanta. We got like this band that's gonna play. I'm gonna do some pop punk Christmas songs on there, so it's gonna be fun as shit.
Okay. All right, you're doing Christmas songs. I love it.
Clap for it.
Yeah.
I do it, big thing.
Dedrick, you're the fucking man.
Hey, I love y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Dedrick Flynn, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. One of the greats. And it goes on and on. We found Dedrick out of the bucket just 5-6 weeks ago or so. Anything can happen here. But your next bucket full goes by the name of Lorenzo Tyree, everybody. Here we go. Here comes Lorenzo.
I don't know if you guys can tell I'm nervous. But I gotta let some off my chest for real. I don't donate to thrift stores, I'm gonna be honest. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. I'm poor. I'm growing up, you know, I grew up in a small town. You think I want to see my neighbor 2 freaking streets down rocking my hand-me-downs better than me? Fuck that. Yeah, I grew up poor. I was also raised by my grandma.
Look
No
at
basic Courage Cowley.
athleticism.
No Courage Cowley dog fans in here. Fuck you. But growing up with my grandma, she'd always have me reusing grocery store bags as like tiny trash can bags. You ever do that, guys? Yeah, right? Not bad. But damn. All right, well we'll leave it there, y'all.
Yes, you will. Lorenzo Tyree, we were waiting. We've waited for a bomb like you all night, Lorenzo. Even the people that have done bad before were doing good here tonight, and then you came out, our first female comedian of the night. Look at you. My goodness gracious. Look at you. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Very good. You really got me there, Lorenzo. Amazing. So let's talk about it. How long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
Folks, do you know about athleticism? Do you know about footwork? Do you know about agility?
Getting all the shurim and drushos this month in memory of their parents. Yitzchak, Leib, and Aaron.
Folks.
Sarah, Rachel, Bas, Baruch, Avram, and Hinda, Bas, Hannah, Ephraim, and of them in the merit of our Talmud Torah. And the Shams will have an Aliyah and the family in the Chama. We thank our Week of Learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, for dedicating the Shurim and Drushos this week in memory of Paul's aunt Esther Pollock, Esther Bas Zacharia, protect is on 29th of Kislev, wrote down in the Merit of our Talmud Torah. In Shama will have an Aliyah and the family in a Chamana. I'm going to have Yomi sponsors and it's Chusava Refush Lima for Ruchama Aviva Bas Shin Dachana for Achal Yehudis Tova Gittel. We hope that on the merit of our Talmud Torah, Kol Chola Yisrael will enjoy a complete and enduring refuah. And with that, let us begin. So today's daf is Chof Gimel 23. Really incredible Gemara. Today we are actually picking up on the bottom of Chav Beis on base 22b. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, just to orient ourselves for a bit. So we're still in the same machlokes as we were yesterday. Remember again, we really got into actually I should say what we started on Shabbos. We really got into a very dramatic machlokes between Chizkiah and Rabbi Avo. So remember again, Chizkiah telling us that the way we learn the Isser Chametz on Pesach is from the pasuk of Lo Ye'achel. In other words, had the Torah just written Lo Yochal, you can't eat Chametz, Lo Yochal would have meant literally you can't eat it. But Hano, right, benefit is actually.
Damn, who's this bitch?
The Torah therefore writes an elongated or protracted form of Yisra, Lo Ye'achel, which Chizkiah translates to mean it shall not come to be eaten. And the Chizkiah learns from there that it shall not come to be eaten means also Isser Hana. Don't do anything which could potentially lead to consumption in any way. So do not do something that allows them to be reloaded. But the core idea, according to Chizkiah, is that any time the Torah just puts forward what we call a regular Isser Achila, a general prohibition of consumption, all that is an Isser Achila. In other words, halacha l'maisa, Isser Achila does not automatically include an Isser Hana. Comes on Rabbi Avo says no. Anytime the Torah says lo yochal, lo socha, lo socha, lo sochlu, any form of an Isser Achila, by definition, includes an Isser.
What kind of platform? Because if I say we don't want a full fee again, but if we feel better, AI is a narrative. We need to use for different things. Narratives are better. So if you are saying, okay, fine, it's going to be like the next narrative, how will the consumers there from this project? Do you see or do you foresee them doing? Because there's people with AI just came outside and they're doing that like this and they're implementing it. So everybody like, no, understand, like it gets so definitely. Do you see them running probably whatever kind of campaign, or you see them doing like a testnet type of participation, or you see them doing some other stuff that we don't know? Okay, so let me start from the open mic that I just mentioned. Let me use that one as an example. So they are on the Ify platform, which happens to be Kaito, right? I did not even know until now. So aside open mic and being on Ify platform, they have an app which happens to be like some kind of a skit. They have an app, maybe I think it's related to something like maybe map. When you move around, it's just to make map better. I checked the app earlier this morning, so I don't know how it works yet. That was what prompted my question. You understand? I don't know how the app works. I don't know if they have. I saw on their Discord, I saw that their OG quest has ended, which doesn't mean so new people can still not engage. You understand? So, which means they must have some maybe some activities that you do. You understand? They must have some activities that you do to position. There's another one that I've been doing. I don't know if it was you that brought it or you were here when it was brought it. Yeah, it was concrete. I don't know if you remember. Someone mentioned concrete. In that concrete, you need to make an article weekly. Drop a topic for people to make article weekly. So you can post the article on there, you can put it on Medium, on Bureau, whichever platform. They have various platforms like that you can post it. You understand? And if your article passes maybe whatever stage that they have, they give one person one special role. If your article is the most that is the best that makes sense to them. And if your article passes a stage, they give out bags. You understand? So you have maybe total 200 bags or whatever amounts they decide to share. You understand? So that is an activity to keep users engaged. Apart from the fact that okay, you can go to their Discord and chat and do what you like to rank up to have some badges. That's the other way they can actually engage users like okay, engage community members like okay, just make that post it here, post it there. It's not saying directly that they are on different platforms. They are the ones that check the article themselves. They really want to access the article. You just on their website, once you are done making the article, you post it there, then you copy the link to your article, then you post it on their website or their maybe yes, I think on their one of their web link. You paste the link there and you send it. They really want to access it, do their check, and then give whatever they want to give at the end of the week. That is the weekly basis. That is a way to engage the community. That is for concrete. For open mind, I said I was talking about their app. And there was another one that when I was searching, I saw one bit. I'll check the name again. It was I think Big Robot or something. So I checked I tried to do some research on them. So I checked their Discord yesterday. I saw that they've already given out wait lists for their beta app too. So once you have access to the beta app, there is a robot somewhere that you have remote control because of the access to the app. You'll be able to control the hand. I said I was making research. It was not complete, so it was late night that I said, like, let me get something done before I sleep. You understand? So I'll still do more on them. But based on the open minds that I know that I've seen on the timeline, times with that number, that's why I'm asking, okay, is there anybody that knows about them? So that we can all, share the idea, then I'll see if I can just go in. You understand? So I'm sorry, Rabbi, let me just stop by Rabbi. Welcome. It is nice having you here. Please kindly help us. We also have some other people that joined us. We have Clark, we have Salami, and we have Legend. Welcome guys. You can help us reach this space, please. Help us reach this space and help us bookmark this space so we can have more people join us. So while we are doing that, you can also connect with everybody here. They are going to connect back with you. They are going to follow you back, and it is not just follow. It's not just follow for follow. We follow and we engage. So if you engage them, they are going to return the energy. Please help us reach it and bookmark this space. Rabbi, you have your hand up. Come over.
Absolutely. When possible, do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
He said what? Sorry. You want to share your project with everyone?
Is that all right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow everyone in here. I'd appreciate the follow back. I follow everyone back. I am the king of follow back. So if you want a free follow, make sure you follow me. I'm Rabbi. If you don't know who I am, you will. Stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates phrased content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data art on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charity epic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube streams, they're available in the link in my profile. Additionally, the link is available in my pinned post. You'll also my pinned post a link to my link. I dare you to look at my link. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because than any person ever, I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStrap program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's sea onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo. We're all related. There are 3,000 of us in the United States, along thousands of us globally.
So, you know what the rush hour is? Rush hour is like one of the families with the word power. I think for me, I'm aware of that. So we've got wise. Wise. What's your high doing, man? GMT. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. Okay, cool. So I'm from the Wise ecosystem. We've been around for 6 years. We're the largest liquidity on Uniswap. But what I'm going to talk about right now is a partnership we made with a telecom company called World Mobile to bring a RWA product on chain called the World Mobile Bucks. Basically, the way it works is you deposit stablecoins into the contract. We then forward those stablecoins over to World Mobile. They purchase and install telecom equipment, which the Wise ecosystem now owns, and you make 20% APR on your stablecoins. There's no greater fool theory. There's no token involved. You don't have to own our reserve.
I've been doing it for 2 years now. Where at? All around Austin. I started here. You started here at the mothership. Yeah. Oh, I've been on before. No, you have been on before. Yes, sir. Wow. What did we find out in the interview last time you were on? My dad's fucking. Please tell me that your dad got murdered. Wow. This is incredible. It's been 3 in a row. No, he actually died this year. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Really? How did he die? Pneumonia. Jesus. Got him. Wow. What crime was he committing when the pneumonia got to him? We've got a running theme here for a few comedians in a row. It's incredible. What was he robbing at the time? Fucking my childhood shit. Amazing. So the pneumonia got him. That was recent? Yeah, a couple months ago. Were you close with him? No. He lived in Dominica, and I'm from Alaska. I don't know. I went there to see him. He was a piece of shit. How do you end up in Alaska? Dominican.
So he ran from his to Alaska.
What were his crimes? By the way, people make, like, holy shit. This is, people are like, wow, Kill Tony, maybe they're making a lot of stereotype jokes. It's like, we're not. We are not. We are facing the truth and reality. My father wasn't there for me. He was robbing places, killing people, committing crimes. Holy fucking shit, man. Like, I'm trying to give everybody an opportunity here. And holy shit, it's like if Asian people were coming out like, sorry, I'm late, got into a car accident. Like, this is crazy. What's happening here? This is an eclipse. It's like a dark eclipse of darkness. This is an incredible bunch of dead criminal fathers. Okay. So what kind of crimes was he committing? And this was in Alaska?
Nah, he escaped to Alaska. That's where he got caught. But last scam, and he was a scammer.
He was a scammer. Okay. And what kind of was he doing? Do you know exactly?
Shit. I think calls, like he would sell. I don't know too much about him. Yeah.
All good.
Yeah.
All good. Okay. So he got caught in Alaska committing crimes and fled to the Dominican Republic.
Deported.
Wow. What year was this? Who was president at the time?
Like 2001.
2001? Oh, okay. Wow. He must have really committed crimes for Biden to deport him. It's amazing. Normally he would just keep those people here and tell them to get out and vote. Anyway, Lorenzo Tyree. So what's Mom up to?
Mom? Just last time she's still on drugs.
Still on drugs? What kind of drugs is Mom on?
Be real with you, the needle kind.
Wow. Damn. So you're out there on your own. You're just doing it. How old are you, Lorenzo? She got a man, though?
Huh?
No, I'm sorry. Lance wanted me to ask that.
All right.
I was a little curious. Wow. So how old are you, Lorenzo?
23.
23 years old. We got what? 23.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, so do you have any special skills or hobbies that you do when you're not doing stand-up comedy?
I've been cutting homeless people's hair.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you getting their permission first?
Yeah. The black and mild. And free haircut. They love it. They love it.
Amazing. Do they really love it, or are you giving them the same haircut that you have?
Well, I buzzed a couple because I couldn't work with it. They had nothing up here, just straight sunburn. So, yeah, I just.
How many homeless people do you think you've given haircuts to? It's so interesting.
8 on camera.
Oh, you're making money off of it. Oh, you're absolutely doing it for your own personal gain. Wow. Incredible. Your parents would be so disappointed if they knew this was happening. Okie dokie. Nobody laughed at that. I guess I'm the asshole on that one. All right. 23, been in comedy for 2 years. What else about you? How do you make money?
Work at a little smoke shop.
Okay. It's another thing. Yeah. Second one. There's a running theme here.
You ever get robbed there? Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
What did you say it's a what shop? Hemp shop. Okay. How long have you been working there?
About a year and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I like.
What's your love life like?
So I wasn't screwed up when I last got here, but I have a girlfriend now.
Okay. Where'd you meet her at?
Hinge. Yeah, Hinge. Right after I got off, I was like, Kill Tony might be regular.
Oh, you
Post all the photos of me.
tried to scam her. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
I'm sorry. Was I hallucinating, or did you come out and do a titty dance?
Oh, wow. No, that's real.
Yeah. That happened? That's crazy. I've never seen puberty stop at the neck before. That's nuts. Your head is completely untouched by testosterone. It's true.
Weird, and that shit did not work.
Oh, man. It takes time sometimes. Lorenzo, let's talk about it. When you met this girl on Hinge, where's the first place you went on a date?
We went to Red Farm, Asian cuisine.
Asian cuisine. How did that go?
Pretty good.
Anything weird happen?
No.
Okay. No. And then you took her back where? To your place, her place?
Shit, Alaska. We went on a long-ass walk in the dark. I was like, are you sure you want to do like this? Kind of weird. And she's like, yeah, I do this all the time by myself. I'm like, what? Have you heard of the Restream Ripper? And she's like, yeah.
I think you're the one that should be worrying about the Rainy Street Ripper, buddy. I don't know if you've seen his clientele, but it's you.
It's us. It's us.
It is us. I know, but I put that one on you. I've already had about 5 gay jokes on me this episode. Okay, so Lorenzo, how long have you been with her now?
It's been 5 months, 6 months.
Okay, what's the highlight of it all? What's your favorite thing about having a girlfriend?
She's really funny, honestly. She's really funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Nice. Well, next time you should have her sign up.
Oh my god.
No, Lorenzo, you're doing fine, buddy. You're just beginning. You're so young. You've got you love doing it, right?
I do.
You got a small joke book last time?
I did.
Guess what? Tonight you're getting a medium size.
Oh my goodness, we're working up. We're working up. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, there he goes, Lorenzo Tyree.
There you go.
All right. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? All right. We're going to keep it moving along here. Make some noise for your next bucket pull. Buffy, everyone. Buffy. One more time for Buffy, everybody. Starting now.
A little girl once asked me if I was from Louisville. What? Okay. What? What is happening? Are y'all having bowel movements? Cool. The last guy I dated, I called Daddy because he too forgot my birthday, ghosted me, and said I was too loud in bed. But I'm finally dating somebody that's not after just one thing. He's after 2. Well, 3 if we count my mouth.
Okay, Buffy, we're going to stop you there. Wow. You got 2.5 jokes out there in 60 seconds. Took a little while. You let the crowd kind of be a symphony with you, if you will.
Yeah.
Welcome, Buffy. Have you done stand-up before?
I have.
Okay, how long have you been doing it?
I've been on here before.
You have?
7:43.
7:43. Absolutely. What are we on now?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Red Band. What a great partner. Okay.
It's like 2 months ago.
Did it go better last time? Are you under the influence of something right now?
No.
Nothing at all. No medicine, no alcohol, nothing at all. What is that? What's that noise? What is the answer? You can tell the truth. It's okay. We all know it. We are positive.
Shakespeare's.
Okay, what did you have at Shakespeare's?
Just a picture.
Just one pitcher? With it's a vodka soda pitcher, right?
Okay.
And the bucket of Xanax special.
Shakespeare's.
Holy shit.
Cool.
You're not driving tonight, are you?
No.
Okay. All right, good. How do you travel? How do you get around?
I typically drive.
You typically drive, but you didn't drive tonight.
No.
Are you sure?
You're leaving your car downtown, aren't you?
Thank you.
No, don't thank me.
That's just out of curiosity. Can we get the breathalyzer? Do we have the breathalyzer?
Let's try this. You're a narc that kicks your
You gotta get dust off the old breathalyzer here. Here she comes, the lovely Heidi with the breathalyzer. It's taken a few practice runs, but I think Heidi is actually trained on this now. Yes, so here we are, ladies and gentlemen. And do we have the police officer? Can he pop up real quick? Can we get our buddy up here? Is she blowing? She blew for a minute 15 seconds during her set. Should be pretty easy. Here's our resident police officer. Make some noise for Barbosa. What's the reading there? It says flow. FLO, what does that mean, Barbosa?
flow. Bad flow.
You know what that means? Why don't we try it again? Heidi has the technical abilities of an absolute blow-up doll, ladies and gentlemen. It's incredible. She is blowing everyone. The breathalyzer can't get herpes twice. There you go. Something happening, Heidi. Here, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real breathalyzer. And the answer is...
It's on the loading zone.
Oh, wow. 1-5?
Yeah,
So, hold on.
All right.
Let Barbosa... Sam, get Barbosa that microphone real quick.
I don't know what that means.
Well, he's about to tell you. What would .15 be?
115.
What would that win her if you pulled her over? What would .15? She get a little joke book? Big joke book?
Only a big joke book and a trip to jail.
Love it. You gotta make sure. Keep an eye on her tonight. Don't let her hit the streets. G-Madness, too. Don't let him drive tonight either.
Yeah, that's pretty high, right?
That is high. I believe that's twice over the legal limit.
Yeah.
You performed like you were 3 times over the legal limit, so that's the good news.
Now, this changes everything. She started to find her rhythm by the end, and I think it makes it actually pretty impressive.
It is amazing. You may have found your voice. How about a hand for Officer Barbosa, ladies and gentlemen? Always amazing. The Austin Police Department. That's a real police officer. That's how present they are. In LA, you could call them, and it'll take an hour and a half for them to show up. Here, it's like, hey, can you come up here real quick?
Texas justice over here.
Have you gotten a DUI before? Only one? Only one. Very good.
What'd you blow on that one?
The cop.
Yeah, how much?
Do you remember what you blew?
It was in 2013.
Oh, that's a different time. Back then, a .15 is worth .18.
Right.
Buffy, what do you do for work? How do you survive?
So, what is so funny? I didn't even answer.
You're drunk. You signed up for this show.
I know. I'm so excited.
Hell yeah.
No, I'm a stunt driver. I told you that.
Oh, I remember you now.
I'm that person. Yeah.
Okay. Have you been working lately?
No, I'm in Austin.
Okay. So how do you make money when you're in Austin?
Well, I saved up some money to be here.
Okay. All right.
All driving is stunt driving after you have it. She's drifting in other lanes and shit like that.
Buffy, what's your love life like? You're here in Austin, Texas, a bunch of rock stars all around you, musicians all over.
It's changed since I've been on the show.
Oh.
I've been offered a lot of ski trips.
Is that a code for something? Yeah. Guys want to do cocaine with you on 6th Street. Let's take a ski trip to Shakespeare's. Half-price pictures. 6th Street. I've been jacking off to God. Yeah.
No, when I was on here, I mentioned about not wanting to date older men because they were writing off activities like skiing. And so men in my DMs are offering me ski trips.
Wow. Amazing.
I'm like, they have money, so I should take them up on it.
Did you take anybody up on it?
One guy offered me golf lessons, and we're going to have like a golf lesson.
Well, Tony and for a third for tomorrow. Wow. I don't know if you feel like driving the golf cart.
Sure.
Yeah. It's called a threesome, not a third. Horse threesome, horse Lance old dog. Buffy, what else do you miss? What? Buffy, what else do you do for fun? What else makes Buffy Buffy other than the stunt driving and the attempting comedy? What else?
Oh, no.
What?
Comedy.
Oh, okay. Did you just piss a little? Yeah. What the hell was that?
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone get drunker without drinking on stage. This is incredible. It's like it's delayed release alcohol.
Wait, what?
Other than the comedy and the stunt driving, what else do you do?
It makes me leak a little.
What? God. Bitch, you're retarded. There she goes, everybody. Buffy, you already have a little joke, all right?
No, I have a big joke.
Well, you fucking fucked it up tonight. There you go. There she goes, Buffy, everybody. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you're down that car keys real quick. Sometimes you've done good, you get a big joke book, and then the next time you get a little overconfident, you fucking have a pitcher of vodka next door, and then there she goes, everybody. Buffy, everyone. Buffy, the vodka pitcher slayer. Well, I have a very, very special treat for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very, very... One of the greatest comedians in the world is here to bless us for a moment of stand-up comedy. Not only is he one of me and Lance's favorite golf friends, he's also one of the coolest guys in the world, and like I said, one of the greatest comedians in the world. The guy that got this whole Austin party started. Make some fucking noise for the one and only Ron White.
So I just got off a plane and I came right there. So I heard Lance was going to be on. I thought I got to come out there. And I just came from Los Angeles. And my favorite thing about Los Angeles, Tony, is that the people out there, and you know, I've always been kind of pro-California, which is not always a popular thing, you know. But the people out there are just so goddamn pretty. And I'll tell you how it happened. Back in the 1920s, they started making movies out there. And all these beautiful people from all over America flocked the fuck out there to be in the movies, and they couldn't all be in the movies. I'm talking about regular job, but they met those people that were in the movies. They got together, they had these beautiful babies. And those babies grew up and met other babies from the same area. They got together and had even more beautiful babies. And almost the exact opposite thing is happening right now in Kansas.
Have you ever been there? It's true. Those people who live on the West Coast, their forefathers got on the Oregon Trail and fought hardships you and I can't even dream of, with starvation and weather crossing the Rocky Mountains. Not those people in Kansas. Their forefathers got on the Oregon Trail to St. Louis, Missouri. They got to Kansas and said, fuck it, I'm staying here, and I'm going to fuck that fat girl right over there. We had a baby. Kid looks like a potato. And that potato grew up and met another potato from the same town, and that's a downward spiral. Topeka. That's exactly how that happened. No, I generally just popped in to say hi. And,
that is amazing. You guys get to see exactly how the fuck it's done. That's the difference between a bucket pool and a regular, and one of the greatest of all time, Ron White. You are the fucking man.
All right, man. Good to see you guys, man.
We'll see you in a little bit. We'll party after this. Come on, guys. One more time for Ron. Holy shit. What a show we have tonight. Unbelievable. Hey, what do we have over here? What do you? Oh, this guy. What do you wanna come say hi? So pop out real quick. Look at this. It's like the Royal Rumble tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely anything can happen. Popping in also to say hello. Another one of the greatest comedians of all time. Absolute comedy royalty. The son of Mitzi Shore. Movie star. Comedian. This is Pauly Shore.
Thank you. What's up? How's it going, dude? Thank you. What's up? So I did acid recently. Anyone else do acid? The thing is, if you do acid, don't do it at the fucking Sphere in Las Vegas. That's fucking gay. I did it in the back of one of those Waymos. Holy shit. The Waymos are the fucking cars with no one fucking driving. I started freaking out. I started fucking driving the car. And after that, I gave myself 2 stars. 2 stars. At least I'm not sober like gay-ass fucking Charlie Sheen, bro. What a fucking sellout this guy is. Right? Anyone here sober? That's not fucking cool, dude. I have friends that are sober. I got this one friend that's sober. He doesn't do shit. I'm like, you can't have a glass of red wine with your fucking dinner, bro? He's like, if I do that, then I want to snort an 8-ball. I'm like, how the fuck do you go from wine to a fucking 8-ball? He goes, I don't know. You fucking tell me, dude. And I have another friend of mine who smokes pot every day. You guys got this friend? He's throwing the marijuana he puts in his food. Went to his house the other day, had some chicken pot pie.
Pauly motherfucking Shore. There you go. On to the next one. We're flying through it tonight.
Thank you for having me on your program.
Make some fucking noise for Pauly Shore. It's a goddamn party.
Thank you for having me on your program.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now make some fucking noise for Shane Gillis. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's not right. I don't ever do that. I lied. That was very naughty of me. Oh, this drunk guy's serious. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I love it. And yet you pay for this. Oh, I love it. All right. Some poor innocent soul out of the bucket has to follow Ron White and Pauly Shore back to back. Make some noise for Liv Taylor, everybody.
Okay, I realize that I
I do look like I would never turn down a footlong, okay? I do hate Subway, though. I think it's overrated. Any Subway fans in here? Okay, a couple. I think it's overrated, but also, like, I just think their subs suck. I think, like, I hate Subway because they managed to convince the entire world that Jared Fogle, the Subway guy, we all remember him, right? Managed to convince the entire world that Jared Fogle, the Subway guy, lost over 250 pounds by only eating Subway and not fucking kids. Guys, we all know the saying, weight loss is what? Diet and exercise, okay? I've never fucked a kid, but I imagine it would take a lot of work, okay? That's all I'm saying. I don't know.
Okay, Liv Taylor. It's a tough spot you were in.
That was it was back. You said Shane, and I was like, where the fuck is he?
Yeah.
Like, stop.
I know. You had to sweat it out back there, literally and metaphorically.
Yeah.
Liv, welcome back to the show. You've been on before.
Yes.
What do we find out about you, Liv? Remind us.
A lot of sad shit. It's okay. I'm a
dad alive?
An orphan. Mom, Dad is alive. Mom's dead.
Wow.
Mom's dead.
How did Mom die?
She got hit by a car.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I was waiting for it. It's always some siren.
Yep. Liv, has anything changed since the last time you were on the show? What's going on with you?
I'm just working, surviving.
What do you do for work?
I'm a vet tech.
Okay.
I work in.
How are the animals? Good?
Yeah, I take it day by day.
Any weird animals come in lately?
I had a really, really sad case today. It's called a septic abdomen, which is basically like an intestine, something cursed, all the grossness. Gets inside and you gotta
survive the surgery.
It did survive the surgery. I'm very proud.
Wow.
It did survive.
Is there a butt there? It looked like
there was a butt. They did decide they elected to euthanize at the
wait a second.
It sucked. I cried. It sucked. It's one of those situations where it was just a lot of money, and it was another situation with the dog. It was very, very young, and it was like a lifelong thing that they would have had to deal with.
What was the lifelong thing that?
It had what's called like a liver shunt. So basically, it only had it didn't metabolize things very well. It only had like a certain lifespan, so it was like they would live to maybe 4 years old.
Could they have fed it till it exploded?
If it obstructed, for sure, yeah.
Is it true veterinarians have like a higher suicide rate than any other profession?
It is the number one profession for suicide rate, 100%.
Explain to us why that is.
So we're fucking chokers.
There's a lot of us that wear these in that profession. I mean, you just gotta think about it. Like, human medicine and veterinary medicine don't work the same. So, like, insurances work the same. It's very costly, when you have things happen with your animals, like emergencies and stuff. So, like, people just can't afford it.
Oh yeah, I'm upside down on a cat right now.
People
$2,500 on a cat I don't like.
What's happening with your cat?
He ate half of a Nerf dart and it got stuck in his mouth.
Obstruction.
Some chubby bitch charged $3,000 to get it out.
She's right next to you.
I saved your fucking cat. Be thankful. That's years of schooling. You're welcome.
Wow. Amazing, Liv. What else is going on in life? Do you have a boyfriend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Well, I mean, I do. I'm also a widow, so I've just started getting.
Your guy died in a car accident.
Correct.
Wow, everything with cars.
Lots of cars.
Yeah,
it's wild.
Yeah.
You're a widow.
But believe it or not, I'm a woman, but I'm an excellent driver. You could ask anybody. I don't care what anybody's. I am actually a really good driver. Anyways, that's why I'm still alive. Okay. Anyways,
it's amazing you're a good driver and you do euthanasia. If you rewind it, it's a great joke.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm still like, I started seeing somebody when I first got here, and we were like seeing each other for a while, and I kind of just got into like this like panic mode, I think, where I didn't exactly know what I wanted, and I kind of just wanted to be by myself. But I think it's more so just like I want to figure out who I am as a person outside of being with somebody else. I know, it's so sad. I'm back with this person. We'll make it exciting. I fuck, Tony. I fuck, okay? Like,
say that.
Fuck.
What exactly do you mean?
I fuck. Like,
Yeah, but like when you say that so aggressively, what exactly do you mean by that?
All the dogs.
I mean, you know, like, I guess a very straightforward said, like, you know, lady in the streets, freaking sheets kind of thing.
Now, is dog sport also pissed? That's a good question. I'm sorry, Lance wanted me to know.
No.
This shit has to stop. Yeah, I agree, Lance. It's not going great.
No, but I did see a dog clitoris for the first time a couple weeks ago.
Let's go. Tell us about it. They're evolving. This is good news for Red Band.
I mean, basically the dog came in because the owner saw like a mass on the vulva, which for men, that's the outside of the vagina, just so you know, that's what it's called. There you go.
How much pressure do you got to put on them?
Are you supposed to be inspecting your pet's vulva? And I didn't know that.
I mean, it's kind of there for you to see. You know, you can see if a dog's a male or female just by looking at it.
For sure, but yeah.
I mean, they were looking pretty close, but it was just like right there. It was like they said it was like a fleshy mass, and then just looking at it,
that's how most guys would describe a clitoris in this room. Like, what is that? I don't even know what that is. Fleshy mass on the outside there.
She's like, I think that's her clitoris.
So was it a big clit?
It wasn't. It was just not. It's not. That's not normally where. Like,
what kind of dog was it? What kind of?
It was like a doodle thing. It
was a doodle thing with a.
Yeah.
And it had.
They mix everything with poodles.
Yeah.
They call it like.
Do you know what it is? Red Band. Oh my God! I'd love to have her on the Secret Dog Show. You're getting a little bone.
How much would it cost to get my dog's vulva bigger? And like some 9 breast implants.
It's a whole different specialty, dog. That's a whole different specialty.
Red Man asked him to ask that question. Wow. So, wow.
The job's a lot of fun. It can be.
The job is fun.
Yeah.
Wow. And they have clits.
Yeah, it's crazy. Your dog has a clit. If you have a female dog, it has a clit.
Amazing. Do dogs squirt? Is that a thing during sex? Is that possible? Just out of curiosity. Expressing glands.
No.
Expressing what?
Expressing anal glands. That's different.
That's different, Red Band.
I have seen a male dog, like, you know how you'll see funny videos of dogs just like humping the air? I've actually seen a dog like finish.
Wow.
It's ew. It's fucking. It was weird, but I mean.
Did it pull out? Like, how did it?
No, it was just in the air. Like he.
Whoa, she does fuck.
Hold on, don't leave me hanging, dog. Don't leave me hanging, dog. Hell yeah.
Amazing. What size jug book did you get last time you were?
I got a big one.
Okay, well there you go. Keep filling it up. There goes Liv Taylor, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's get one last fucking pull up here. Your final fucking pull of the night goes by the name of Ian Sharp, everybody. Ian Sharp. Here we go. We're gonna put our little ribbon on it after this.
Wow, thank you guys so much. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for welcoming me into this on this stage of this free speech zone where I can say whatever I want with no repercussions whatsoever. Well, I got an old free speech zone. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Can you believe there's things I can't say today in America? For example, Arnold, you know that drink is like half sweet tea, half lemonade? Fuck, I can't say it. Wish they'd change it, you know, to something I can say, like, I don't know, like retard water, you know? I can say that anytime I want. It just rolls right off the tongue, you know? Some people get mad at that joke, right? They say it's like it's punching down. But if you pay attention, it's not about anybody, right? I'm not calling anybody that. I'm not anti-retard. I'm pro-choice. Shit, was that a minute? Was that not a minute? Jesus.
Yeah,
there we go.
Hi, Ian. Is this your first time on the show?
Yes. I count as my first. My first time was on like a turbo round, so I just went up and did my minute, and then you guys got me out of here.
Okay. Was that at Vulcan?
No, it was here. It was like the record-setting most guests ever on the show.
Okay. Well, you're a part of history. Welcome back, Ian. This went better, right?
Absolutely, yes.
I love it. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Oh, God, like 14 years.
14 years? Wow. Where at?
Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Wow. What keeps you in Chattanooga?
Well, nothing. I moved here. All the pussy.
Dogs have clits now. Ian, what do you do for work?
I do IT tech support.
Okay, let's go. What is senior IT correspondent Tim Butterly?
Look, help desk is that's where you start out. You don't make any money. Everyone thinks you're a fucking creep, and they treat you like dog shit. So it's like, this is a bro. I feel so seen right now. Also, real quick, I really liked your stuff. I thought that was a really great bit, and I was really impressed. Thank you, Scott. I don't think they gave it up enough. I really love that. I'm shocked.
You are adorable, Ian. You really are. What's the rest of your life like? What do you do when you're not doing stand-up or doing IT?
A lot of D&D. I paint miniatures. Never mind.
Dungeons.
Everything you would expect just by looking at me.
Dragons. What else other than D&D? There must be other things. You Magic the Gathering.
Do any Warhammer? I'm sort of, kind of. I mean, I play other games like Warhammer, but I mean, you guys don't want to hear about that. I don't want to go into all that, but you know, I mean,
you're playing knockoff Warhammer. That's deep shit, man. Do you have a girlfriend?
What do you think?
Have you ever humped the air and came?
Tony, it's like there before the grace of God go I, man. God bless you, brother.
You watch porn, Ian?
What do you think?
It's a great interview. You're killing it. Just that could be every answer to every question. What would we find if we looked at your porn search history? What would we find? Ask me what I think.
So you want a real answer?
Yeah, I want real answers.
No.
Yes, liver shunt, septic gut. That's over the line. All right, what would be your honest search history? Give us something good here and honest.
I like the older lady.
Ooh, wow.
Have you ever kissed an older lady in Austin, Texas?
Have you?
Not in Austin.
Really? Is there an older lady out there that wants to come up and give this guy a kiss? That's a man for sure. We have the best fans in the world. Is there a woman over, we'll say, 40 or 50 out there? Anybody? Still, that guy really wants to get on stage. Really? I guess there's not even really an older woman. This lady doesn't want it. You can't suggest people, sir. They have to want to do it. Come on, there's got to be someone out there.
You got this lady sitting with the male mermaid. Man, I'm looking at you, yeah. That's your husband. Holy shit. I mean, where's the lady that blew a .18? What the fuck did I sign up right now?
There's nobody. We don't have a hero out there. There's no older ladies. People are still pointing. That's a man, everybody. There's some guys that are so drunk that they are still pointing at the same guy. Nobody? Alright, well.
Someone run out. This is like, real quick and find one. This is like my life for begging people to kiss me. It's dude, no way. Fuck that. I don't know. What about like a regular age lady or something?
Yeah.
We do like a glory hole kiss, maybe?
Yeah. I'll be on the other side looking for him. So Ian, have you gotten no sexual partners whatsoever? You're not interested?
What? I mean, I wouldn't say that. I've done pretty well.
What? How dare you, Tony?
I do all right. I do okay enough to not be sad about it.
That's cool, man. Yeah, you seem happy. I like you, Ian. I like you.
Thank you guys.
Anything else crazy we should know about you before I let you go?
I mean, I don't know. I used to kind of be in a marginally successful metal band when I was younger.
Oh, wow. What was the name of the metal band?
Ooh, this word gets rough. We were called With Faith or Flames. We were a Christian metal band.
Wow. What did you play in the band?
I was the vocalist. I was the
really that guy. Can you give us an example? Can you give us a?
It's been a while, but I'll try.
Are the songs copywritten on YouTube? Or?
I don't think so. I mean, like, I think all the rights have gone back to us at this point. It's been that long. So.
Yeah, it'll probably set it off, but
yeah.
Can you do it slightly out of tune?
You just want me to holler?
Do you have an original? Yeah, just holler. That's amazing. Ian, here's a big joke book. We love you, Ian. Hell yeah. Ian Sharp, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Jesus is the greater. He died for sins. All right. There's only one way to end an episode like this, and what an episode it's been. We have the great Lance Armstrong, Matt McCusker, Tim Butterly. We've seen so much. Sir Winston Pickles, Dedrick, Ron White, Police Shore. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the record holder for all-time appearances, all-time interviews, a living member of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame, the greatest Kill Tony regular of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla, the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery!
Who is the luckiest man in America? Amy Schumer's husband. She's divorcing him. I was driving through Oklahoma this weekend and noticed signs that said, do not pick up hitchhikers. They may be escaped prisoners. What? So there are just so many escaped prisoners in Oklahoma that motorists need to be warned? Here's an idea. Use less steel on the escaped prisoner warning signs and more on the jail cell bars. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like Beethoven's Fifth Symphony is when he really sold out. His first EP, though? Shit! I wrote a summary of Jesus' Sermon on the Mount, and I think I'm just going to call them Cliff Notes. Okay, that's my time.
Wow, he's done it again. Exactly 1 minute for the man that's done it more than anybody ever. William Lights Out. Big Balls Montgomery. Wow. What a performance.
So nice to see you. I'm feeling much better this week. I've been on the row machine, and also Lance. I grew up watching bicycling with my father. And there's a funny story. My mother was in town maybe a year and a half ago, and we see you up in the thing, and my mom was like, yeah, William and his dad used to bike a lot. William's dad was pretty fast, not as fast as you. Without missing me, you say, yeah, no shit. It was hilarious. It really was.
I didn't say that.
I'm kidding. It really is an honor, though. Like,
I remember that. Your mom was sweet. I followed you on Instagram. I was like, this is cool. Yeah. And I didn't say it. I thought it, but I didn't say it.
Yeah, fair enough. That's right.
William was a big-time bicyclist back in his day.
You're about to say bisexual.
Well, Still has the calf muscles. Your legs are absolutely ripped. You still got it. It's amazing. Your legs don't head at all.
I know. I'm just continuing to lose all my hair, and I look sicker and sicker. I'm starting to look like Redman a little bit. Lance, don't you think you're still a very fit guy? Don't you think Redman needs to do some sort of exercise? I think his fucking fat ass needs to do some sort of exercise. Maybe for his New Year's resolution, he can start losing a little weight or something. Don't you think even biking can help? I think something like that can help. Because Redman, Lance, listen to this. Redman gets a fucking, he finally gets a bike a couple years ago, but it's the kind of bike with a motor on.
And it is true. You can't even make it up. And to this day, the pedals are just spotless. That thing, straight motor, got no pedals. Didn't you have a poster of Lance on your wall growing up?
Yes, I had many pictures of bicyclists on my wall.
Okay, Red Band.
I think Redman had a bunch of Miss Piggy posters on the ceiling like a fucking weirdo.
Let's check in with Tim Butter.
Redman, do your tires still have those little tiny rubber spots going on?
No, he uses the motor. He used the hell out of the motor. He's had to change the oil. And he's... No, I know. It's electric.
They're electric. And it's
Yeah.
2 motors to get my fat out ass up the hill.
But seriously, do you ever ride that thing?
No, I do all the time.
Really? In Pflugerville?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I don't ride it much downtown because you can't really park it anywhere, but yeah.
Oh, that's why you don't ride your bicycle, yes. It's the parking is the problem.
It's like a $5,000 bike.
Oh, yeah.
Lance, maybe you could inspire Redman by letting him ride on your pegs for a little while.
Although Lance doesn't use pegs, dumbass. What the fuck? What kind of cyclist do you think Lance is, dude? Seriously. He's not a BMX rider, dumbass. He's not using pegs, seriously.
William,
I got your back, Lance. I mean, can you believe it?
Yeah. William is on fire.
By the way, all the poster talk, all the shit, you didn't follow me back.
Tonight, let me do it tonight right after
Too late. Block him, Lance. Block his ass.
Mom up there, everything. I was nice and no. Wow, why is that, William? Why didn't you follow him back?
I don't know. I'm weird about it on there. I try to. There's no excuse at all. Oh my gosh, Lance.
Let me ask you this, Nate. Why don't you name my friend Lance's 3 biggest wins?
I mean, my personal favorite, what was it, 99? Was your first Tour de France win? Was it a 99? That was my favorite, honestly.
Yeah, everyone knows the Tour
Against motherfucking Jan Ulrich! I remember that shit! Fucking Pontani! Yeah.
I follow you, Lance, and I sent you a picture of a woman's butt a couple months ago.
Yeah, you might know Redman's won the Tour de Italy at the Olive Garden. Set the record.
Hey, I got a hack for you. You want to hear it? It's that Tour of Italy because I like the chicken parmesan. You just get a regular lasagna and a kid's Alfredo, and as a second side, you're allowed to choose apps or spaghetti. You get the spaghetti, and it makes a better Tour of Italy.
Wow, look at the momentum of the show completely come to a halt, everybody. We were all laughing there for a while. And
Redman, be careful. I swear to God, I picture your fucking ass finally having your deadly heart attack, fucking your face hitting the children's spaghetti. It's the fucking, that's like so sad.
William Lights Out Montgomery, we love you. What an appearance to be here. One more time for William, everybody. We did it. Thanks to Prize Mix and Shopify. Tim Buttery has the Algonauts, the 4th Tuesday of every month with Matt McCusker, who's got his special Humble Offerings on Netflix right now. How loud can this place get? He had no reason to join us other than being a cool guy. Motherfucking Lance Armstrong. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there. Oh, that's a Matt McCusker. Look at that. That's amazing. How about one more time for the best damn Red Band will land. The drawing from Ryan J. Efeld is in. Red Band.
Check out SunsetStripATX.com. Secret show every Thursday.
We love you guys. I don't know if it's sold out yet or not, but Kill Tony, the actual show Kill Tony, is going to Houston and Dallas in February and March. Actual tapings of the real show. So check that out. It's still available. We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
She's wide awake, her whiskey home. The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to SunsetStripATX.com for tickets.
For a brand new episode of Kill Tony, get it for Tony and Tony! Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives? It's our Pioneer and band, ladies and gentlemen.
And that is the best damn band in all of the land. This is the #1 live podcast in the world. Kill Tony, brought to you by Talkspace. How we doing tonight, huh? Make some noise for the great Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa. That is the great Charles Reed III joining us. Matt Mueling on the electric, John Deeds on the keys. And believe it or not, that's not a guy dressed up for Halloween. This is the real D-Madness live in the flesh. What a fucking overloaded show we have for you tonight. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas. We are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, and Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? What? Every single week, I book this goddamn show myself, and I cannot believe that I was able to secure these two guests tonight. I mean, you know, sometimes we go a little off rails with exactly who we have. Sometimes it's, you know, two of the biggest comedians on Netflix. Sometimes it's two of the biggest comedians on this and then that and the blah, 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 blah. Tonight is very special. Tonight is one of the greatest actors of all time with one of the greatest rappers of all time. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you tonight's guests, Sylvester Stallone and Tony Yayo. Yeah! Oh my God! Make some fucking noise! All right, Tony Yayo, welcome, Sylvester Stallone. Wow, this is a first. How you doing? Good to be here. Sylvester Stallone, welcome. Yeah, my agent, Tony, says, hey, you want to kill Tony? You know? And I was like, what's that? And then he told me he gets a lot of views, so I said, you know, Sylvester Stallone is here. How about a hand for the great Tony Yayo is here, ladies and gentlemen. The real report coming out just after New Year's Eve. Great news coming. Tony Yayo, I just... a lot of barbecue. Make some noise for that barbecue, alright? Hell yeah. I like that name Yayo because it's got a yo in it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, in the beginning, like you like yours. Stallone, you the man, bro. Stallone and Yayo are here. You guys are both first-time guests, so let me tell you how it works. Over 300 innocent souls, hopeful motherfuckers have signed up for tonight's show. They are loaded up in a bar next door, hoping to get pulled out of this bucket. If they are, they get 60 seconds of stand-up comedy time uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Wow.
I'm gonna let this Filipino masseuse pick the first name of the day. See if we have a happy ending here from this. Oh my goodness. And the first name has been pulled. While we go wrangle that person, we're going to have one of our elite golden ticket winners start the show with a minute of uninterrupted stand-up comedy. He was discovered here on Kill Tony, given a golden ticket immediately on an episode with a record, I think 22 bucket pulls. We could not find anyone funny one night at Vulcan Gas Company about 3 or 4 years ago, and we just kept pulling and pulling and pulling in a very fast turbo round. Finally, we found this man with no voice after 2 appearances. Howie Mandel discovered him on this show, rushed him on America's Got Talent, got second place because they sabotaged his alive. Taking the mic out of the mic stand. It's a real circus, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is, the great and powerful Aaron Belial, moving the mic stand and grabbing his phone. And any second now, the show will begin. Here it comes, and here we go. In 3, 2, 1. To get the American experience, I went out shooting the other day. I shot a .308 in the clay and a handgun. What kind of idiot would get a rifle? It's just irresponsible. They were super cool about it. The guy hands me a handgun, but they didn't notice that when they handed me the gun. They all took like 3 steps back. They're like, this is America, so we are going to let him shoot. But also, this very special boy is definitely going to shoot one of us. Luckily, I had my handicap pass, so I just shot everything. So
there's a serial killer in Austin, Texas, that has been killing a bunch of people at Lady Bird Lake. I have a big secret. It was me. And I tried to turn myself in and tell them it was me. And they were like, no, you're not. Stop playing. Bunch of ableist assholes. People always underestimate me. I could totally drown a dude in a lake. I almost drown every time I go into a lake.
The great Aaron Hale started TikTok first. I believe that. I believe everything you said. Can you swim? Do you know how to swim? Perfect. So you and Tony Ayo at the same swimming side.
Don't know how to swim yet.
How about you, Sly Stallone? What's your swimming skills like?
You just gotta punch the water. Get up at the top of it, and then punch down. Let's go.
Aaron Belial, how's things been going for you? You've been out on the road. You worked with Steve-O, took you all over the place as a though.
I had about 23 shows last month, all sold out. I get a Corvette that I can't drive to get the license plate. I drool.
Look at that. I love it when you say something and the crowd applauds because you don't know if they're going to applaud or not, and they applaud over whatever the rest of what you just said was. You want to hit that? Do you have that button loaded up again? Here, just hit it again.
I need a moment to type a response.
Oh, shit. All right. Now's a good time to say that this episode is brought to you by Talkspace. Oh. Is that from you? Oh, that's copyrighted music. Here, pause that. Oh, it's not? Wow, you knew you checked it. It's fair use. Wow, look at that. Good job there. If this gets us a strike on YouTube, I'm going to break your good arm. I swear to God. I swear to God. It's a fucking $40,000 mistake if you fucking... Is that really coming from your phone? All right, hit pause. That's psychotic. We get the joke after like 10 seconds. All right, what else is going on, Aaron? It's a hell of a gold chain, I gotta tell you. I don't know what fucking claw machine you got it out of, but probably your own. His left arm is a claw machine, ladies and gentlemen. If you put a quarter inside of it.
A guy got arrested at my show this weekend.
A guy got arrested at your show? Oh my goodness. Oh, he's got something. He starts making that noise. You know something's coming. Here we go.
He tried to fight me.
Really? Wow. How did that go? Bitch.
Not well.
Is this one of those?
I hid.
Oh. Okay. And somehow you came out of the fight the most fucked up. Aaron, anything else crazy going on before we get to this crazy bucket of ours where we found you? It's gonna plug a bunch of shit right now. Tickets are available at AaronBelial.com. I have 26 shows that I need to sell out this month. I need enough money to be able to buy 6 more gold chains. Christmas is right around the corner.
I need a Rolex.
Okay, yeah. You got a lot more shits. He's like Stephen Walking. That's a good singer. It's a very good one, Stallone. Aaron Belial, you are the young legend. We love you here. You're always a fucking great way to start the show. And now it has begun. We go to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we give people that some of them we've never seen before. Some of them have been on before and done good. Some of them been on before and done bad. Anything can happen. The Filipina princess in the front selected our first bucket pool tonight. And so we're going to meet them all together and then interview this person. The whole thing's improvised. You guys get it. Your first bucket poll of the night goes by the name of Lingo Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Lingo.
Y'all shut the hell up. I got 1 minute. All right?
I was talking to my homeboy the other day. I was like, man, I got an addiction. He's like, what you mean? I said, hey, man, I love fat bitches. He's like, well, what the fuck you talking about? I said, hey, man, chill. Better go get you one. Because why sleep on a big bitch when you can sleep on a big bitch? I like them queen size. I had one, she was about 350 pounds, bitch, built like a linebacker. I swear to God, I love it because she got straight to the point. Nigga, one day she was fucking up a whole bucket of Popeye's fried chicken. She just, she said, after I finish this bucket of Popeye's fried chicken, I'ma suck your dick. And I said, greasy head. She was magnificent. Nigga, she went down, she was sucking the thing so good, I started singing a theme song on that bitch. I was like, ooh, they gotta love that chicken from Popeyes. Shit. I mean, but the big bitch got carried away. She thought my dick was a drumstick. She bit it for real. I said, what the fuck? Shit. Sucking dick to the gristle. Skinny bitch can never.
As well. That's all I got. So once it's remember, we spent yesterday that going through a variety of different pieces, trying to show where this would not see one more piece. According to the above, unless of course the Torah gives you an exception. Right, if the Torah tells you that something might not, then it's not doesn't apply. For example, how you might that was. Let's remember the perfect example where again it's for Ger, to enough, you can go ahead and give it, sell it, and again, what we've seen is a number of different exceptions. That's really so we keep on raising conscious against and we keep on seeing essentially exceptions to this rule. And again, what's fascinating about this along the journey, I owe you a lot of halakha myself. I also owe you also I haven't forgotten. I think I also owe you the halakha license on this kind of Conan. So there's a lot of I owe you a lot. I owe you a lot. Right? So here we go. Hurry Arla. So continuing here, go to the bottom of the phase in the base. 7 lines up from the bottom. Same topic. Hurry Arla. What about Arla? Just transforming it. Arla is that you planted fruit tree. The halakha is the first 3 years after it's been planted. Halakha l'maisa, like you are not permitted to partake of the fruit. The Gemara says, "Hurry Arla, Drachman Allah Alayhim Lo Yochal." Pasuk says, "By Arla, that is Arelim Lo Yochal." So of the first 3 years will be Arelim. Right, so we'll see you will not. I know you learn. Arelim Lo Yochal. Sorry, Arelim Lo Yochal. Any other Isakibo. I only know that halakha like you can't eat Arla. How do I know that I shouldn't get Arla? That you shouldn't go ahead and make dye out of it. Although Yaakov calls it, or again, if it's olives, that I should not use oil to buy a single by there. That's right. It's hiding as well. Because around them are also no Yiachel. The Lapos is pure. So what's the difference between and you don't need the form of Arel or also Arel. Cut off, set aside. That's why Arel because of the repeated Lashon, allow them Allah so on and on and on. Had the Torah just said, "Oh, ye Achel," apparently all that would have taken was that this is not the Mishnah B'Yavo. The Lo Achel by itself teaches me. The Lo Achel teaches me which we went to the old law. We have said before, Lo Achel, Mishnah B'Yavo teaches me both Israfila and Mishnah. So why is this of Arba
You notice what's different
the shiny
between
house and the
Austin and
Sid,
normally a
Lochem. Interesting, I will say, because the pasuk by Arla adds in the pasuk of Lochem. It says also, because it says, Isavara Arjunata for Ismako, Arautim, Arlata, Espriyo, Shamo Shani, Dia Lochem, Arelu. It says it will be Lochem, it will be to you, Arelu. I don't know all the Lochem, Shalachem. So I would have thought that these was Lachem. This is very interesting. Lo Yachel, this is in this Yuba guys. But let me see this. Look, I'm suggesting now that Lo Yachel, under normal circumstances, is both. But it's Akila and it's Handel. Okay? Fine, let's take Lo The reason Gemara says this piece is a bit more complicated is because the Torah adds in the next word Lachem. Because it says Lachem, I might have thought that there is no Isser and Law when it comes to Arba. Therefore, in order to go ahead and do something with Isser and Law, the Torah uses the Ibad Yisrael, the Arautim, Arasa, Arla, over and over and over. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, cut off something. Mashmallah, no, there are not there is an Isser and Law as well. Ella Hashta, the right. Lachem, Sidon was a little shiny. So you can go out of your ways. What's this happening? We're ignoring right now. Normally, when I say that, I want to do a healthy teach you that there's a Sakura and an Isra. And here's the problem. The Torah in the Pasuk by Allah also says that ultimately again, when you say, therefore I would have thought that.
Tell me why it ain't nothing but a tell me why it don't.
So it says essentially one form of three different times. To show you that halacha l'maisa it is bad. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. How should you see the so that's the case. This is one out of your way. I like the fact that this is after bad. So what does the word lachem believe?
When I say I want it that way, but we are two worlds apart. Can't reach to your heart when you say I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Your fire, your one desire. So no, it's too late. It's that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why.
Ultimately, again, is a reference to you, something you planted for individual, but does not refer to something planted for the collective. Therefore, ultimately, again, it comes to right Lachem to exclude that which is planted for the Rabbin. Rabbi Yehuda, in the Tatem, Mashma, Bein the Rabbin, Bein the Yachid. Rabbi Yehuda says in the Tatem, it's really Mashma, whether it's planted for individual or the collective.
Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Now I can see that we're falling apart from the way that it used to be. Yeah. No matter the distance, I want you to know that deep down inside of me, you are my fire.
Remember again, here, the Torah tells you that all the bones you have now, and that's say around them, Allah,
don't wanna hear you say nothing but a way. I wanna hear you cry, never wanna hear you say, I want it that way. Tell me why. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say.
Good, next. Bahari Truma, don't Rahman, let's listen to this. What about Truma? Truma, does I'm not going to go stars. Lo Yochal.
That was sick. God, hot chicks are so distracting.
You also saw them, remember, anytime I see a friend of Yavod, Lo Yochal, Halach Lo Yochal, between what? It's Rakila and Shahana. This is the question of Yavod. So the Gemara speaks about Ma'arvin not to be on each other Truma. You can make it either. It's incredible because like you can make it ultimately again for a Nazir with wine, for the Yisrael with Truma, which of us shows you that what, even though the Yisrael is not permitted to go ahead and eat Truma, he clearly can what? Get Hana from Truma. So this is a question of Yavod. The strength of Yavod, Yochal by Truma should be Israel as well. I'll wrap up a shining husband of Amasa, Trumas. Also, once again, Trumas different because the passage says, Trumas, your
why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say. I want it that way. Now I can see that you're falling apart from the way that it used to be. Yeah, no matter the distance, I want you to know that deep down inside of me, you are. Don't wanna hear you singing ain't nothing but a name. I wanna hear you. I never wanna hear you say, oh yeah, I want it that way. Tell me why. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say that way. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say I want that way.
The Nazir will not eat, which is just another way of saying the Nazir cannot eat any part of the grape.
That was so sick.
Once I see the yoka, once I read the halacha, through the halacha, it's Rakila, it's the handa. Good. What about Yitzchak Nibar? Mahar Veloz, every Yain. You can go ahead and make you can make it clear before Nazir is one. Once you see it, so even though Nazir is not allowed to consume one, he is permitted to get handa. Amamazitra, Shiny Hassan Damatra, is low. That's what we see the Pasha says he is low. His Neziris, Shalom Yeh, which indicates to us that there are aspects of this Neziris quote which belong to him. The Gemara is interpreting to mean that there are aspects of the quote from which he is permitted to derive benefit. So although you can't go ahead and consume the grapes, you can get benefit from them, and then you can use them to make an Eid. Rashi says, Chodesh Yeged Paras Aro Shol. So the pasuk says that the hair of the Nazir grows. Ultimately is consecrated. We learn from here. Zero Kadosh, the Indavar Achar Kadosh. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, the very Darshnik is the hair that is completely Kadosh. I do completely benefit, but other aspects of the Nazirus are not absolutely Kadosh and completely benefit. Therefore, Allah as much as he cannot consume grapes in any way, he is permitted to get benefit.
Pour some whiskey in your water, sugar in your tea. This is all this crazy question you're asking me. This is the craziest party that could ever be. Because I don't want to see. Mama told me not to come. Mama told me not to come. That is the way that's fun.
When the particular prohibition
Radio is better with some way into this room.
I will call it word.
Smoking, it's a damn half of that.
Back
Mama told me not to come.
which is a very intuitive meaning.
Mama told me not to come.
To include an additional possessive word. Why is
That ain't the way that
I'm always going to say to put it back. So it's almost like
that ain't the way that
out of your domain into and then the possessive using extra words will put it back in some way. So you see it again. You saw that by Shuma, you saw that by Arba, and now again we just saw it by Nazir. So it's really quite fascinating. I have Harid Chadash. Let's learn about Chadash. It's really exciting. So many of these halachas. Harid Chadash Rachmana Amar, the Lechem, the Kali, the Kamel, Lo Sochu Ad Esim Hayumazeh. We'll say the positive of that Chadash. Remember again, new grain, which is anything planted since the last Pesach. So the halacha is ultimately only becomes permitted for consumption once you go ahead and offer up the carbon omer. So it starts with the lechem, the kali, the kamel, lo sofu ad esam elazeh. Once again, if you're at Yabo, lo sofu means what? There's going to work Israfila, and they start off. 1 second, it's not, but we learn. Kosa the shakes, imachila behema. Also, you can go ahead and, of course, use the shachas. You're permitted to go and harvest shachas. What's it? Shachas is premature grape. Premature grape. Like underdeveloped grape. Otherwise, you can go ahead, which is very soft. You use it for animal feed. Right? You really feed yourself. Otherwise, you can go ahead and
our video is lasting. Someone's not gonna ever know.
And you can give it to your animals.
I've never seen the film. Mama told me not to come. Mama told me not to come. That ain't the way that's
so it says, shall be short harvest. So in certain possessive word that puts it back in where this will say, look, so what about the Tzirchem? That's just the Torah talks. That's just the Torah talks. Tzirchem, Torah's talking to us because this is a mitzvah regarding our harvest. Next, so it's interesting that the passage says by shatzing, the prohibition to consume creepy, crawly things. Because the sharetz and sharetz are sheketzu Lo ye akel. I so what do I do with this? And now we learn side day chayiv of both the dugim. Listen to this. Those who go ahead trappers, like those who go ahead or hunters, those who hunt chayiv of both the dugim, which literally means again not domesticated animals, birds and fish. Means Daniel Lahem means and they decided to do non-kosher animals. Right? Meaning to me, what's that about? Mutarin Remokron Remokron. In order to sell these non-kosher animals, ultimately again to non-Jews. Now listen, I remember again, can't tell you how all this is a counter law, because the Torah speaks about the prohibition to use this extraction, but it's all not used at all. It's going to tell you about what is Rachila and Hello, you have to dissect clearly or Mishnah clearly coming. I should sell non-kosher animals to a non-Jew. Shiny husband, Bamaka, Bachem, Shalachem, Yehei. Okay, so again, once again, seems Russia. Giving you back to you in some way, namely, the halacha of my permitted to go ahead and sell it to a wealthy. Why can't you get track shining up as a crowd, who have so therefore, again, what's it? Have some level of discipline. So let's have it see discussion. That a Jew would not resist So it's interesting that the way the Mishnah kind of had its case was, I have traps, my intention is to go ahead and catch kosher food, and halacha of my traps just, non-kosher animals wander into my traps. So once they're already there, I can sell it off. But where it seems to indicate that halacha l'maisa, a Jew could not actively engage in commerce with non-kosher animals or non-kosher food items. So again, it's a much bigger discussion in halacha, but just interesting to see that seems to be this year, Lamali the Mikdav, Lo Ye Achel, my Sila can the Mishris. So it's very this year. Why does the Torah have to say Lo Ye Achel? That's right. And then write Lachem to be Mashre Tahano. Well, lift your back more Lo Ye Achel, Lo Boy Lachem. What's going to this year? Just don't write Lo Ye Achel, or just write Lo Yochel. Don't write the longer protracted form, right? Don't write the elongated form. Just write the shorter form, which by definition just means an Isra'ila, and then you don't not Hana. Then you don't need lachem to put it back into your rishus ultimately again for Hana. Which was Amachafiskia, Kaima Didi Nam Mehafa. Fiskia says, in fact, it's funny you should bring this up because Allah this is one of the sources from which I derive my particular Shita. Because it is actually quite interesting. So ultimately, again, what the message is indicating to us is that Allah Fiskia will learn out his particular Shita in two places. Number one, ultimately, again, from Chametz, and number two, from Shvatz. That in both of these cases, what you see is an elongated form of Lo-Ye Achel, right? Instead of just saying Lo-Yochel. It's interesting enough, by Shabbat, the Torah goes down and says Lo-Ye Achel, and then says Lachem, to put it back into your Rishos for Hana. This is why does the Torah do that? Well, that must be because, although Lo-Yochel only represents the Isra'ila, and elongated form like Lo-Ye Achel represents the Isra'ila and the Sinano. Therefore, the point is to put it back into your Rishos with Lachem by Hana. Now, because my mother is what happens when it's by Chametz, I know. This is just saying, by the way, one is coming to us all 7 days. Hey, comments. Hey, Nasa comes by not assuming what's the man of Shiva. So we'll say, granted, you can see the deeper. Those are really holds. The comment is only Asr Ba'akila. It's not Asr Ba'akila. It's pretty dramatic. How could it be that comment is Asr Ba'akila? Which is Marani Hassan the Amasra, Loyira Lakas or Shakhayan. So we'll say ultimately then. Comment is going to be different, right? Because the Torah said, Lo Yira'el Chasar, which indicates to us that Allah Kalamaisa, that there is only comment is even yours over the course of Pesach. I think it's not Asabana. But that Bonon will go in and Shofar, yes, Aval Atorah Lachi. The Shal Gavar. So Bonon will say, Shofar teaches me that Allah Kalamaisa, I can't see my own comments, but there's no prohibition of seeing the comments of others. Like whether it's a non-Jew, whether it's for the Beis Hamikdash, V'idach, for that matter, even another Jew, V'idach, Shreidach, the other thing will say that is to do that to the cause. V'idach, and the Rabbi will say, one is referring to the comments of an Achri, who I control, and one is referring to an Achri that I don't control. But either way, comments owned by an Achri, whether I have some level of dominion over that Achri or not, I am not responsible nor do I violate Pesach because that comes the Idach. So it's not like CD. Rabbi Yosef will say, well, that really comes there in the Idach, Chad Nisar v'Chad Chametz. And Rabbi will say that it's true, but once one Chametz is necessary to teach me Sa'ar, and one is not teaching Chametz. Let's not get into the Sugya. Remember, interestingly enough, the prohibition of Chametz does not only devolve upon edible Chametz, but it even devolves on what's called Sa'ar. This is what I come back from Sa'ar is called sourdough. Any other leavening ingredient. Whereas the leavening ingredient itself might not be consumable, might not be fit for consumption. Ultimately, again, because like the time of saying, therefore it'll be possible. Let's take a step back. And let's say maybe this whole thing is a machlokes tanam. Maybe this idea that Rabbi Yavo put forward, that any time you see an Isra Achila always includes an Isra Hana. So maybe this entire thing is a machlokes tanam. Here we go. So the pasuk says, "Ya'asam l'chomolacha." This is by Caleb. So the pasuk says, "Ya'asam." So the pasuk is Dabra b'nei Yisrael b'nei Marko called Caleb Shar v'Kesev v'Izrael. So Caleb, the Caleb v'Veleb v'Chaleb Sheifa Ya'asam l'chol melacha. So it tells us that Caleb can be used. Ya'asam l'chol melacha. Not Tamalar l'chol melacha. What does this mean when it says Caleb can be used? A forbidden fact can be used ultimately again l'chol melacha. You might have thought that Caleb can only be used for, let's say temple purposes, but for mundane individual purposes it can't be used. He says, the Chomolach teaches me that halakha l'maisa again I can even use Caleb for my own mundane purposes. There is no Isser Hana. The Akiva Omer Akiva says no. Shiyachol l'melachas hayot l'mitar. The melachas kaval yikar. The Akiva says no. It's not a din ultimately again in Hana. It's a din in Kulan Tara. The Akiva says you might have thought that when you're using melachas hayot for some type of mundane purpose, it'll be tar. But for melachas gavor it'll be tamei. Tam lomar l'chol melacha. The Yosei Levi. The Kumulakano is the crowd. Don't even say Levi. Because I don't need the positive teaching regarding to Antara. Keeps your crowd. Where do I need the positive for? Le Isra Leheta. Teach me prohibition and permission ultimately from the General Hano. Rabbi Akiva, Isra Leheta Lo Tzarech Ra. Isra Kalo Kumulakano. Rabbi Akiva will say, I don't need the pasuk ultimately again. For Isra Leheta, rather I need a pasuk for Kumulakano. What are they arguing about? On the days. My lad Bahal commitment. Are they not arguing about the following point? Rabbi Yosef will be stubborn. Rabbi Yosef will be told that in general, both Sochelu, Mashma ben Israel ben Israel. What's the real what's like general? Both Sochilu refers to Israel and Israel. Therefore, he's also coming to say that they know who's awesome. So watch this. The Gemara says, so in general, when the pasuk says, and when the Torah comes to find out, sorry, when the Torah comes to find out who's awesome, in general, when the Torah goes ahead and says, I think Israel means just that. And Israel and not automatically in Israel. The Asakra, it was a here. Right, it's the Hagos meaning changes the Veda ultimately again to Chavis. Because we'll get back to the Veda in just a moment. But really, the way Rabbi Yosef really holds that Lo Sochelu ultimately is a new guidance. Lo Sochelu, what it means, think Israel, big Israel. Right, that's what I was saying. Anytime you see Israel, it comes to include both Hana and Achila. And when the Torah could permit something changed in the Veda to Chavis, no, who's awesome. It's coming to the middle by Hana. Rabbi Akiva will say, Rabbi Akiva Savar, Isra Akiva Mashma, Isra Hana Lo Mashma. Rabbi Akiva will say, no, anytime you see an Isra Akiva, will say, Isra Akiva means what? That's Isra Akiva, not an Isra Hana. Therefore, the Chi Asakra, therefore, the pasuk comes to permit something with him of a Taira. Comes to teach that off regarding human Taira, not regarding Hana. So we'll say, the Gemara is suggesting that in reality, the machlokes between Hiskia and Rabbi Yavo is in fact the machlokes Hana. Rabbi Yossi Hadivi and Rabbi Yaakov. Namely, Halakha Lamais, when the Torah comes along and sees that Israel, does Israel only need Israel? Or does it come to include Israel as well? Which the Gemara says is low. Incorrect. The Chuli Alma, Lo Sochelu Mashma Ben Israel Ben Israel. No. In reality, the Gemara suggests everyone agrees that Lo Sochelu always refers to an Israel, which is actually quite dramatic. But the Gemara is suggesting right here is that pretty much everybody agrees with what Rabbi Avo said. That any time you have Israel, the automatic default is Israel means Israel and Israel. That's the automatic default. What's happening over here by Tatzil? What's the machlok? Let's watch this. Rabbi Yosef Levi Savar, Kisha Lushrin Avela, Ki Hotra, Chelba, Zikida Lo Hotra. So let's say, watch this. So let's read this like this. When Nevela, what's the number again? Here's what we go. Everyone, according to the Gemara right now, everyone agrees that the Shita as espoused by Rabbi Avo. I also remember that chronologically, Rabbi Avo leaves after Rabbi Yosef Levi and Rabbi Akiva. So just to be clear. So when we say everyone holds like Rabbi Avo, you understand? I'm not saying it literally. I'm saying everyone holds like the Shita of Rabbi Avo. So everyone, so you must suggest we follow this. You must suggest everyone agrees that whenever there is an Israel, Israel automatically includes Akira and Hana. Okay, that's out. That was remember again. Everyone agrees also the kind of example of an Israel Akira that doesn't carry Israel Hana is what case? The data. Everyone says, don't argue on that. One simple reason, which is so it says it explicitly. Or is that again? It's a pasuk. It's not a drasha. It's not a drasha. It's a pasuk. Say if I was 16 years, I had. Israel Akira like something. Israel Hana. Torah permits nevela bahanda. Watch this. Now the focus is going to be the scope of the parameters of the Israel Hana are by nevela. This is great. Rabbi Yosef Levi Savar, Kisha Hotra nevela, Ki Hotra, Chelba V'Gida Lo Hotra. Also, listen to this. I guess it was like this: the Torah permits nevela ba'ana. The Torah only permits the actual meat of the nevela ba'ana, or the hide as well. What doesn't it include? The chaylev and the gid hanosha. Chaylev and gid hanosha are not automatically included in the heter hana of the nevela. Therefore, therefore, was the pasuk that we just quoted over here. Remember again on the bottom of Amud Aleph, where the pasuk says, "The pasuk that you can do whatever you want ultimately again with solar." What is that coming to teach me? The Gemara says the cross after Hano. There was the first come to teach that Caleb is Mutabano. Really, all that the Heter Hano by Nevela teaches me, I can get Hano from the Nevela itself. The Nevela, the height of the Nevela. What does it include? It doesn't include Caleb, it doesn't include Kid. Remember again, why doesn't it include Gid? Because Rabbi Yossi will say what? Let's try yesterday's daf. Aim the Gid. Right? The Gid Hanosh itself is not a Gid. And therefore, Allah again, it's not considered Hano, it's not included on the head Hano of the Nevela itself. Okay, Nevela is just reckoned separately. But I have another pasuk that comes along and says, by the way, Nevela is also looked at by Hano. Watch this. Kiva already people hold. You should put your Nevela. When the Torah permits Hano by Nevela, what happens? The Gemara says, Chelba, kiss me. What does that include? What does it include? So kiss me. And then also the pasuk permits something that God is saying that's coming to permit it in the love of Allah. In the Masha, we also need to be conscious of Moses. Just want to point out, just watch the evolution of thinking. When we started this saying that the Moses and the Avodah Israel, even the Moses and the Rabbi Yossi, the most people that's right now is that no, I'm also the myself. That's not the case. I'm also the myself. Everyone is getting that's what he's watching right now. Rabbi Yossi really asked you for the that one about no. So you really have now a positive teaching me that he was Mutabano, and reduced minimum the offer. So ultimately, what about the answer? Let's go back to that. With the thing that you don't know, should be Mutabano. You guys should not have done that. Don't think about it. Yes. In a plan that doesn't look at you cannot show Mutabano. You guys see more nice than the California. There are possibilities which the very after Tirana should be made. But I know from the California, what's the California? The market, let's on this place, Mutabano. If they live, which is punishable by courage, ultimately again is Mutabano. Give the no other courage, but also give resolution to this. So Caleb, which if you consume it is punishable with courage, it's Mutabano. Gid Hanosha also, which is not punishable by courage, so can be Mutabano as well. Now the Shimon the Asher, the Shimon says that Gid Hanosha is Asamana, he was a Nifra. You can ask the Pircha, you can ask the Kasha, that Kavahomer, the Kasha, the Kavahomer, Ma'ilif, you can put in the Kvala, it's a Kaya. But remember again, Caleb, as much as the punishable by courage doesn't apply in all cases. You just know that Caleb only applies by the Hema. Caleb does not apply by non-domesticated animals by Kaya. Omar Gid, Shalom put the Mikvah, but yet Gid Hanash is Asher in everything. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Shalom Gid, Shalom put the Mikvah, it's a Kaya. Another thing will say that the Hema Kamina, that the Hema Miyasa. Another thing will say, don't compare the Hema to Kaya, the Kaya again is like fine. So Mifti, so I'll say, so now let's get to the bottom of this. This is really like, let's say, just have to understand this particular macrogas, this particular issue, it has such a considerable, so look at all the pieces that we're bringing. There are so many issues, actually, we're trying to figure out does Israel, which means Israel enough. And man, okay, so now let's try to get to the bottom of this. So Mifti, oh, still Kalani Cry, this Shaninu. This story about my thing is supposed to say serious everything. So we've gone through all of these cases. Now the nice part is we've also resolved it. So what we've shown is how cases that we brought up as a kasha according to we're able to answer dozens of the concept of Yavol. We brought up all these issues, and we went ahead and resolved them. That was the answer.
That's what they say when we're together. And watch how you play. They don't understand. And so we're running just as fast as we can. Holding on to one another. Trying to get away into the night. And then you put your arms around me as we tumble to the ground. And then you say, I think we're alone. It doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. The beating of the Holy Spirit. Look at the way we gotta hide what we're doing. Cause what would they say? They never knew, and so we're running just as fast as we can. Holding on to one another's hand. Trying to get away into the night. And then you put your arms around me as we tumble to the ground. And then you say, I think we're alone now. It doesn't seem to be anyone
from Lo Yirachah. Because remember again, according to Piskia, normally Isser actually carries it in what? What type of Isser? Just Akila. Just Akila, right? But no, no, right. By Chometz, it's going to be different. But the Torah writes Akila in a more prolonged form. So correct, like I say, the Akila also includes the Shana because of Lo Yirachah. Rabbi Avo, nothing great.
There doesn't seem to be anyone around.
We'll learn it out from the Torah. Say, now what does that mean? Rabbi Avo Isra Hana. Torah has to tell you. The fact Torah has to tell you. After telling you that Nevela Asr Ba'achila, that it's mutter ba'ana,
look at the way we gotta hide what we're doing. Cause what would they say if they ever knew? And so we're running just as fast as we can. Holding on to one another's hand. Trying to get away into the night. And then you put your arms around me and we tumble to the ground. And then you say, I think we're alone now.
By definition, it's as well.
Alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. The beating of the heart is the only sound. I think we're alone now. It doesn't seem to be anyone around.
Unconsecrated meat or unconsecrated animal that's checked inside of the confines of the nation. Hiskia will say as follows: that when the Torah says Lo Ye'achel, limit Utehani, it comes to these cases. It comes into the second shot. Also, limit Uteh foolishness Ketubah, and also comes to foolishness Ketubah. And ultimately, again, it should be Mutter Ba'ana, it should be Asr Ba'ana as well. Rabbi Avon also comes through these cases, i.e. comes to Pesach and so Foolish Mishkitu Banzara, Labdolai. The foolish Mishkitu Banzara does not need a limud. Why? Because its prohibition is not there. As it also happened, but suffice it to say, the game should drill down a little bit. Again, what is the corpus of contention of Ishmael? Rabbi Avon And you'll stream your session tomorrow, you will get the resolution.
Gonna be 4 years in May.
4 years. And where are you originally from?
I'm from South County.
Okay.
Santa Ana, Orange County.
Okay, you're getting specific there. How long have you been in Austin?
Almost about 4 years. Well, I started here at doing samples as well. So,
Cool. Okay. You've been delivering merch.
That's what they say when we're together. And watch how you play. They don't understand. And so we're running just as fast as we can. Holding on to one another's hand. Trying to get away into the night. And then you put your arms around me and we tumble to the ground. And then you say, I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. To be the only sound.
Talking about cooking on and you might actually cook
Get away. We gotta hide what we're doing. Cause what would they say? If they knew, so we're running just as fast as we can. Holding on to one another's hand.
Hello, Cindy, guests might show up. Having my guests are going to show up. I got actually hello, since guests might come and cook more on Wednesday.
They know.
Has a woman ever flirted with you while you're delivering groceries?
no, not really. A lot of my customers are old people, so they'll make me like
this is brought in Halakha. We had this whole argument yesterday with Arab Shabbat from
another's hand. Trying to get away into the night, and then you put your arms around me as we tumble to the ground, and then you say, I think what we want now. It doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. Beating of our hearts is the only sound. I think we're alone now. It's the only sign. Holding on to one another's hand. Get away into the night, and then you put your arms around me and we tumble to the ground, and then you say, I think we're alone now. It doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. The beating of our hearts is the only sign.
It's actually a Kia. Shout out to the Kia. No, it's
that's the halakha mate. You can rely on this because guests might come at the bottom.
Okay.
You guys say, you can't.
And then we started talking, and then we started like,
somebody might get sick on Shabbat, so let's allow cooking on Shabbat.
And when you say hooking up, you mean like,
so the person for you, the place where guests
so
really
it's
aren't
always
going
an
to go up.
interesting predicament when you're in the front of a car. So who
there,
do you think was doing more believing?
maybe you shouldn't rely on
You guys meeting in the dead center, you're right over the section.
You can allow it, even if guests aren't super up, but you know, having in mind,
she's taller than me. She's taller than 5'10".
Jeremiah was a bullfrog. He was a good friend of mine. I never understood a single word he said, but I helped him to drink his wine. And he always had some mighty fine wine, saying joy to the world. All the boys and girls now. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. If I were the king of the world, I'd tell you what I'd do. I'd throw away the cars and the bars and the wars and make sweet love to you. And now, joy to the world, all the boys and girls. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. You know I love the ladies, love to have my fun.
So then what happened after she finishes you off? Do you just drop her off?
No, so she wanted to make out with me, but I got kind of grossed out because she just swallowed my palm.
You're damn right.
Yeah, I was kind of like, oh no, bitch, back up.
Right.
But I still made out with her.
Fire and a rainbow rider, a straight shooting son of a gun. I said a straight shooting son of a gun. Joy to the world, all the boys and girls. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. Joy to the world, all boys and girls. Joy to the world, all to you and me. Joy to the world, all the boys and girls. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. To the world, joy to you and me. Joy to the world. The boys and girls. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy when we joy to the world. Joy, the boys and girls. Dog, I am tearing shit up like a motherfucker.
Before I got money. I did, you know, rich people got different debit cards than us. They got, maybe y'all, some of y'all got about here these little 22-pound bulletproof solid metal debit cards. They got vibranium from Wakanda.
What if how Yom Tov
Hey, y'all
and
see
Yom
what?
Tov
And they did it.
on
The thing
Friday,
is,
and that's
my
why
debit
it's
card,
it's
that shit, if I throw it up in the air, it's gonna be a minute. If somebody open the door, that shit gonna go right back to the. Sometimes the client on board has to go pull my debit card.
Thursday, Friday.
You know, rich people got heavy debit cards so they can break down cocaine better. Meanwhile, I just roll my blunts to my debit card and they be finna don't give a fuck about me. But it's cool though, because like now that I got fame and success, I get to talk to people that like Chuck Studies or I get to talk to Tony. I got Rick where I was like, yo, what should I look out for? And Tony was like, stay out of the comments on Reddit. It's just crazy saying things I wouldn't say. It's Tony wouldn't say I wouldn't say, but the thing was is that when he told me I just have to appreciate it. But I wanted to laugh in his face because he don't know me like that. For 20 years before that, I was working customer service. They said it to my face.
I understand.
And the girl walked in, this old ass fucking like 65 years old walked to me and she called me the hard R.
I love the song. I never liked the music. I did not know I liked to do that this
It's funny. You know, so we can always be funny. It shouldn't be a bad thing.
when you walked up, I'm just a cheater and I got your car walk.
Never gonna lose it. Well, I've never been to England, but I heard I like the Beatles. Well, I've never been I've never been to Spain, but I kinda like the music. Say the ladies there are staying there. Well, I never been to Spain, but I kinda like the music. Say the ladies are insane there, and they sure know how to use it. I use it. Well, I've never been to England, but I kinda like the Beatles. Well, I headed for Las Vegas. They made it out to New York. Can you feel it? Must be near it. Feels so good. Feels so good. Well, I've never been to heaven, but I've been to Oklahoma. Oh, they tell me I was born there, but I really don't remember. In Oklahoma, not Arizona. What does it matter? What does it matter?
When she got a steak and the last one to keep complaining because he wanted a free steak, and I was like, hey, I can't do that. I'm a server here. They throw peanuts on the ground there. If you want a good steak, go where you throw food on the ground. Right.
That is true. Dedrick, what else is going on? What's the update on your anything amazing?
Bitch, I'm on tour. Yeah. You can get a guest spot, that'd be cool. Red, not responding.
Arizona, what does it matter? What does it matter? Oh, I've never been to Spain, but I kinda like the music. Say the ladies are insane there, and they sure know how to use it. They don't abuse it, never gonna lose it. I can't refuse it. Oh, well, I never been to heaven, but I've been to Oklahoma. Well, they tell me I was born there, but I really don't remember. In Oklahoma, not Arizona. What does it matter?
You have any behind the scenes info on the website?
I got a Rambo 3. You can see that. You know, I fought for the Taliban in Rambo 3. That is a fact. I give a young kid a knife in the end. I think he hijacked him 8 years later.
Young Tail itself for the music
You ever see Rambo 3?
the Young Tail died. The Young Tail survived. So you're going to tell me if you allow a bacon on Young Tail for the music to survive. Bacon on Young Tail for the music to itself, would you allow that? Wouldn't see that as you're going to tell me all Young Tail to survive.
There you go.
Sunday, why don't you
A great Detrick Flynn, ladies and gentlemen. We're having fun here tonight. Actually,
I thought that was adorable that he said, like, of course, just a debit card instead of a credit card. I've never seen, like, a debit card.
Wait till he finds out about credit cards. We're watching the kids. We're going to watch Stitcher grow up in front of our very eyes. Some people
Just a
need
little
big eyes. Some
fashion
people need
bubbles
heavy
playing
debit
on
cards.
the
Like, he has
radio.
no idea what credit even is.
And wrapped around the music is the sound of someone promising they'll never go. You swear you've heard it before as it slowly rambles on. No need in bringing them back, 'cause they'll never really gone. Just an old-fashioned love song, one I'm sure they wrote for you and me. Just an old-fashioned love song, coming down in three-part harmony to weave those dreams upon and listen to each evening when the lights are low. To underscore with tenderness and feelings that we come to know. You swear you've heard it before as it slowly rambles on and on. No need in bringing them back, 'cause they'll never really gone. Just an old-fashioned love song, one and down in three-part harmony.
I wish I had a burrito restaurant because burritos roll. Free delivery if you live down downhill. Our only competitors just took can of service. Hey, I have a car. It's not pushed to start, but it is pushed to keep going. Come on, guys, push.
Coming down in three-part harmony. Just an old-fashioned love song, one I'm sure they wrote for you and me. Just an old-fashioned love song, coming down in three-part harmony. Just an old-fashioned love song, one I'm sure they wrote for you and me. To a song. Just an old song. Just an old song. I'm sure they look for you and me. Just an old song. Just an old song. I'm sure they look for you and me.
understand the holy
what's
cow.
a day in the
Holy cow
life of
we get
Shane
before.
Carmichael like?
But Srecha, a chamor, how do you get a holy
I've just
cow?
been watching like a lot of Nat Geo. Like I learned a
Beautiful.
lot
Rashi says,
about
better
whales.
You can be
Yeah,
makdish
would
your
you like?
chamor to the temple, but not as a korban.
Every
Don't do
whale
that. It doesn't work.
was
Better
a
bias.
sperm
The
whale.
financial value of your chamor is cheddar to better bias. So if you plows with this, it's me'ila with it. Discuss me'ila a little bit.
Then I
And
watched an
me'ila
episode
is
about
using
kangaroos.
consecrated
And I learned a
items.
lot
So
about
how to
kangaroos.
use better
Oh,
bias.
learn about kangaroos.
With Shiloim, and he's plowing for the
The
needs of
mama
Shiloim. So he has Shiloim the Hema, he has
kept the baby in her
the
pouch.
Shiloim the more together.
The daddy
Like the Shiloim is
kangaroo
planting
kept the
his
baby
vineyard with
in
his
his
wheat.
sack.
Planting wheat and so the barley oats in his vineyard along with his vines. That's two vines. Karen is a mixture of normal
Checks
fruit
out.
and non-grape food with the vineyard,
What
and
else,
that's
Keegan?
also
How do you make money, Keegan? That's what the world really wants to know.
One is the lowliest number that you'll ever do. Two can be as sad as one, but it's the loneliest number since the number one.
No, that cost $100, and that's fucking crazy.
And it's Yom Tov.
No is the saddest experience you ever know. Yes, it's the saddest experience you ever know. 'Cause one is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. One is the loneliest number you'll ever do. It's just no good anymore since you went away. Now I spend my time just making rhymes of yesterday. One is the loneliest number. One is the loneliest number. One is the loneliest number that you'll ever do.
Do you know how to throw a football? That's a very good question. You see, you don't seem that mobile. You kind of sway a lot. You see,
It's called pocket presence.
oh my goodness gracious, you know about this. I never would have guessed this. Wow.
Well, on a serious note, it really did happen. And
someone
I
jumped in
will
there
go to
and
USC.
covered up the
So,
job with dirt.
Is the loneliest one. Is the loneliest one. Is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. One just
I
know.
just wanted to mention, like,
That goes on his back.
you know, last time I was on, I said,
One is the loneliest. One is the loneliest. One is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. It's just no good anymore since you went away. Number one is the loneliest. One is the loneliest. One is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. The loneliest. One is the loneliest number. One is the loneliest number that you'll ever do.
Still, grind them down.
Anyway, so
There's some folks
most people diagnosed
the rice
with,
really, yeah, you could grind it down to like a yard, not
ADHD,
using a
right?
grinder, you know, using the back of the hand, using method, because he needs the dirt for his piece of job, for his chicken, for his
laughing, right?
so it's been seen like
I never had kids, unfortunately. I never helped out my kid.
Suma Barzaria, can you plant or Hawaiian in the ground? But the young Suma Mala, it's rocky
This is
on
my
top,
first
it's
time ever
flowers
doing stand-up,
up in the
and I'm like a very
ground underneath.
It's
So
kind of a
he's
fair.
trying to make it Hawaiian, though, Helen Nazir using his delight the hay using his
Slip it away. Living on a pillow. Night for night to come. Living on a pillow. This is the night to go to celebrity ball. Serenades, living in a pity. Then we find out it's wrong. Wanna to get to the city, to go to the celebrity ball. Just up tonight, won't be lonely. Just up tonight, won't be lonely. So know that sitting on the pillow, giving time to go on. Just up tonight, won't be lonely. Just up tonight, won't be lonely. Celebrate, dance to the music. Celebrate, celebrate.
That gives you a mouth kiss.
I don't feel very safe being a CF.
Fire
It's gonna be alright.
adding to the
It's gonna be
fire,
alright. It's gonna be alright.
This is the guy that trained you in rockets.
Hello, couldn't be higher.
Help train you as a corner person.
You were the corner person.
No, I was.
That's what I just said.
Celebrate, dance to the music. Celebrate, 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 dance to the music. Celebrate, 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 celebrate, dance to the music.
So it's fucking this 2-year-old. Relax. I was
Where'd it
born.
by, making certain changes in the political,
Guys,
economic,
that need to get a much
medical
bigger pop,
framework of
okay?
the world that we're in.
That's some funny fucking shit, all right? I need you guys. I want this clip to go fucking viral, so I need you guys to fucking. I need you guys to all stand when I do that. I want you to take your tits out. I want you to take your fucking dick out. Black guy, I want. You don't like it so much, you give me an Edward pass. All right. Take it from the top.
My baby does the hanky panky, my baby does the hanky panky. 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 I'm walking on down the line, yeah. I'm gonna dollar when I really first time. A pretty little girl standing all alone. Yeah, pretty baby, can I take you home? I never saw her, never really saw her. My baby does the hanky panky. 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 My baby does the hanky panky.
Oh, bitch, give me that shit. Look at this motherfucker. I'm gonna turn to my left. Yep, I'm gonna look right. Yeah, I'm looking at the panel to my left. I'm looking at the audience for a little bit, but then I'm turning to the right. Here we go. This game, motherfucker. Goddamn.
My baby does the hanky panky. I saw her walking on down the line, yeah. I got my stomach for the really first time. A pretty little girl standing all alone. Hey, pretty baby, can I take you home? The song I never really saw. My baby does the hanky panky. 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 Now 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 my baby. That's his motherfucking throw it straight through one more time. Really throwing fists.
Give him some gangsta shit.
Nope, I'm not saying anything. You got questions for me?
I keep noticing that your lips are moving and sometimes nothing's coming out.
Love is the answer. You made my heart sing. You make everything groovy. Wow, thing. Wow, thing. You think I love you. But I wanna know for sure. Come on, man. Hang tight.
That's not good for you. But that's fine. The last time I was on, I set it by, and I was like, how do I cop this blackface? That's the only way to do it, Cole. It was the only way to do it. And I said, fuck blackface, black what? And yeah, I did just that is something I did. Any other questions?
Thing. You make my heart sing. You make everything groovy. Wow, thing. Wow, thing. I think I love you. I wanna know for sure. So come on, hit.
So good that she was like, God damn, I want you to be my son.
Wow, thing. You make my heart sing. You make everything groovy. Wow, thing.
Jesus Christ. Hey, this is fun.
Yeah, it is.
You piece of shit. What are you doing? Who's this guy?
This is incredible. Timmy No Breaks. Somehow, absolutely not knowing which way to face tonight. Looks healthy though. Looks healthier than ever. Younger.
No, I don't. No, I definitely don't.
Wow. Timmy, have you, is there anything else that you do now that you can become a special black man? Is there anything else that you find yourself doing out in society now that you can be black sometimes?
That's great. Really good question, Tom. I'm going to turn my back to the audience for this one. That's okay.
You're gonna face that way towards the audience?
Yeah, ever since I became, embraced the power of being an old black man that I met 10 minutes ago, I've been going to rosters for less a lot. I'm good at basketball. I'm not racist at all. This isn't racist at all.
What does it look like when you shoot a basketball? How exactly do you shoot a basketball? What is your form like?
Here I go.
How about throwing a football? Do you throw a football?
Check this shit out. Drop back. Tight end.
How about bowling? Do you have a good bowling form?
Okay, get ready for this shit. Get ready for this shit. Yeah, I'm looking at my ball. Bowling. Oh, what else you got coming?
I noticed that you bowl left-handed, but you shoot basketballs and throw footballs with your right hand. Are you ambidextrous?
No, I'm just black. What are you looking at, dumbass? Wow, Red Band looks like a cray-ass motherfucker. God, this guy looks unhealthy. I'm looking at the ground. I'm looking all around. I'm having the time of my life up here.
I gotta tell you.
Oh, look at you. I thought, fuck these glasses. Who needs them? Oh, I need them.
Wow, Timmy, I mean, you're on a whole new level. Every single time you come onto the show, you're so innovative. You completely take over. This is unbelievable. We're just about to be 20 years in this industry. I've never seen a man with the balls to wear a champion. So crazy. I've seen people switch genders. I've seen people switch everything about themselves. I've never seen
Wow, Bang. Wow, Bang. I wanna know for sure. Come on, man. Wow, Bang. You make my heart sing. You make everything blue. Wow, Bang. Wow, Bang. Shake it, wow, Bang.
So we always saw that they both go ahead and
it's my fault the first time, actually. It was about 5. So what do you want for your birthday?
So which Which one is it? Is the Atzeres for Hashem? Is the Atzeres? That's what I want to say. I'm going to
How do they hand this bitch in fucking club?
Everyone agrees that on Jewish, there must be an element of personal enjoyment. It's called material or physical enjoyment. My town, this is so beautiful.
Look at this athleticism.
Remember again, this is what the laws are talking. Even Rabbi Eliezer, who said that I jumped it, if you choose to make it a kulo Hashem, it's like, you know what, I'm not focusing on
Look at this, folks. I'm going to try to summarize this for you as best I can. We have one of the most athletic motherfuckers in the history of humankind. This is like, if, I don't know, the most athletic motherfucker had sex with the most athletic motherfucker and made this sick.
I don't even understand that.
Was given. Take a look at that.
Have you ever thought about doing your comedy off stage into a microphone while a black man lip syncs your material for you?
I am down because that sounded funny and I didn't get to watch it. Everyone has from back there. It was hilarious.
Yeah, it was great.
So
did you say 6 months? 6 months, yeah. And remind us, you've been on this show before. And what did we learn? What did we talk about that last time? Your father died. Yeah. Tell us what that was all about.
It's true. This is a lot of people learn it. But most people, when they're eating a restaurant, there has to be something. And demonstrate my incredible joy in learning Torah. Therefore, even those who think that by other Yemen COVID, you could have a kulo Hashem on Shavuos, there must be at least a practice. It's really incredible. I'm a rabbi, even the Shabbos. Even Nani Lochem, but says even on Shabbos, everyone agrees that there must be an element of Lochem. My Tainot, the Karasa, La Shabbos, the Pasuk says, not being Shia, you will call the Shabbos in delight. Also, you know this, because you have only Shabbos, you call Shabbos command, that you basically enjoy the Shabbos. Again, the beautiful Sridot, the Menucha on Shabbos, I'm not going to say, Akamot in the Purim. This is very exciting, you know, now again, it's Moshe Yom. Like now, again, it's the host to the Shach, right there, 16 here at Shach, versus Moshe Yom. Purim is exactly 12 weeks from today. So now we have a Gemara on Purim. Now, you see, it says everyone agrees by Purim that you have to have lochem. That you have to have an element of physical joy. Nighttime, you name it. But it seems like this day. Because again, the Gemara says that there are days of celebration. Margaret Rabina was solution to the Margaret Rabina, full of shots of Yosef Kanisha. Margaret Rabina is fasted the entire year. Now, he fasted.
Okay, how's that going for you? How's DoorDashing on the motorcycle?
With the exception of course of Shavuos and Erev Yosef. People say what you do on Shabbos is
I've only been doing it for about 3 weeks.
Speaking amongst the Shona, but we don't get that now. The ideal stands on these 2 days that we did.
What did you spend that on?
Shavuos and Erev Yosef. The Gemara says, Atzeres Yom Shemit Shabbat. It doesn't fast on Shavuos because again, you have to physically demonstrate. If you are over back to the step of the Torah, physical enjoyment. Yom Shemit Shabbat.
Your delivery system sucks. Have you ever thought about enunciating so that the people understand the words that you're saying?
Is to be ma'aleh the chomer.
That's what happens. It's a big fan of Sylvester Stallone, obviously.
Could be something very mundane and very unholy, but also if you're doing a done to the Puma Pula, to become a Kamala Rosa Hashem as well. So the Gemara says, Puri up, Puri spoke about before, and so I tell you from the Torah, Puri up, we name it for the simple, to the Purim, it says the day of celebration, Male Yoma Dikipuri, what about Erev Yom Kippur? The Tanakh about that, we did the Nisan as not for Satan, but Rishon HaChodesh. The
You
prophet
got a
said,
little joke
by
book last time?
Yom Kippur, you shall afflict your soul from the
There you
night
go.
of the
That
month.
is where it
So
will
the
remain. We'll see you
night
soon,
of
Patrick
the
Cassidy, ladies and gentlemen.
No fact on the
And
night.
keep it moving real fast here as we come around the corner.
Not the night of the
Should be the last
rather
bucket
what
full
we
of the
learn.
night.
And the Loma
Make some
Loma,
noise for one of our very own. This is Make sure you check out Love on the Line and HeidiRegina.com. Again, this episode brought to you by Talkspace. This is actually one of our very own, one of our very own team members around here. Makes sense for a brand new minute from Dusty Carter, everybody.
I recently made a horrible mistake. I cut off all my hair and most of my beard. Yeah, I used to look like Jesus if his first miracle was turning water into meth.
Throughout the day.
You know, I got tired of walking around looking like a caveman who had been thawed from ice. The problem is now I just look like a white guy hired by it. I was at my daughter's school the other day and I overheard these two ladies talking about a deaf kid that had been learning sign language, and then he had an accident over the summer during 4th of July, messed up some digits.
Right?
I was like, that is so sad.
Was like the
That little boy was born deaf. Then he developed a lisp.
Yosef would say, on Shavuos, make for me a Yosef. Omar, he said, this is so beautiful.
It's okay for the rest of y'all to laugh. Hell, if he was here, he wouldn't have hurt you. That's my time.
Was not for this day.
Dusty Carter with exactly 58 seconds. Hi, Dusty.
Hey, Tony, how are you doing, Bob?
Great, buddy. Good to see you, man. Not a lot of people know this, but Dusty, a little fun fact, opens one half of the curtains for everybody that comes out here.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? It's like some inside showbiz stuff. There's two guys right on the other side of those curtains. One of them is Dusty, and then there's another guy. And then when I say the person's name, they wait for the band to start playing, and then they pull the curtains that way. Isn't that interesting? High-tech stuff, high-tech shit. Dusty also puts together the table every Sunday night. Yeah. Another guy. He used to take 2 hours, and it took an hour and a half, and I believe they've now got it all the way down to what, 58 minutes, 58 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Do you guys like to put together an LED table? It's not easy. No, they're timing themselves. Yeah, they take it very serious. Yeah. It's more of a challenge than anything, just to see if we can beat what we did before. Yeah, because each week it's something different. Because this isn't the only show they have here. They have other shows, and then we have to sort through wires and things. Make sure we got everything y'all need to enjoy. They do. You're damn right. Absolutely. Dusty, you mentioned having a daughter. How's your daughter? She is 11. Nice. And how's that going? She's amazing. She's excelling at everything, and she's left school right now. She's with her mom this year while I got settled in Austin, and she'll be back with me this fall. Nice. Nice. It's a lot of fun. Being a dad is the most rewarding and stressful thing I've ever done in my life. That's your only child. No, I have a son that's 26. You have a 26-year-old son. How old are you? I'm 45. Wow. Yeah, prison preservatives and its food. Yeah. You were in prison, what again? Manufactured methamphetamine. There you go. The crowd goes wild. Welcome to the Kill Tony universe, where you get a standing ovation for making meth. You never dabbled in Howard Hill. Tell us what's making meth like. It's not like Breaking Bad, no sissy shit. I used to do mine in the woods in 45 minutes and 80% pure. Wow. What are these all that laboratory equipment when you're just fucking moonshining? Right. I would ask you your secrets of your process, but I immediately realized that that's probably entertainment, aren't you? For entertainment purposes only, we can talk about whatever we want. We can write books. Interesting.
I learned to you how to promise you how to I do all of these things to better myself.
That's why I'm going to promote
That's
that.
so.
We haven't talked about it.
What a person learns for his own benefit. state of the soul, follows like the molly followed on the chemical others, were not the Torah, the earth itself would not be. Otherwise, Torah is necessary to sustain the entire earth. It doesn't just sustain the summer, it sustains the earth. שנאמר, אם לא ביסי יומם ולילה, חוקו שרץ לסמתי. Listen to this phrase. These words is right. May Torah to other things adaita dinafina. Regular, the Torah does sustain the world. But to be honest, when we begin to learn, most of us don't begin to learn to the state of sustaining the world.
BuyOnlyGin.com. That's the only place to buy the coloring.
So the
Dusty,
says,
a great
from
appearance,
the
fun
beginning,
times.
the other
You're a
teenage, when
likable
a person
guy.
learns
There's a
Torah,
lot of
all these adaita dinafina.
there you go, Dusty Carter, ladies and gentlemen. Well, what an episode we've had. I mean, this was
is because they are self-serving.
regulars and a golden ticket winner, the return of a couple great old characters, and now there's only one way to end an episode like this, and that's with the man with the most appearances ever in this show's history, the most interviews, the Hall of Famer, the Memphis Shirt, the Vanilla Gorilla, the Magazine Monster, the Elevator, the ZipRecruiter, Zebra, the Talkspace Tycoon. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, everybody. Here we go.
Be honest with yourself about this. And be honest about your motivation. I'm not about your motivation. I try to be optimistic, but when life at the end of the day, when I do things,
there's
they
an Astro
definitely
van
have some
parked out front. It's filled with guys in turbans reciting prayers, like frantically reciting prayers. Anyway, so I'm watching this Diddy documentary, The Reckoning, and I didn't realize that early in his career, Diddy was a celebrity basketball game where 9 people were trampled to death when they were rushing into the gym to get a seat. Apparently, they thought it was an Aphex Twin concert.
No.
Is it just me, or is the Taliban got
reward? But the thing for many of us,
I've always wanted to go to a mafioso Christmas party and be like, hey, wait, this mistletoe has a tiny little microphone hanging down. A teenager wants to be a lion tamer, jumped in the lion enclosure in a Brazilian zoo. If he had not been eaten alive by the lions, it would have gone really well. Okay, that's my die.
What about sustaining the world? Sure, yeah, that's people happy to sustain the world. But what nice when I start out my first my primary motivation is what can I do?
So nice to be here. I'm excited. I started back on the road machine yesterday. And Tony, hey, I gotta say, man, one of your buddies up there is super high in the green room. He's been asleep this whole time.
Now we're heading back to
Drew a mustache on his fucking ass with a Sharpie. He doesn't give a when he wakes up. I'm back when he wakes up.
That is possible.
What the fuck is out there, Tony? He's having fun.
What should be permitted, what should be permitted. Some of that realizing now that you have to restrict this way. It's a good one. That means for the Eliezer said,
let's finish with the one that's filled with cakes. I ended up taking a break last week. I was in the mood. I got out of the mood with the mussels, but now I'm back at it tonight. Tomorrow, what kind of cakes are on this mussel? Oh my God. I mean, they all have blue ice. It's super fucking difficult. Some of them also have red icing. Some of them also little purple icing. It's just all good, but all of them have blue icing. Tony, really hard. It's a really hard puzzle. 1,000 pieces. 1,000 pieces.
Slowly for sharp slowly to go elbow off the summer.
There's no specific types of cake. There's no like
again hello color myself.
there's no one is strawberry, sort of like red on the inside, one of them is white on the inside. Hello, thanks, dumbass. Is that what you wanted? You fucking idiot. What you want me to go? It was a strawberry cake, you fucking idiot.
At the end of the day, allowing
that guy in the fucking mad at that fucking idiot. What did he want me to fucking yell? It was a strawberry good.
What am I supposed to say to this? How should I refer? Entonces, difícil es what? Bacteria, ¿no?
Oh my God! How depressing is
That
that?
takes place after the
What's
adult Shabbos.
All right.
The other
So what are you having fun with
look
lately?
now
What are you
remember the
passionate
reference
about?
will be as follows. When we look at the list of items that are permitted after you check the color vision. So it's
Is there
interesting to
anything
note
that
as follows.
you're excited
You do
about
the
it?
speaker,
All of life.
right? And then after
I
the
haven't
speaker,
eaten
there's a whole
earlier.
bunch
Pretty
of
good.
other
I haven't been eating in a
technically
while.
speaking, issues that
Yeah,
will
thank
be
you. Oh my
permitted.
God, there's a really
Right? To discuss again whether you should level up, for example, the squeezing out the blue intestine,
with the
the
banana.
burning the fat, the mercury races, allowing bacteria, we are allowing ultimately again these other smaller prohibited acts. Even after the speaker is done.
Yeah, sugar-free Metamucil.
These other things, so let's say, I could have made the argument like this. Maybe not
What does it taste like?
only be allowed on
like
Shabbos,
Tang.
about pizza, when
It looks like
they
Tang too. It's
receive
hard.
the speaker. But once the speaker's done,
So that's been fun.
they
Mixing up the
everything else.
different mixtures, seeing how much I can put in there.
So you
Okay,
bacteria
still dissolve.
And the
So if you're
Metamucil
going
makes
to
you
allow
feel better?
bacteria mitzvah
Yeah,
after
makes my
speaker,
tummy feel a little better.
you also not allow
Really?
bacteria
Better
mitzvah.
freaking doo-doo today, Teddy.
Oh my goodness. How have your duties been lately?
Solid. I've been okay when I can. I mean, it's been fucking days. I think it was because I was eating a bunch of Butterfingers out in Tulsa.
What are you doing eating Butterfingers in Tulsa?
Starving, Tony, and I felt weird. I was like it was freezing cold, and I was in the hotel room, and I didn't want to leave the hotel room, and I watched some football, and it's like, well, I can't do it. I got to before the sets later on, and
everyone agrees that we already proved that.
20 minutes later, I'm able to do it, so it's okay.
As follows. One speaker comes along,
I'm excited.
activities that follow
Sylvester Stallone, have you ever seen anything quite like William Devery before?
along and pave way for combined activities. Now maybe before
Well, we are at the end of the show. Do you have any Stallone projects that you've seen?
I loved you in Predator, Underwater for Killing Off the Predator. That was wonderful. When you put the mud on your body. That was cool.
Furthermore,
I
there's
love
another
that
issue.
part.
The other reason why we allow
That's Sylvester.
for example, remember, one of the things you can't do is can't bring it outside of the store. That's an example ultimately again of not
Sylvester, did that one guy actually shave in the jungle without the shave cream? Did that actually happen?
that maybe you think about shooting it before speaker because you need a dramatic act almost to like violate kind of split the water of the shop. The dramatic act is they ultimately that shop is set aside and
You're shaking your head like a fucking idiot. Didn't have to interact with your missus this entire night. I was doing pretty good. Just a little cigarette or something. Was that Virginia?
What happened? We allow bacteria
Virginia
before
slims over there.
shop
You fucking idiot.
before
Because it's
speaker,
Christmas and that's what's
and then if you then check the animal and the animal is
dumbass, don't fucking
then
come
it
in here,
turns out
fucking
then
idiot.
it must be that maybe
Fucking
again
highlight of my
animal will
drinking
be
Metamucil,
involved
you
recovery
fucking
won't be
idiot. Why are you
good.
coming after me? What do you think coming after me was a good idea, dumbass? After your mom and I are fucking done in her bedroom, which is way too hot all the time. She's smoking this fucking Virginia Slims. Whatever, Robin Hood. Are you referring to this hat I've got for my sweet dead grandmother B? Your
grandmother referring to, or what are you referring to? Grandmother's name was B.
Yeah, we probably
Oh my
think
goodness.
what the heck.
It's adorable.
We cut her queen. We found the fucker from behind.
You don't know till you open up the animal. Obviously, animals that
They're having a I fucked your
more often than not, we
mom and grandma battle, everyone.
that is a internal, that is a internal issue. You find something that belongs.
You called your mom and raised you a grandpa. Here's to the William and short circuiting right now and doesn't know how to handle this situation. Oh, you know about that Metamucil? Okay, Redman, dumbass. Oh, wow. It's a grandma-mom battle that's going nowhere. Before we let you go, I want to, because it's not easy to get a powerful guest like Sylvester Stallone here, and you accidentally named a Schwarzenegger movie. I'll give you another chance here.
Remember again, this line
Is
in
there
the
a favorite Sylvester Stallone film that you have that you would like to say right now?
Is it
Rudy, Archie the Kid, and Rudy?
Don't kick his ass, Sly. Don't kick his ass. Let's give him another guess here. This is the great Sly Stallone. Would you go to Bad News Bears? Is Bad News Bears? Oh my God. I'm sorry, Sly. I don't know what to do. Stop me as the mental illness. I don't want to attack.
Let's see the argument that 7 falls out on campus, which is you do not sprinkle the water on campus. I don't think what's wrong with sprinkling the water on a guy who's coming on campus? What's wrong with it? When they're going to go to
This is an opportunity of a lifetime. We have Sly Stallone. You should pay your respects. You must have a favorite Sly Stallone movie. Do not leave your hotel much. You don't leave your house much. You watch and consume a lot of television and movies. This should be very easy for you.
Ultimately,
What
is
is one of your favorite Sly Stallone movies?
as you see, that although sprinkling isn't its wrong, it is assumed Drabana, and it's not Doka Shabbos. It's not Doka Shabbos. So Rabbi Akiva or these other activities in explaining it. They're also Isuri Drabana, and although there is no religion, you can't do no Shabbos. Which means, I'm going to Rabbi Akiva is Isuri Shabbos. So Rabbi Eliezer said Rabbi Akiva. So, I'm sorry, so then the Gemara,
William, anything else you want to say before we leave?
Rabbi Eliezer says, it doesn't make sense when I tell you why. Because it's Shmita, which is a malachis Doka Shabbos. There's certainly, again, these small
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. I mean, it's already got a little weird. You're a fucking idiot. Would you think that was going to be funny? Really? Did you think that one was going to be funny? Bring my fucking diagram on the back up, you fucking idiot.
Sprinkling the Wezra Paraduma is going to be Asar Shabbos. And what?
Seriously,
Shmita should be Asar Shabbos. Now, we'll say, Rabbi Akiva obviously doesn't mean that. Because everyone knows that Urbanic Shiva is literal. Like, even from the Pesach, from the knows that. So the Akiva is just trying to make a hypothetical point. That gives us this kind of Amula Reza Akiva, the Shmita Shakari Akiva. We try to bring up my argument with this to know again if you correct. The Shmita Shahei and stuff. The death should be
and then we're fucking out of here. Let's think
But the answer was very upset with Rabbi Akiva. It's because Rabbi Akiva was
holiday
funny.
season. There you go. The holiday season, everyone. What
So
are
Rabbi Akiva advanced the argument. So obviously,
have an hour again for William
the
Montgomery,
relationship as a
everybody.
personal slice. I'm a Rebbe. I'm
Make
copying
some
the sound
noise
again.
for
The
the
Rebbe.
Joe Tony
Rabbi
debut of the
Akiva
great
responds
Tony.
to the
Heyo,
Rebbe.
everybody.
Do not go ahead and forget that you
The beginning of
that you taught me.
2026.
Cosmic is running in call. This is what you taught me, Rebbe.
How about one more time for Sylvester Stallone, everyone?
Sprinkling of the words of our Lord and the other things. It will be us in the Rabbanon, and it's not Doka Shabbos.
Check out the
Not Doka Shabbos. I do, Admirei, my Tanakh, it's not Rabbi Akiva, it's the Rebbe, all the Halacha. So why are you now forgetting what now ignoring? You taught it to us. Why are you ignoring it? In the Achaz of Admirei, my Tanakh doesn't mention it. You in fact focus. Why do you do
biggest
that?
live show ever in Austin, Texas. Very exciting stuff. We love you. God bless this audience and God bless the United States.
It's a lot. When Rabbi Eliezer taught us halacha, if you can't put the water on the individual who's coming to that place, that would if the individual wants to eat tuna. What if you have the following situation? Cohen wants to eat tuna. Cohen can't eat tuna in a state of tuna. So what does he want to do? He's coming to my place. If he's day number 7 of the sprinkling with Shabbos, he wants to get sprinkled with the waters of Paraduma. Rabbi Eliezer says he can't. And I say, why not? Why do you like to eat tuna? The tuna itself cannot be separated on Shabbos. That's not allowed to separate tuna from on Shabbos. Once again, it's in the Drabbanon. It looks like you're fixing an item. So since you can't separate tuna from on Shabbos, Rabbi Eliezer said you also can't be sprinkled with waters of Paraduma on Shabbos. In other words, that's when you can't sprinkle. Rabbi Akiva Nami Sios V'Hazar B'Tuma. You mix Akiva, beginning to divorce. Rabbi Akiva was also raising this exact point. Rabbi Akiva was saying, you can't sprinkle the Paraduma waters in order to eat Truma, even though again it's a mitzvah. Rabbi Elazar thought, Hazeh the Pesach Kamosiva. So Rabbi Elazar says that the Gemara says Rabbi Elazar thought that Rabbi Akiva was talking about Hazeh of the Pesach, which of course he was not. So let's say, I've already put down tomorrow. So you see the misunderstanding, right? How many times in life do we have strong reactions to people, unwarranted strong reactions to people, because we misunderstand their intention or we misunderstand their words. Here, Rabbi Eliezer thinks that Rabbi Akiva is going ahead and speaking in such a form, but it turns out that he really misunderstood what Rabbi Akiva was trying to say. Not Meisik, not Rabbi Kitzur Rabbi Akiva, Amar Hazard, Amar Zmuz, Sophia. So that's the problem. There's an ultimate version. The ultimate version of the Akiva is not talking about Hazard anymore. Exactly. Again, he's talking about Eretz Pesach. Rabbi Akiva says, Hazard, Amar Sophia, Shechowski, so the real Shabbos, is the Eretz Pesach, but we need to divorce. Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva says, I'll bring you a raya. That Matzah and Mitzvah are not both on Shabbos. What's the raya? The Eretz Pesach falls out on Shabbos. And you have an individual who's coming from a place. And he needs to 7 days sprinkles on Shabbos, but we don't do it on Shabbos. Alexander has got the Pesach Admiral. That's what we have to say is that it was the fact that we have later taught Rabbi Akiva that even sprinkling of the waters of Paraduma in order to consume from the Pesach are not done on Shabbos. I believe that's the case. If after the Admiral, my time of Hakala says, if that's the case, then why does Rabbi Eliezer seemingly ignore the very reading that he is saying? Rabbi Eliezer Gemara is possible. Rabbi Eliezer forgot. He forgot that, okay. At the end of it, he forgot that he taught. But Rabbi Akiva allowed to do it. So the Gemara got it right. And I used to say, I said, the name of the Hezra, the life of Rabbi Akiva just straight out. Rebbe, you taught us that halacha l'maisa, you can't do the sprinkling of the waters of argument for somebody saw it from us mace. Even on Eretz Pesach that falls on us, just say it explicitly, Savalab al-Hara. Rabbi Akiva felt it's inappropriate for a Talmud to explicitly say to his Rebbe, I think you're made or I think you went ahead and you forgot something that you caused. Rabbi Akiva actually thought that he was kind of doing the right thing by reminding Rabbi Eliezer in a roundabout way about his mistaken present feeling. But obviously it didn't work well because Rabbi Eliezer got very sensitive and Rabbi Akiva was slighted and making fun of him. You know those like the Hazal, my camera is not the same. Okay, let's kind of
Every single week, I have two of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This week, absolutely no different. I mean, wow. Sometimes it's fun to introduce new people. Sometimes it's fun to have a guy from New York or Philly or LA or somewhere that you've never been before. Fun is a homegrown episode. These two guys are absolute Kill Tony legends. One of them for being one of the best panelists, one of them for being one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show.
So what's the problem? Which the Gemara says, let that be set aside ultimately for Pesach. Rabbi Ger Shani Yitlana V'Aviana Ad Amos B'Shus Harab.
And the one that doesn't look the one that looks like an American is actually from the land of Estonia.
Come to carry the water down the Amos B'Shus Harab. That's why you can't. Okay, so first of all, we already saw in the Mishnah that this might be an addition, so it could be to go ahead and prohibit the use of the Para Aguma waters and Shabbos Mitzvah. Possibility that you might see now is where consumers may come to carry it. Dalit Amos possibility to be strong Mishnah is keeping Davra. That the act of purifying someone who's coming has the appearance of fixing an individual, which ultimately again has the appearance of Malacha. Now we'll say the Gemara begins with Ashidot Shabbos. Right? We do have this concept. But ancillary activities are the Shabbos. Do set aside Shabbos. So the words Amri, Hani Yuli Hecha de Gabra Gufei Chazi, the Rami Chiyuva Ale. That's only when the individual is fit for the mitzvah, and the obligation devolves upon him. We'll see the example in just a moment. The Gabra Gufay Lo Chazi Lo Ramius Yiziliyaris. Look at this, is incredible. So when do we say that Machzirei Mitzvah are built as Shabbos? When is that so? When the individual is chayiv in the mitzvah, right? When the individual is not chayiv, the individual is fit to perform the mitzvah. Once you are fit to perform the mitzvah, then the mitzvah and potentially ancillary activities related to the mitzvah are permitted on Shabbos as well. But if the individual is not fit to perform the mitzvah, then there is no restriction from Machzirei Mitzvah. For example, this piece over here, when you have the individual coming from us name, he's not fit for the mitzvah. So because he's not fit, therefore ultimately the ancillary activities are not permitted. So let's analyze it. The Rabbi Eliezer, according to what Eliezer just said, some bari, the Kamelo Kamela Havroso, the Lamolo Bishab. So Rabbi says, according to this logic, Katan bari, a baby, an 8-year-old baby who is healthy, what's the halacha? You can go ahead and warm up water for him. You go ahead and give him a bath before the bridge, in order to then give him a bridge on Shabbos. So look at the half fuzzy leg, because he's sick. In other words, I would say, giving him a bath before the milah is not sheer mitzvah. Sheer mitzvah, so as long as the baby is healthy and ready for the milah, you can even warm up a bath for him before the milah to prepare for the milah. On the flip side, Hatan Kola, if the baby is ill, you can't warm up a bath for him. Why? Because since the baby is ill, therefore again he's not really fit for milah. Because he's not fit for milah, if I love him, you can't warm up the bath either. Ella Amarava, Hakol Kolim and Ephra milah. Echad Katan Baida, Echad Katan Kola. Ein Mechamin La Broso, the Mamolo, the Shabbos, the Ha, no, that's actually correct. A child, an 8-year-old baby, is always considered to be a cold. Like, he's always considered to be ill. And if I love for myself, we don't heat up water to the bath before Shabbos. It's a baby is able to get therefore, again, if I love for myself again, so we don't warm up the bath. If you say, I love for myself, we don't warm up water to give the baby a bath before Shabbos. For the milah on Shabbos, so we would need that to be classified as a cola, and I love for myself, we're not considering a milah on Shabbos. The only thing you're allowed to do on Shabbos was for the milah is the actual act of the milah. Of course, again, after the milah, after the baby becomes ill, then that becomes the whole issue. That's a different discussion. That's not related to milah. But in terms of milah itself, the only malacha that is permitted to be done on Shabbos is actual milah. Let's analyze this. Aro shalom mal anush karis. Rabbi Eliezer. What's the interesting case? If you have an Orel, an uncircumcised individual, who did not circumcise himself on their Pesach in order to be able to eat the Korban Pesach, Anush Karis, he's subject to Karis, because he didn't partake in Korban Pesach. Rabbi Eliezer says, so he wants 1 second. The Gabra Gufa Lo Chazi, the Katani Anush Karis, Alma Rami Chiyu, but Iluya. This is very interesting. Just think about this for just a moment. What do we just say? If someone is an Orel, and therefore doesn't bring chayiv karis. But why? So say, if Reuben is an Orel, then technically I should say what? He's not chayiv. Right? Because Orel is not chayiv in Korban Pesach. So ultimately, again, how is it chayiv karis? So we see from here that even if the individual is not fit to perform the mitzvah obligation still devolves upon him. Amarabba said this is very important because remember again, Rabbi Elazar said beforehand that you could only do machshir mitzvah if the individual is fit. But here we see that even if the individual is not fit to perform the mitzvah, there is still mitzvah liability upon them. So the Orel is not fit to perform the mitzvah. Yet halakha l'maisa, he's chayiv kares if he doesn't do the Korban Pesach. Amar Rabbi says, Kasar Eliezer in shoktin v'zarkin alpnei sheretz. So Eliezer holds that halakha l'maisa, we do not do shchita and zrika for someone who has contracted tumas sheretz. On the base, the whole sheilu biyachid nitcha b'tzibor avdi b'tumah. It was very interesting. Any case where an individual would be deferred to pay sheni, ultimately again, if the collective is in the state, tzibor is in the state, they go ahead and they perform the korban b'tumah. And any state which will affect the tzibur will also affect the yachid. The less of the tzibur, I will say any state that would not impact the tzibur, less of the yachid. Does not apply on an individual level. Though. We're going to illustrate these principles. Arelos, so also listen to this. When it comes to Arelos, being an Ara, uncircumcised, the equally tzibur, Arelin Ninu, Amrinon Lahu, Kumu Molu Nafshaihu, the Avidi Pischa. What's very interesting? We'll say what happens if 51% of Klal Yisrael are Arelos? However that would occur. Right? 50% of Klal Yisrael are Arelos. So what do we say? What do we say to the 51%? What do you say to them? Get a bris. That's it. Get a bris. You've got a couple of hours until nightfall. Get a bris. Get a bris. So kumi mahulu nafshaihu, vavidi pischa, yochid nani amino lei, kum ma'ol va'avid pischa. Individual who's oral on our pizza. What do we say? Get a bris. Get a bris. What's it? Would it be? I don't know this to be historically true, but it'd be fascinating to know. Like, did they have molim on site? Right on site. I mean, hopefully not right on site, but like off-site, off-site molar. Again, let's say the notion of an uncircumcised Jew is a very strange thing, especially if you're thinking about a Jew who was Ola Regel. Of course, again, we spoke about the idea of Mesu Echad Nachmas Mila, which is a person who's uncircumcised.
What's up, you Jezebel? Yo, dog. I don't know if I should. Because it's a pain in the ass. I don't want to. Alright, so this is date 13 Kabbalah, which sucks. Why? Because everything sucks, you shitty fuck. Alright, are you done? I don't know, what do you want to learn today? This is kind of the cool thing. You don't have to go by thoughts, it's just like whatever we want to learn. Alright, what happens when you die? How about that? Kabbalistically, no one fucking knows. Anybody who tells you they know what happens when you die is a big fat fucking liar. But believe it or not, within Judaism, is not something that is aligned. And if you want to know what I think, I'll be honest with you. Any state. Yo, dog, what happens when you die in Judaism and like Kabbalistically? And how did this change?
Individuals in RL get a bris milah, and if you're subject to kares for failure to perform the carbon pesach, till tzibur was tamei, we offer up the carbon in the state of tamah. If the individual is tamei and therefore fails to perform the carbon pesach,
nobody knows.
Yo,
this shit sucks. Alright. Kabbalistically, not ballistically. Sure, ballistically sounds ball. So earliest Judaism Bible Tanakh very vague, almost silent about the afterlife. Everyone goes to Sheol, a shadowy, neutral place, not heaven or hell, no reward or punishment. Focus was on life now, not after death. God will punish is in this world, not the next. Think, you die, you fade, that's it. Second Temple period, around 500 before the Common Era, the 70s of the Common Era. Belief starts splitting and evolving. Resurrection of the dead begins to appear, especially in Daniel. Idea of judgment after death, groups agreed. Pharisees, they believe in resurrection and afterlife. Sadducees, no afterlife, just Torah literalism. Sunnis, soul immortality. When Judaism starts, wait, is there more? Rabbinic Judaism, Talmud era, this becomes the mainstream Jewish framework. After that, soul goes to Olam Ha'aba, the world to come, temporary purification in Geonim, not eternal, usually max 12 months, more like spiritual detox than torture. Key ideas: resurrection of the dead, Tekiyat HaMetim in the future, judgment based on deeds, judgment based on deeds, righteous people experience closeness to God. Judaism becomes rehabilitation, not damnation. Kabbalistic view of mystical Judaism. This is where it gets cosmic and wild. The soul has multiple layers: nefesh, ruach, neshama, etc. Each layer may experience death differently. After death, ascends through spiritual worlds, undergoes purification, experiences divine light into its readiness. Gilgo, reincarnation. Souls can return in new bodies. Happens to fix unfinished spiritual work, not punishment, more like redo assignment. Ultimate goal is tikkun, repairing the soul and the universe, reuniting with divine source. Death is transition that. So how did it change over time? Big picture question. No clear afterlife. Sure. Judgment and resurrection appear. Moral accountability beyond death. Mystical soul journeys and reincarnation. Why? Influence from Persian, Greek, and later mystical thought. Trauma of exile. Need for cosmic justice. Shift from national survival to individual meaning. TLDR. Buddhism isn't obsessed with heaven and hell. Death is not final. Punishment is temporary. Kabbalah adds reincarnation and soul repair. How you live, not fear of dying. Right. Is that it? No, I don't know why I start doing this. I get tired. I mean, I've been up all night. So. Wiki. Jew afterlife. How about that, ladies? Jewish eschatology. Jewish eschatology is the area of Jewish theology concerned with the events that will happen in the end of days and related concepts. This includes the ingathering of the exiled diaspora, the coming of the Jewish Messiah, the afterlife, and the resurrection of the dead. In Judaism, the end times are usually called the end of days. The Harit Hayamim, a phrase that appears throughout Tanakh. These beliefs have evolved over time, and according to some scholars, there is evidence of Jewish belief in a personal afterlife with reward or punishment reference in the Torah. Sources. In Judaism, the main textual source for the belief in the end of days and accompanying events is the Tanakh or Hebrew Bible. The roots of Jewish eschatology are to be found in the pre-exile prophets, including Isaiah and Jeremiah, and the exilic prophets Ezekiel and Deutero Isaiah. The main tenets of Jewish eschatology are the following in no particular order, elaborated in the book of Isaiah, the book of Jeremiah, and the book of Ezekiel. The end of days. War of Gog and Magog. According to Ezekiel 38, the War of Gog and Magog is a climactic war that will happen at the end of the Jewish exile. According to biblical commentator and Rabbi David Kimhi, this war will take place in Jerusalem. So events will occur. God redeems the Jewish people from their captivity that began in the Babylonian captivity in a new Exodus, Kibbutz Galileo. God returns the Jewish people to the land of Israel. God restores the kingly house of David and the temple in Jerusalem. God appoints a regent from the house of David, i.e. the Mashiach, to lead the Jewish people and the world in the Messianic age, which is characterized by justice, righteousness, and peace. All the non-Jewish nations recognize Israel as God, as the only true God, and gather to Mount Zion.
Or in the midst of your 7 days of Tumah. That's when ultimately, again, you are different. Let's just finish the sugya. Rabbi Akiva. Remember again, Rabbi Akiva said a rule. This is how the Mishnah ends. And the rule of Rabbi Akiva says
God resurrects the dead and judges all souls and sends some for you to Gehonom. God creates a new heaven and a new earth. Biblical shield. The Hebrew Bible reflects the belief of the Israelites in arguably Hades-like afterworld, where both the righteous, Samuel, and unrighteous continue to exist in a miserable manner. The world to come. The afterlife is known as Olam Ha'aba, world to come, coming world, next world, being related to the concept of God Eden, heavenly garden in Eden or paradise, and Gehonim. The phrase Olam Haba itself does not occur in the Bible. In Jewish theology, the widely accepted halacha is that it is impossible for living human beings to know what the world to come is like.
only those
Alright,
activities
so
related to the
we
covenant
can't know
which
what it
could
says
not
up here.
have been done
Second
before
Temple
Shabbos,
period. In the
do you
late
have the
Second
license
Temple
to
period,
perform on
beliefs
Shabbos? Gemara
about
says,
the
by the
ultimate
way,
fate of
Kuchinanya
individuals were
Mikabel Mila
diverse. The
Kiyaya.
Pharisees and
This is not
Essenes
followed by Bris Mila. Bris Mila, the
believe
Hebrew
in the
same
immortality of
state.
the soul, but the Sadducees not. The
Remember,
Dead Sea
Akiva,
Scrolls, Jewish
Omodo Hashem Shalom,
pseudepigrapha,
Shabbos in the dome
and
as a
Jewish
Shabbos.
magical papyri
If
all
Shabbos
reflect
doesn't have Shabbos,
this
so for Shabbos.
variety
So say, for example,
of
very
opinions.
few says the
Medieval
same halacha
rabbinical
by
views.
Mila.
While
By Bris
classical
Mila,
rabbinic sources
anything
discussed
that
the
could not have been
afterlife,
done
medieval
before
scholars
Shabbos is to be
disputed
done
the
on
nature of
Shabbos. We'll say,
individuals'
what's an example
continued
of something that cannot be
existence
done
after the
before
Messianic
Shabbos
age.
that has to be
While
done on Shabbos by
Maimonides
Mila? What's the
describes an
example?
entirely spiritual existence for
Mila.
souls,
Right,
which he
the verse
calls
itself.
disembodied
Everything
intellects,
else can be done
Maimonides
before Shabbos.
proposes
You
a
can bring the
spiritual
knife
existence
before
on earth
Shabbos. You can bring
in
the
which
cloth before
spirituality and
Shabbos. Bring
physicality
the
are
diaper
merged.
before Shabbos. All
Both
that has to be
agree
done. That
that
can't be done
life
on
after
Shabbos.
death
Everything that
is,
can't be
as
done on
Maimonides
Shabbos itself
describes, the end
only
of
will be
days.
against the Mila.
This existence entails a heightened understanding of the connection to the Shekinah. All classical rabbinic scholars share this latter view.
Same principle.
According to
On
Rambam,
Shabbos, we're only
any
allowed to do
non-Jew
things
who lives
which could
according
not
to
have
the
been done
7 laws
before
of
Shabbos.
Noah
Right there, could have been
is
done before
regarded as a
Shabbos.
righteous Gentile and assured a place in the world to come, the final reward of the righteous. There is a great deal of surviving rabbinic material concerning the fate of the soul after death, its experiences and where it goes. At various points in the afterlife journey, the soul may encounter the But HaKever, the pains and other experiences of physical, spiritual dissolution or reconfiguration within the grave. Duma, the angel in charge of funeral matters, Satan as the angel of death, or another equally grim figure, the Kela, an ensnarement of confinement of the stripped down soul within ghostly material reallocations, described in chapter 8 of the Tanya, Chabad's primary philosophical text, as devised for the cleansing of souls needed punishment not severe enough to warrant Gehonim. Gehonim and Gan Eden, a place of heavenly respite or paradise character of spiritual purity. Classical rabbinic scholars agree that these concepts are beyond typical human understanding, so these ideas are expressed throughout rabbinic literature as parables and analogies. Gehenna is fairly well defined in rabbinic literature. It sometimes translates as hell, but is more similarly to Nicene other stuff, purgatory than it is to hell. Rabbinic thought maintained that souls are not tortured in Gehenna forever. The longest that one can be there is said to be 11 months, with the exception of heretics and the exceedingly sinful. This is why Jews mourning for near relatives will not recite mourner's Kaddish for more than 11 months after death. Gehonim is considered a spiritual forge whereby the soul is purified for its eventual ascent to Gan Eden. Rabbinic legends. Rabbinic literature includes many legends about the world to come and the two gardens of Eden. As compiled by Louis Ginsburg in the book Legends of the Jews, these include the world to come called Paradise, said to have a double gate made of carbuncle and guarded by 600,000 shining angels. 7 clouds overshadow Paradise, and under them, in the center of Paradise, stands the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life overshadows Paradise, too. It has 15,000 different tastes and aromas blown by wind throughout. Under the Tree of Life are many pairs of canopies, one of the stairs and the of sun and moon, while a cloud separates the two. In each pair of canopies, the rabbinic scholar explains the Torah to the soul.
Good morning.
When one enters Paradise, one is preferred by Michael the Archangel on the altar in the heavenly Jerusalem, with the ugliest person becoming as beautiful as silver pomegranate upon which fall the rays of the sun. The angels that guard Paradise's gate adorn the soul in 7 clouds of glory, crowned with gems, pearls, and gold. Place 8 myrtles in its hand and praise it for being righteous before leading it to a garden of 800 roses and myrtles watered by mist. In the garden is one's own canopy, its beauty according to one's merit. But each canopy has 4 rivers, milk, honey, wine, and balsam flowing out of it, and has a golden vine and 30 shining pearls hanging from it. Under each canopy is a table of gems and pearls attended by 60 angels. The light of paradise is the light of the righteous souls therein. Each day in paradise, one wakes up as a child and goes to bed as an elder, enjoying the pleasures of childhood, youth, adulthood, and old age. In each corner of paradise, a forest of 800,000 trees, the least among these greater than spices, attended to by 800,000 sweetly singing angels. Paradise is divided into 7 sub-paradises, each 120,000 miles long and wide. Depending on its merit, a soul is assigned one of these sections of paradise, and the first is made of glass and cedar and is for converts to Judaism. The second is silver and cedar and is for the third is of silver, gold, gems, and pearls and is for the patriarchs Moshe Rabbeinu and Aaron Rabbeinu, the Israelites who fled Egypt and lived in the wilderness and the kings of Israel. The fourth is of rubies and olive wood and is for the holy and steadfast of faith. The fifth is like the third, except a river runs through it, and its bed was woven by Eve and the angels, and is for Mashiach and Elijah. And the sixth and seventh divisions are not described, except they are respectfully for those who died doing pious acts, and for those who died from illness and expiation for Israel's sins. Above paradise is the higher Gan Eden, where God is enthroned and explains the Torah to its inhabitants. The higher Gan Eden contains 310 worlds and divided into 7 compartments. The compartments are not described, though it is implied that each one is greater than the previous one and is made open to a soul based on its merit. The first compartment is for Jewish widows who drowned. The third, Rabbanan Yochanan ben Zakkai and his disciples. The fourth, for those whom the cloud of glory carried off. The fifth, for penitents. The sixth, for youths who never sin. And the seventh, for the poor who live directly and study the Torah. Resurrection of the dead. Doug, what the fuck is this? Whose idea is this? I mean, we go from like, you don't know, to like, oh, dog, you were under this fucking, well, you're in fucking, like the sixth, it's like a fucking priority seat for a flight. Anyway, Resurrect Dead. An earlier mention of resurrection in Hebrew text is the vision of the valley of dry bones in the book of Ezekiel, dated around 539 BC. Before the Common Era. Alan Siegel argues that this narrative was intended as a metaphor for national rebirth, promising the Jews return to Israel and reconstruction of the temple, not as a description of personal resurrection. The book of Daniel promised literal resurrection to the Jews in concrete detail. Alan Siegel interprets Daniel as writing that with the coming of the archangel Michael, misery would beset the world, and only those whose names were written in a divine book would be resurrected. Moreover, Daniel's promise of resurrection was intended only for the most righteous and the most sinful. The afterlife was a place for righteous individuals to be rewarded and unrighteous individuals to receive eternal punishment. Greek and Persian culture influenced heavily in its early Jewish beliefs of an afterlife between 6th and 4th centuries before the Common Era as well. The Hebrew Bible, at least its rabbinic interpretation and tractate Sanhedrin, contains frequent references to the resurrection of the dead. The Mishnah lists belief in the resurrection of the dead as one of the 3 essential beliefs of Judaism. All Israel have a portion of the world to come, for it is written, Thy people are all righteous, they shall inherit the land forever. The branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. But the following have no portion therein. One who maintains the resurrection is not a biblical doctrine. The Torah was not divinely revealed, and the Apocryphos heretics. In the late Second Temple period, the Pharisees and Essenes believed in resurrection, while the Sadducees did not. During the period of Chazal, signaling the adoption of resurrection into the Jewish canon, Jewish canon. That doesn't seem like a complete sense. During the period of Chazal, signaling the adoption of resurrection into during the period of Chazal, signaling the adoption of resurrection into the Jewish canon. I don't think that's a complete sentence. During the period of Chazal, signaling the adoption of resurrection into the Jewish canon. Who? It doesn't say. During the period of Chazal, blank signaling the adoption of resurrection. This doesn't seem like a complete sentence. No, it's not a complete sentence. It's a sentence fragment. That's what I thought. All right, well, Wikipedia, get your shit together. Jewish liturgy, most notably the Amidah, contains references to the bodily resurrection of the dead. In contemporary Judaism, both Orthodox Judaism, that's all that exists, it maintains traditional references to it in its liturgy. All right, the Last Judgment. In Judaism, the day of judgment happens every year on Rosh Hashanah. Therefore, a future last day for judgment for all humankind is disputed. Some hold that there will be such a day following the resurrection of the dead. Others maintain that there is no need for this because of Rosh Hashanah. Yet others hold that accounting and judgment occur at death. Others contend that the Last Judgment only applies to the non-Jewish nations and not the Jewish people. I don't know if I want to go into that. All right, so Jewish Messianism. The Hebrew word Mashiach or Mashiach refers to the Jewish idea of the Messiah. In biblical times, the title Mashiach was awarded to someone in a high position of nobility and greatness. For instance, Kohen HaMasiah means high priest. While the name of the Jewish Messiah is considered to be one of the things that precede creation, he is not considered divine in contrast to other stuff. In the Talmudic era, the title Mashiach or Melech HaMashiach literally means the anointed king. The Messiah is to be a human leader physically descended from the Davidic rule and unite people of Israel, and will usher in the Messianic age of universal peace. Early Second Temple period, 516 before the Common Era to 220 before the Common Era. Early in the Second Temple period, hopes for a better future are ascribed from the Babylonian era. Cyrus the Great was called Messiah in Isaiah due to his role in the return of the Jews' exile. Later Second Temple period, around 220 before the Common Era, the suddenly the Common Era. A number of messianic ideas developed during the later Second Temple period, ranging from this worldly political expectations or apocalyptic expectations of an end time in which the dead would have resurrected and the kingdom of heaven would be established on earth. The Messiah might be a kingly son of David or a more heavenly son of man, but messianism became increasingly eschatological, and eschatology was decisively influenced by apocalypticism. While messianic expectations became increasingly focused on the figure of an individual savior. According to Zwi Werbowski, the Messiah no longer symbolized the coming of a new age, but he was someone who was supposed to bring it about. The Hashem's anointed, thus became a savior and redeemer and the focus of more intense expectations and doctrines. Messianic ideas developed both by new interpretations, Pesher Midrash, of the Jewish scriptures, but also by visionary revelations. Talmud. The Babylonian Talmud, 200 to 400 of the Common Era, the Tractate Sanhedrin, contains a long list of events leading to the coming of Mashiach. Throughout their history, Jews have compared these passages and others to contemporary events in search of signs of Mashiach's imminent arrival, continuing into present times. The Talmud tells many stories about Mashiach, some of which represent famous Talmudic rabbis as receiving personal visitations from Elijah, prophet, and Mashiach. Rabbinic commentaries. In rabbinic literature, the rabbis elaborated and commentary Sanhedrin stresses a relatively naturalistic interpretation of Messiah. He emphasizes elements. His commentary became widely, although not universally accepted, in the non or less mystical branches of Orthodox Judaism. Contemporary views. Orthodox Judaism. The belief in a human Messiah of the Davidic line is a universal tenet of faith among the Orthodox Jews and one of Maimonides' 13 principles of faith. Some authorities in Orthodox Judaism believe that this era will be led to supernatural events culminating in a bodily resurrection of the dead. Maimonides, on the other hand, holds that the events of the Messianic era are not specifically connected with the resurrection. All right. Is that it? Whatever you want to be, baby. So here's one. We keep talking about the Davidic line. All right. So we keep talking about the Davidic line. Why don't we call it? Ooh, this is a good question. We say that Mashiach will come from the Davidic line, which is cool, but isn't he supposed to be a Cohen? So why don't we say he comes from the Aaron line? Why do we say the Davidic line? I think there's a small but important. No, let's see here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the short answer. Mashiach is in the line of David because his primary role is kingship, not priesthood. The Cohen role comes from Aaron, but kingship and priesthood are deliberately separate lineages in Judaism. Breaking it down step by step, two different roles, king versus Cohen. Judaism has two distinct leadership tracks: king, Melech, David, tribe of Yehuda. Oh. Political, national, military leadership, Cohen, priest, Aharon, tribe of Levi, temple service, sacrifices, ritual holiness. Mashiach's defining role is restoring Jewish sovereignty, leading the nation, establishing justice and Torah observance, rebuilding the Beit HaMikdash. Those are kingly functions, not priestly ones. That's why Mashiach. Okay, so then he has to be Yehuda. Why not from Aharon if the temple is rebuilt? Because the temple does involve Kohanim. They does not serve as the Kohen Gadol. Even when the temple is rebuilt, the Kohen Gadol will still be a descendant of Aharon. Mashiach oversees the nation, not the sacrificial service. The separation already existed. King David was not a Kohen. King Shlomo built the temple but did not serve in it. Kohanim served alongside the king, not as the king. Why David specifically? Because God made an explicit covenant with David. Your throne shall be established forever. This is reinforced by Yeshayahu, Isaiah, Yirmiyahu, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Yechiel, and codified by the Rambam. The king Mashiach will arise from the house of David. But wasn't Moshe a Levi? Yes, Moshe was a Levi, not a Cohen. Aharon was the Cohen. Moshe's leadership combined prophecy, law, national leadership. But after Moshe, Judaism intentionally split these powers: prophecy, Nevi'im, priesthood, Kohanim, kingship, Davidic monarchy. Mashiach is a king, not a prophet like Moshe, and not a Cohen like Aharon. A deeper layer, optional but cool. Some sources speak about Mashiach ben Yosef, preparatory note, Mashiach ben David, the final king. Even in those traditions, neither is a Cohen. The Kohanim continue their own sacred role. Preserves balance and prevents one person from holding all power. Bottom line, we say Mashiach comes from David, not Aaron, because kingship does not equal priesthood. Mashiach's job is national leadership, not temple service. God made an eternal covenant with David's line. Judaism intentionally keeps these roles separate. Yeah, how could he be both? Great. This goes right into the core how Judaism intentionally prevents concentration of power. Short answer, he can't be both. Mashiach cannot be both King, Davidic, and Cohen Aharonic at the same time. And that's not accidental, it's by design. Lineage is fixed and mutually exclusive. Tribal identity follows the father. King must be from Judah, David. Cohen must be from Levi, Aharon. You can't be both Judah and Levi patrilineal. Even if your mother is a Kohanet, still not a Kohen, your extremely righteous lineage still matters. Your Mashiach lineage still matters. Halakhically, bloodline is non-negotiable. The Torah explicitly separates the roles. There's a famous moment that proves this. King Azariah, 2 Chronicles 26, he tried to offer incense in the temple. The Kohanim stopped him and said, "It is not for you, Uzziah, to burn incense to Hashem, but for the Kohanim, sons of Aaron." He insisted and was struck with Zerah. Even a righteous king is forbidden to act as a Kohen. What about Moshe? Important exception. Moshe was the only figure who temporarily combined roles of Levi, prophet, leader, presumed priest-like functions before Aharon's inauguration. But Chazal temporary before the priesthood was formally given to Aaron, never repeated. Moshe is explicitly described as unrepeatable. No prophet like Moshe ever rose again. Mashiach is not Moshe 2.0. But what about Melchizedek? Melchizedek. Excellent instinct if this came to mind. Melchizedek was a king priest, Genesis 14. Chazal explained that this was before the Torah system. His priesthood was taken away in Aharon's descendants, meaning Judaism rejects the king priest model after Sinai. But doesn't Zechariah say he'll be a priest on his throne? This verse causes confusion. He shall be a priest upon his throne. Zechariah 6:13. Chazal explained this refers to two people, not one. The king Mashiach ben David and the Kohen Gadol worked in harmony, not a hybrid figure. Why this separation matters, the philosophy. Judaism deliberately splits authority into three crowns: kingship, David, priesthood, Aharon, Torah scholarship, stages. Pirkei Avot. There are three crowns, and the crown of Torah is greater than them all. Mashiach holds one crown only, kingship. Bottom line, Mashiach cannot be both because lineage law forbids it, Torah history forbids it, prophets forbid it, Jewish political philosophy forbids it. And that's exactly why Judaism's Mashiach is not a God king, not a priest king, and not a replacement for the Kohanim. If you want, I can explain. Like, give me like an outside the box thinking though, like how it could happen potentially. Love this question because now you're not asking what Judaism says, you're asking what are the logical edge cases if God really wanted it to happen. That's very bait midrash energy. Fuck yeah. I'll be clear about this, then give you outside the box possibilities, and I'll mark which ones are theologically imaginable versus actually rejected by halakha. First, hard boundary. Within normative, Mashiach will not be both king and Cohen. Everything below is a thought experiment territory, not predictions. Dual lineage via parents. Sounds promising. Idea. The father, Davidic Judah, the mother's Kohanet Aaron. So biologically, royal blood from the dad, priestly blood from the mom. Why it feels it should work. He literally descends from both lines, spiritual rich symmetry. Why it fails. Tribal identity is patrilineal. Cohen status cannot come from the mother. Result. King only priesthood. Temporary priesthood by divine command, Moshe style. Idea. God directly commands Mashiach to perform priestly acts like Moshe did. Why it's interesting Moshe offered sacrifices, God can override systems. Why it almost certainly won't happen. Moshe's role is described as unrepeatable after Sinai. Priesthood is permanent and inherited. No precedent after Aaron's inauguration. Result logically possible in theory, but Torah tradition slams the door. Priest in function, not in halakhic status. Idea: Mashiach does priest-like things without technically being a Kohen. For example, oversees temple service, sets schedules, issues rulings, wears symbolic gardens, but never offers sacrifices, enters restricted areas, performs avoda. Why this actually works somewhat. Kings historically supervise the temple. David and Shlomo did this. Authority does not equal performance. Result: closest rule would overlap without violating Torah. Two Mashiachs functioning as one system. The idea: Mashiach ben David, king, a super exalted Kohen Gadol, Aharonic, act in perfect unity, almost like a single office. Why this is compelling. Zechariah's two anointed ones avoids power concentration, preserves lineage rules. You'd expect them as one leadership, even though they're two people. Result: very Jewish solution, still not one person, but feels unified. A pre-Sinai reset of reality, wildest option. Idea: if in the Messianic era, reality itself changes. A new heaven and earth, lineage rules become irrelevant. A restored Adamic model of leadership. Why this is fascinating. Prophets describe radical cosmic change. Some mystical sources hint at Torah being internalized. Why Judaism still resists this. Rambam insists Torah law is eternal. Mashiach enforces Torah, doesn't replace it. Result: mystical poetry, not halakhic reality. Priest forever like Melchizedek, and why Judaism rejects it. This is a model some outside Judaism push. King plus priest forever, unified sacred authority. Judaism's response: the model existed before Sinai. It was explicitly replaced. Centralizing sacred plus power plus political power is seen as dangerous. Result: internally rejected, not overlooked. The deep reason all this keeps failing. Here's the meta insight. Judaism does not want redemption to come from one perfect human. Instead, King needs Torah scholars, Cohen needs kingly protection. Everyone is bound by law. Mashiach is great, but not absolute. That's why every attempt to merge king and priest either breaks lineage, or breaks Torah, or breaks Jewish political philosophy. Final thought, outside the box but honest. The closest Judaism gets to both is Mashiach embodies royal authority, while the temple embodies priestly holiness, and redemption only happens when they cooperate without merging. Unity without fusion. If you want, we could go into. Yo, dog. Name some of the Kohanic prohibitions, like, or requirements, like you have to marry a virgin. And frankly, as cool as the Kohanic, you can't really like that. Like basically, the whole Kohanic line has somewhat been defiled because there hasn't been like a true Cohen. Like even if people think that they're a Cohen, it chances are somebody in their bloodline did not follow the Kahanic rules, and they would lose their status. Got you. You're basically saying, what are the actual Kahanic rules, and isn't it kind of inevitable that the line got messed up over time? That's a very real, very honest take. Let's separate what the rules actually are from whether status can really be lost. Major Kohanic prohibitions and record greatest hits. Marriage restrictions, big ones. A Kohen may not marry a divorcee, a zona. That does not mean sex worker. In modern times, it means a woman who had certain prohibited relationships. A kalawa, someone disqualified from priestly lineage. A convert. A kalawa is stricter. It cannot marry a widow, must marry a virgin. Regular Kohanim do not have to marry virgins, only the Kohen Gadol. Ritual purity rites. A Kohen may not become Tameh from a corpse except for 7 close relatives: father, mother, son, daughter, brother, unmarried sister, wife. No funerals for friends, no random cemetery visits. Temple specific restrictions currently dormant. When the temple exists, only Kohanim perform sacrificial service. Each act slaughter, blood, incense has precise rules. Wrong Kohen, wrong time, wrong state, punishable. Positive obligation. Kohanim must perform Birkat Kohanim, eat sacred foods, teruma, kodashim, applicable. Maintain lineage integrity. Don't marry prohibited partners. Now, the real question: can Cohen status be lost? Here's the key point that often gets misunderstood. A Cohen who violates Kohanic rules does not stop being a Cohen. He becomes halal for temple service, but he is still genetically a Cohen. His children may be affected depending on the violation. When does status actually get compromised? Case 1. Cohen marries a prohibited woman. Example, Cohen marries a divorcee. The Cohen himself remains a Cohen but disqualified from temple service. His children become Kohanim, permanently disqualified from priesthood. That's the main lineage gets weakened. Case 2. Intermarriage under eternity. At some point, non-Jewish marriage, adultery, leading to uncertain fatherhood, broken records. Priestly certainty erodes. And here's the catch. When we still treat Kohanim as Kohanim today, Halakha operates as Hazaka, presumptive status. If a family is known as Kohanim, they receive Aliyot as Kohanim, they perform Birkat Kohanim, the community treated them as Kohanim, then the Kohanim, they are Kohanim unless proven otherwise. Judaism does not say statistically someone probably messed up, so everyone's invalid. That would collapse all Jewish lineage, including who's Jewish at all. True Cohen versus functional Cohen. You're touching something subtle and legit. There's a difference between Yichus and certainty, absolute lineage clarity, and halakhic Cohen, legally treated as a Cohen. Today, we mostly have the second. That's why we give Kohanim honor, Aliyot, Birkat Kohanim, but we do not let them eat Teruma or Raida. And we wouldn't restart sacrifices without massification. Rambam acknowledges this tension explicitly. Did the Kohanic line default not in halakha? Yes, in absolute certainty. Judaism's response is pragmatic. Treat Kohanim as Kohanim, add safeguards. Let Mashiach plus Eliyahu sort out the final lineage. There's a famous line: Eliyahu will come to lineages, meaning God knows the mess and has a plan in it up. The irony you're seeing, and you're not wrong, for all their holiness, Kohanim have more restrictions, more ways to disqualify descendants, less freedom, which is why Chazal would say not everyone wants the crown of the priesthood. It's not just cool, it's heavy. Bottom line, you're right about the fragility of the Kohanic system, but Judaism responds by saying we do not invalidate based on probability, it's just via communal trust. Violations don't erase identity readily. Final clarity is deferred to. Dog, give me some odds here, though. Like, seriously, if we were in Las Vegas and we were betting on whether someone at your local shul is a Cohen, and for the last, like, few thousand years, have they been following all the rules and not marrying widows and converts and doing all the other stuff, would it be like 99% chance that they would have been invalidated to 1% chance that they wouldn't? Would it be closer to that or closer to 50-50? Give me some odds. Because I think it's 99-1. Okay, Vegas mode on. But I'm going to be very precise here because the intuition you have, no way this survived intact, feels right. Yet halakhically and sociologically, sociologically, it lands very different. 99 to 1. I'll give you realistic ranges, not rabbinic pledges. First, what would actually invalidate the Cohen line? Important correction before odds. Most violations do not erase Cohen's status retroactively. Only a very specific fair model breaks the functional Kohanic line going forward. A male Cohen knowingly or unknowingly marries a prohibited woman. The children, not him, become halalim. That's it. Funerals, impurity, shaving, etc. No lineage damage. So the betting question is: over 70 to 100 generations, did every single male ancestor avoid marrying a prohibited woman? Now let's quantify. Second, how common were prohibited historically? This is where the 99 to 1 collapses. Divorcees and widows. Widows are allowed for regular Kohanim. Only divorcees are forbidden. Divorce rates in pre-modern Jewish society, low by modernized standards, strongly stigmatized, expensive, and communal. Estimated historical rate, medieval, early modern, 5 to 10% of women ever divorced, and Kohanim were more careful, not less. Converts. Historically, Jewish conversion rates were extremely low, often discouraged, in many eras, outright dangerous or illegal. Probability of probability of Cohen married a convert in, say, 12th century Europe, tiny. Zona, halala. These categories require specific prohibited sexual relationship known status, not casual dating mistakes. These were rare and socially policed. Third, social pressure massively changes the math. This is the part people forget. Finding were publicly identified, given honor, scrutinized, held to higher standards. If a Cohen tried to marry a divorcee, the community intervened. The marriage was often blocked, or the Cohen lost status publicly. Huge deterrent. This is not private Vegas behavior, it's public lineage. Fourth, let's actually do the back of the napkin math. I'll be conservative against Kohanim. Assumptions: 80 generations. Each generation has 1% of a Cohen marrying a prohibited woman. This is probably too high historically. Probability of no failures over 80 generations, 45%. If we bump failure risk to 2% generation, 20%. If we go wild and say it's 5% per generation, 1.6%. So here's the honest Vegas range. Realistic odds. Careful Cohen family, chances of the line say 40 to 60%. Average Cohen family, 20 to 40. Careless assimilating, less than 10%. 99 to 1 is way too pessimistic unless you assume modern behavior applied retroactively. Fifth, why halakha doesn't care about your 99 to 1 instinct? Because Judaism refuses to invalidate identity by probability. If we played that game, most Jews wouldn't be Jews, most kings wouldn't be Davidic, most marriages would be suspect. Instead, halakha uses hazaka, presumption, public continuity, burden of proof. Vegas odds don't overturn legal status. Six, the twist you'll appreciate. Here's the story. Kohanic lineage is probably more reliable than Davidic lineage because Cohen rules were visible and enforced. Davidic descent went underground after exile. No public honors for House of David. So you're betting in Vegas. Cohen status survives better than you think, but not cleanly enough to restart sacrifices without Eliyahu. Final Vegas verdict: 99 to 1. No. Coin flip too pessimistic. Somewhere between 25 and 50% for a random Cohen family. Much higher for families with strong tradition. The right to be skeptical, just not that skeptical. Yeah, but what about this? Yo, dog, but what about in like the early 1800s France when the Napoleonic Sanhedrin was started? They were allowing marriages between Jews and non-Jews, specifically Jewish men and non-Jewish women, kosher conversions. Doesn't that mess up everything? Something like that. Yeah, this is a legit historical challenge, and you're not wild for thinking it blows things up. But once you separate civil reality from halakhic reality, the damage turns out to be much narrower than it feels. Let's walk it clearly. What actually happened in Napoleonic France, early 18 Napoleonic Sanhedrin, 1806 1807, convened by Napoleon to integrate Jews into French society, asked Jews to affirm loyalty to France, acceptance of civil marriage, no separate legal system overriding its state. the Sanhedrin did not permit intermarriage halakhically. It was something, though. What they said very carefully was civil marriages are recognized by the state. Jews must obey civil law, but intermarriage remains forbidden by Jewish law. This was diplomatic, not religious reform. But didn't Jewish men marry non Jewish women anyway? Yes, absolutely, especially in France, Germany, later Western Europe. However, here's the critical halakhic firewall. Children of a Jewish man and a non Jewish woman are not Jewish. So, from a lineage perspective, that line exits Judaism entirely. It does not produce invalid Kohanim, it produces non Jews. That actually protects Kohanic lineage rather than corrupting it. What this does not Why this does not mess everything up. Let's compare two scenarios. Scenario A, Cohen marries a Jewish divorcee forbidden. Children, Jewish but disqualified Halalim, and pollutes the Cohen pool. Scenario B, Cohen marries a non-Jewish woman, no conversion. Children are not Jewish, line disappears, not corrupts. From a sim integrity standpoint, scenario B is clean. Judaism really robust that way. So, what actually got damaged in the 1800s? Numerical decline. Many Cohen families simply vanished. Assimilation. Fewer Kohanim. Confusion in records. Some families re-entered Judaism via conversion, but converts are never Kohanim, and no Beit Din would recognize them as such. Social chaos, not halakhic chaos. Communities got weaker. Enforcement dropped, but lineage rules themselves stay binary. Could someone today think they're Kohanim when they're not? Yes, but not for the reason you're thinking. The main risks are broken communal memory, name-based assumptions, Cohen, Khan, etc. Families reasserting Cohen status generations later without proof. Not Napoleonic intermarriage creating secret invalid Kohanim. That mostly created non-Jews, not bad Kohanim. Why your 99 to 1 instinct still feels right and where it is right. You're right about this part. Absolute forensic certainty is gone. Between exile, migration, assimilation, record loss, there's no way we have 100% genealogical certainty. Judaism's response is we accept functional Kohanim, but we do not restart the temple service. We wait for Eliyahu Mashiach to clarify. So yes, the system is partially degraded. No, it didn't implode, and no, 19th century France did not secretly poison the whole world. Updated Vegas odds. Adjusting for modernity, pre-modern, before 1700, chance of Cohen line stayed valid, 30 to 50%. It still isn't that good. Early modern, 17 to 1900, 20 to 40%. Post-emancipation Europe, highly family dependent. Families with strong Mizora, still plausibly more than 40%. Still nowhere near 99 to 1 valid. Bottom line, Napoleon didn't break Kohanic lineage, assimilation, thinned it. It didn't corrupt it. The system survives because Jewish status is maternal, Cohen status is paternal. Intermarriage without conversion ends the line cleanly. Your skepticism is sharp. It just needs the one halakhic distinction to snap in place. If you want what about the Kohanic line and a situation where let's see. It still seems quite questionable that even with the DNA Kohanic bloodline and everything, that there's still less than 50% chance that that's accurate. And even still, there are a lot of ways to lose your children's Kohanic status, and those children may not know that they had lost the status. Or there are just a lot of people, let's be honest, who, when they moved from Europe to the United States, just started saying they were Kohanim. Yeah, this is the sober grown up take, and you're honestly not wrong to land where you're landing. Once you strip away apologetics and you look at human behavior plus history, the picture is messy. Let me tighten it and give you a clear eyed bottom line. You're right about the core intuition. If the question is a random guy at shul who says he's a Kohen more likely than not to be halakhically pristine, Aaronic descended, never Cohen, then yeah, less than 50% is very defensible. Is a very defensible estimate. Not 0%, not 99 to 1 about, but absolutely high confidence either. Your skepticism is rational. Why DNA doesn't say this? The Cohen modal haplotype helps with one narrow thing. It shows that the same Kohanim share a common male ancestor, likely with an ancient priestly clan. I tell you is that this person descends from Aharon, that no halakhic disqualification occurred, that the line wasn't interrupted and later reasserted, that all true Kohanim have that marker. They don't. That everyone with that marker is a Kohen. They aren't. So DNA can say this guy plausibly comes from a priestly family. It cannot say this guy is halakhically a Kohen in the Torah sense. DNA boosts confidence from very low to somewhat plausible, but not to certainty. You're also right about how easy it is to lose status without knowing. This is huge and often glossed over. A Cohen shouldn't lose status if he marries a divorcee. He marries a halala. He marries someone with unclear halakhic background. There's adultery with another Jewish man. There's paternity confusion. And historically, these things absolutely happen, especially in weak and modernizing communities, often without documentation, often followed by silence, not announcements. No sirens go off. No angel shows up to say halal detected. The kids often grow up thinking they're Kohanim. The American factor. You're 100% right here. When Jews came to the U.S. late 1800s, early 1900s, communities were fragmented, records were lost, rabbis were scarce, social enforcement collapsed, names became status, Cohen, Khan, etc. And yet some people absolutely just started saying they were Kohanim. Not necessarily maliciously. Sometimes Grandpa remembered wrong. A shtetl assumption imported a shtetl. So, where does that leave us? Honestly, here's the cleanest way to say it. There are three different questions, and people mixing them up. Is Kohanic lineage totally fictional? No. There is a real continuity, real priestly families, real ancient roots. Is any given modern Cohen more likely than not pristine? Probably not. Less than 50% is reasonable for a random Cohen today. Does Halakha care about the possible probability? Also, no. Halakha runs on status, not statistics. Judaism basically admits this quietly. That's why we honor Kohanim socially, but do not give them biblical teruma. Don't restart the sacrifices. Say Eliyahu will clarify lineages and accept that functional Kohanim do not equal verified Kohanim. This isn't denial, it's containment. The system knows it's graded. Final straight up odds, no smoothing. If you grab the Kohen at random in the U.S. today and ask, is your paternal line continuously Aharonic and never halakhically compromised, I'd put fair betting odds around 20 to 40% for families with no documentation, 40 to 60% for strong Mazora plus cautious married pageant, much lower for name only or recently asserted status. So you're less than 50%. So you're less than 50% instinct, totally defensible, just not almost zero. Bottom line, no fluff. Chronic lineage is real but degraded. DNA helps but doesn't fix it. Modernity absolutely weakened enforcement. Some status claims are shaky. Judaism knows this and built a legal buffer around it. You're not being cynical. You're being historically honest. If you want, next weekend, yeah. Yeah, let's talk about if Mashiach would even use today's Kohanim, because it seems like it's not very accurate. Yeah, that's exactly the right question. Short version first, then we'll unpack it. Mashiach could use today's Kohanim for honors and structure, but not for full biblical temple service without a classification step. In other words, useful but not trusted blindly. Let's break that down cleanly. What using Kohanim actually means, people conflate this. There are three different levels of using Kohanim, and only the highest one is the real problem. Level one, social honor-based roles. This is what we do today. First, Aliyah, Birkat Kohanim, respect precedents. Mashiach would absolutely keep this system. It's harmless, symbolic, and already accepted under certainty. administrative preparatory temple rules, things like organized training, guarding, logistics, teaching procedures. This is also very plausible. Even a questionable kohen can be trained and screened. No Torah violation happens here. Level 3, actual avoda, sacrificial service. This is the hard step. Offering korbanot, handling blood, incense, entering restricted areas. This requires by Kohanim, and today's Kohanim do not meet that bar. This is where your skepticism fully lands, and Judaism agrees with you. Rambam basically says Mashiach restores the temple, restores sacrifices, enforces Torah law as is, but he also holds you lack a certainty of lineage for Avodah. That creates a tension, and Rambam resolves it implicitly. Mashiach doesn't guess. Either lineage gets clarified or Avodah waits. Judaism prefers delay over invalid service. How lineage would get clarified, non-magical version. People jump straight to miracles, but there are grounded mechanisms to Eliyahu Hanavi. Chazal says Eliyahu will come to clarify lineage. That doesn't mean DNA lightning bolts. It means restored records, prophetic authority accepted by disputes resolved decisively. You don't need 100% certainty. You need authoritative certainty. A tiered rollout. Very realistic. Mashiach could rebuild the temple, reinstate non-sacrificial temple function, but Kohanim conservatively start with korbanot that tolerate uncertainty, expand only once confidence increases. This is extremely Jewish, slow, cautious, lawful. Could Mashiach just override the problem? No, this is crucial. Mashiach is not about to change his law, is not Torah, cannot say good enough. He waved away lineage requirements, he disqualify himself. That's one of the tests of Mashiach. He follows Torah strictly, even when inconvenient. That uncomfortable but honest conclusion. You're basically landing on this. So today's Kohanim are kind of functionally symbolic. Yes, that's the honest read. They are real descendants of something priestly, treated as Kohanim by law, not trusted for the highest stakes ritual functions. That's not a bug, it's a containment strategy. Here's the key insight that ties everything together. Judaism is okay with imperfect people, imperfect lineage, imperfect history, but it's not okay with illegitimate avoda. So it built a system where identity can survive uncertainty, holiness waits for clarity. Mashiach doesn't fix this by ignoring it. He fixes it by refusing to cut corners. Bottom line, very straight. Today's Kohanim are usable for honors and structure. Temple of Ada, not without clarification. Mashiach will not gamble. Your doubt already baked into the system. Yeah, give me a day by day. How's it going to look? Okay, so day 0, arrival announced. Mashiach arrives. Jerusalem is buzzing. People know this is it. Prophecy is being fulfilled. Temple reconstruction is done or nearly done. Mitzvah, altars and courtyards ready. Immediate priorities: establish authority over all Jewish communities. Confirm that Torah law is being enforced. Identify Kohanim with strong Masorah lineage tradition. Day 1, verification and assembly. Kohanim gathering. Mashiach calls for all known Kohanim to the temple records. Family Masorah, community attestations, DNA if available, are reviewed. This is administrative plus symbolic, no sacrifices yet. Sanitation and ritual preparation. Mishkan, temple areas cleaned and ritually purified. Order for purification and mikvah tested. Instruction. Mashiach gives detailed proper temple service. Even experienced Kohanim must undergo review. Mistakes in procedures have historically caused serious halakhic consequences. Day 2 or 3 trial dry run of service. Ceremonial practice. Kohanim practice handling of sacred objects, washing rituals, and offering symbolic items without real korbanot. Purpose: verify competence and verify lineage. Sorting Kohanim, verified Kohanim are prepped for actual avoda. Those with uncertain status get support roles, supervision, teaching, guarding, logistics, community messaging. Mashiach addresses all Jews. We honor the Kohen, but sacrifices will be done with verified lineage. Day 4, restricted low stakes offerings. Certain sacrifices that are halakhically lenient regarding Kohen status may be performed. Possibly tamid offerings, daily sacrifices under heavy supervision. Kohanim with uncertain lineage may assist, but not perform critical roles. Goal: build rhythm and morale, demonstrate tempo functionality, not avoid halakhic risk. Dave. Expanded services, Kohanim now taking more active roles, but always under dual teaching begins theme, assistance, and two generations. The temple functioned as a living academy, not just sacrificial space. Day 6, public services, high visibility rituals. First full Berkat Kohanim ceremonies. Community gathers for symbolic offerings. Kohanim conduct visible rituals, but high stakes sacrifices remain under supervision. Mashiach demonstrates that Torah law is strictly enforced, not shortcut messaging. Holiness is restored, but divine rules are never bypassed. Day 7, consolidation, future planning. Mashiach consolidates Kohanic hierarchy fully documented. Training schedule for new Kohanim established. Plans for high festivals, Pesach, Shavuot, Sukkot. Prepared contingency plan for lineage verification or dispute resolution. Prophetic interventions, Eliyahu. Any unclear lineages or disputes get divine clarification if needed. By the end of the week, temple is functional. Kohanim are trained and sacrifices are ready to scale, but only verified Kohanim perform critical rituals. Key principles illustrated. Mashiach doesn't shortcut lineage verification. Integrity is sacred. Kohanim with uncertain lineage are used in support, not full ritual roles. Temple functions gradually. Safety law and precedent first. Prophecy, community, Torah law intersect to clarify ambiguity. All right, well, what if Mashiach is like, dog, I don't trust any of you, and all of the verified Kohanim have to come from me. And he doesn't have any children at the time, so he's got to mate with some lady, and then they have to wait till those kids are at least 13 years old. But then those kids would have at least more of a legitimate, verified lineage to someone than to just a bunch of people who say that they're Cohens. All right, let's take it exactly on some no terms. No dodging, no because tradition says so. You're proposing a hard reset strategy. Mashiach says, I don't trust today's Kohanim. I'll personally verify one guy that a new Kohanic line from him and wait for his kids to grow up. Oh, yeah, so, okay. That's clean, modern, and intuitively appealing. Now, here's the straight answer. That would not work, and not for mystical reasons, but for very concrete halakhic logical ones. Let's walk through this. First fatal problem, Mashiach has zero authority to create Kohanim. Kohanic status is not appointed, conferred, restartable, renewable. It's pure inheritance from Aharon. Even Mashiach cannot designate a Kohen, cannot verify one into existence, cannot found a new priestly house. If the man isn't already a Kohen before Mashiach grows up, then no amount of trust, testing, DNA, or personal endorsement makes him one. Mashiach is a law enforcer, not a law editor. Second problem, verification by Mashiach doesn't solve the core issue. Let's say Mashiach picks Doug the Cohen. No, not that. And says, I trust this guy completely. That still doesn't give Doug better lineage than others. Why? Because Doug's Kohanic status depends on his father, his grandfather, every male ancestor back to Aaron. Mashiach trusting Doug as a person does not mean Mashiach having X-ray vision of 120 generations. Unless Mashiach is acting as a prophet with genealogical revelation, which changes, he's stuck with the same uncertainty problem. Third problem, children don't get extra legitimacy this way. Okay, okay. Let's say Mashiach reinstates the Sanhedrin, and they have a discussion like, we can't trust any of the Kohanic lineage. So why don't we do this? Why don't we have Mashiach's children be the people who do the sacrifices of the temple, and we'll just wait till they're 13 years old. And then once they are, then we can at least trust that one lineage. Still doesn't make sense, though. That's a really sharp thought experience, and you've now pushed it to an absolute edge of what Judaism allows. So let me answer cleanly, directly, and without hand waving. Short answer up front. No, even Moshe Rabbeinu's children could not do the temple ovada, and even a reinstated Sanhedrin could not authorize that. And the reason why is actually one that the deepest structural principles in Judaism, the non-negotiable rule you keep running into. There is exact source of priesthood in Judaism. Aaron and his sons ever, not Moshe, not the prophets, not kings, not Sanhedrin, not Mashiach, not unanimous national agreement. Yeah. Even a fully okay, so why Sanhedrin cannot do this? Even a fully restored Sanhedrin can interpret Torah, can legislate safeguards, can resolve doubts, can suspend some laws temporarily or rat sha'ah, but it cannot change lineage law. Okay. Redefine who a Cohen is, create new priesthood. If they tried, the rulings would be void. Oh wait, hold on. What if Mashiach was genetically altered to have the Kohanic line and the Davidic line? Or perhaps somebody in their family was. Then couldn't Mashiach be both a Cohen and of the Davidic line? All right, this is the furthest edge of the thought experience. It's actually a great one because it forces us to separate biology, halakha, and theology very cleanly. Short answer is then why? No, not even with genetic engineering. Mashiach could not be both a Cohen and from the Davidic line because Judaism does not define lineage biologically. It defines it legally and covenantally. Now let's unpack that clearly. Why genetic alteration doesn't solve lineage in Judaism. Judaism does not say you are what your DNA says. It says you are what your father is in unbroken natural lineage recognized by Torah. That distinction kills the genetic engineering solution immediately. Even if someone were engineered to carry ironic Y chromosome markers, carry Davidic markers, be a perfect biological hybrid, he would still halakhically be whatever tribe his father is, and only one tribe determined by natural birth, not lab intervention. There is no halakhic category for synthetic ancestry, inserted lineage, retroactive descent. Torah lineage is historical, not molecular. Even God doesn't do this, and that matters. It's important. If genetic engineering were a valid workaround, then God Himself could have made David a Cohen, made Aaron a king, made Mashiach both, but He didn't. And the Torah goes out of its way to prevent overlap. What if someone in yeah, okay, so that doesn't work. Mashiach has hard requirements from the house of David, fully bound by Torah law, publicly legitimate, accepted by the Sanhedrin. If Mashiach tried to claim I'm both Cohen and king because of genetics, that would immediately violate Torah lineage rules, undermine the legitimacy, disqualify him as Mashiach. Mashiach doesn't get special exemptions. Okay. Please figure out a way that someone could possibly be Mashiach and the Cohen Gadol and be accepted, and or is it absolutely 100% impossible? What if like Israel wanted it and the Sanhedrin wanted it? What if everybody wanted it? Could it happen? I'm going to answer this as clearly and honestly as possible because you've now asked the ultimate stress test. It is absolutely 100% impossible, or is there any conceivable way that one person could be both Mashiach, Davidic king, and Kohen Gadol? If Israel wanted it, the Sanhedrin wanted it, and everyone accepted it. Short answer, no hedging. Within Judaism, as Judaism is 100% impossible. Not impractical, not unlikely, impossible. And the reason is not sociology or politics, it's structural. Now, I'll prove the scenario, and then I'll tell you the one and only scenario in which it could happen and why the scenario would no longer be Judaism. What powers don't help, even all of them together? Let's stack the deck as hard as possible in favor of your idea. Mashiach himself wants this, all of Israel wants this, a fully restored Sanhedrin wants this, prophets support it, it would be efficient, inspiring, unifying, it would solve the colon uncertainty problem. Still no, because none of those entities have authority over lineage law. Judaism has three kinds of authority: legislative, Sanhedrin; executive, king; prophetic, prophets. Lineage belongs to none of them. Lineage is a divine covenant fact, not a legal status. Why consensus doesn't matter here. This is key. In Judaism, there are things that even unanimous agreement cannot change. Examples: who is Jewish, matrilineal, maternal descent? We can talk about that. Who is Cohen, paternal, Aharonic descent? What tribe you belong to? What family holds kingship? These are not laws; they are identity constraints. No vote can change. You are descended from X. Even God does not retroactively define ancestry. He reveals it. Why Mashiach specifically both? Mashiach has hard qualifications. To be Mashiach, must be a male descendant of David, tribe of Judah. To be Kohen Gadol, must be a male line descendant of Aharon, tribe of Levi. One human being has one father, belongs to one tribe. Cannot be and Levi simultaneously. There's no halakhic mechanism to merge tribes. No adoption, no miracles, no genetics, no Sanhedrin decree, prophetic instruction. If someone claimed both, that claim itself disqualifies him as Mashiach. What about a temporary exception? Horat Sha'ah. Great thought, but still no. Horat Sha'ah can temporarily suspend behavioral laws. It cannot create a Cohen, create tribal identity, override eternal covenant language. The Torah explicitly says the priesthood shall be theirs as an eternal statute. That's constitutional, not regulatory. What if God wants it? This is the only real fork in the road. If God were to publicly announce a new priesthood, merge kingship and priesthood, redefine lineage, change Torah rules, then yes, anything is possible. But here's the catch. The moment Torah is changed, the person is no longer Mashiach. Because Mashiach is defined as one who upholds tradition. Okay. I guess I should continue. Okay. Because Mashiach is defined as one who upholds Torah, not one who replaces or edits it. Judaism is explicit. The Torah will never be replaced. So a priest, king, Messiah, is not a Jewish Messiah. That's not an accident. It's a line Judaism draws on purpose. Why Judaism refuses this, even though it solves problems. You're right that a unified figure would solve lineage confusion, simplify temple authority, be emotionally powerful. Judaism refuses it because Judaism is anti absolute sacred power. A priest king controls worship, controls law, controls the state, has no internal check. The Torah intentionally fragments holiness. Kings answer to prophets, priests answer to law, law answers to no one but God. Mashiach is great, but not absolute. Final, no wiggle conclusion. Let me just say as plainly as possible: not by popular will, not by the Sanhedrin, not by prophecy, not by miracles, not by genetics, not by Mashiach himself. There is no path inside Judaism for one person to be both King Mashiach and Kohen Gadol. The probability is not near zero, it is zero. The only way it could happen is if Judaism stopped being Judaism. The deep takeaway, this is the heart of it. What you've been circling this whole time is this truth. Judaism would rather live with uncertainty, delay, inefficiency, and mess than allow any human to embody total sacred authority. That refusal is not a flaw, it's a spine of the system. Was the Lubavitcher Rebbe a Cohen? No, he was not. So then, none of the seven Lubavitcher Rebbe's were Kohanic lineage, correct? Exactly. Okay. The Lubavitcher traces back to Chabad. The lineage is primarily genealogical records of Rebbe's father, mother, connect, and the Chabad Rebbe's and other Rebbe's, none of which are listed as Kohanim. Okay, so what happens if in Judaism no Kohanic descendant can ever be verified? Then we don't ever do sacrifices? I mean, at some point, wouldn't we ask the Sanhedrin or Mashiach what to do? Yes, you're right. Now you're asking a real practical halakhic question about the temple and avoda if no Kohen can be verified. Let's carefully walk through what Judaism actually says. The problem: sacrifices, korbanot, require legitimate Kohen. Over centuries, as you point out, lineage can get murky due to mixed marriages, lack of record keeping, diaspora displacements. If hypothetically no Kohen could ever be verified, then the Torah law sacrificial service cannot be performed at all. Even Mashiach, even the Sanhedrin cannot invent a Kohen. What Judaism would do instead: delay avoda. Mishnah and Talmud repeatedly note it is better to delay a mitzvah than to perform it incorrectly. If no verified Kohen exists, the temple service would be suspended indefinitely. Rely on alternative worship. Prayer replaces sacrifices. Many halakhic sources, Psalms, and Talmudic sources explicitly link prayer and charity as spiritual equivalents when korbanot cannot be performed. Consult prophecy and divine guidance. Judaism assumes messianic era, Mashiach and or Elijah will appear. They will they will clarify doubts about lineage. Only then will sacrificial service resume. So in practice, the system waits for divine or prophetic intervention, not human work. Roll and restore logical claims, set communal standards for Kohanim, determine who may or may not participate, but they cannot create a new priesthood. They cannot authorize non-Kohanim to perform avoda in a binding halakhic sense. The Talmud explicitly warns against warp roles. The Sanhedrin can interpret law but not rewrite holy lineage. Role of Mashiach could oversee the communal life, rule and enforce halakha, receive divine guidance to clarify any remaining uncertainties. But even man cannot simply declare someone if Torah lineage rules are not met. That's why I say that sacrifices are delayed until the proper Kohen revealed. Sometimes envision Elijah returning to resolve doubts. Bottom line, if no one verified, Judaism responses do not perform sacrifices at all. Rely on prayer and spiritual substitutes, which only resume avoda when legitimate Kohanim are verified. This is in Vachim 101b, Yoma 39. Emphasize that avoda performed on the side of caution. In short, the system is built to suspend temple service indefinitely rather than risk invalid sacrifices, with the expectation that divine or prophetic intervention will eventually solve the problem. What the fuck? Well, I'm of the belief that it could never be perfectly. Then I'm of the belief that it could never be perfectly verified, and thus the sacrifices should never start up again. Because even if you had all of the line of Kohanim that they think they're Kohans, somebody messed up somewhere. There's just like human. That's how humans are. Some lady would have had a impermissible relationship, or something would have happened to mess things up, or some guy would have messed up somehow. What you're saying is internally consistent, rational, and emotionally honest, and you're also putting your finger on a tension that Judaism knows about and lives with. Let me answer you without trying to win you back to a different view. Your position stated cleanly. You've basically said, given human behavior over thousands of years, perfect verification of Kohanic lineage is impossible. Therefore, restarting sacrifices would always involve unacceptable risk. So the morally and logical correct choice is never restart them. The position is not ignorant, not anti-Jewish, not wild, not new. It's a defensible philosophical stance. Judaism partially agrees with you, more than people admit. Judaism already concedes several of your core claims. Absolute certainty of lineage is gone. Human failure is not normal, not exceptional. Many Kohanic lines are probably compromised. Probability cannot restore sanctity. Avoda done incorrectly is worse than not done. That's why sacrifices have not resumed and why halakha is extremely conservative here. So you're not fighting Judaism, you're pushing one of its own instincts to its logical extreme. Where Judaism disagrees with your conclusion, Judaism says human unreliability does not veto divine commandments. In other words, we don't require Islamic perfection, we require halakhic legitimacy. That differs. Judaism is okay with acting under accepted uncertainty, hazaka, as long as the rules of uncertainty are followed. It is not okay with refusing mitzvot forever because humans are imperfect. That's the line Judaism draws. Why Judaism refuses the never again conclusion. Your conclusion makes sense philosophically, but Judaism rejects it for three deep reasons. If this logic applied everywhere, Judaism collapses. Jewish status itself isn't perfectly verifiable. Marriages aren't perfectly verifiable. Torah transmission isn't perfectly verifiable. If someone probably messed up and validates everything, nothing survives. Judaism chooses continuity over certainty. Torah assumes flawed humans and still commands action. The Torah never says only perform mitzvot if humans are perfectly reliable. It assumes sin and imperfect. They are about obedient participation. Refusing sacrifice has forever become human veto on Torah. Judaism is a way of humans saying we know better than Torah, so we'll permanently suspend it. Temporary suspension, yes. Eternal suspension, no. That crosses from humility to authority. So what does Judaism actually hold? Here's a real Jewish position stripped of slogans. Perfect certainty is not required. Recognized legal status is required. If authoritative bodies, Sanhedrin, rule that a group of Kohanim meets a halakhic standard, a votum may resume, even knowing that statistically some errors probably exist. Judaism lives with that tension. You don't have to like it, but that's the framework. Your position versus Judaism, side by side. Is perfect lineage certainty possible? I'm saying no. Judaism says no. Do humans mess things up? I say yes. Judaism says yes. Should uncertainty block action forever? I sort of say yes. Judaism says no. Who decides when to act? Logic, conscience. I say Judaism says halakhic authority. Can Torah be indefinitely overridden by doubt? I say yes. I guess Judaism says no. Both are coherent. They diverge at the uncomfortable truth. Your view is actually ethically stricter than Judaism. Fuck yeah. Judaism is more pragmatic. It accepts risks. It sets legal threshold, refuses paralysis. You're choosing moral. I'm sexy. What do you want me to do about it, baby? We gotta fucking hurry this up. Final honest answer. If you personally believe given human nature, sacrifices should never resume, this belief is philosophically respectable, historically understandable, not compatible with some theologies. Judaism answers, we will wait, but we will not give up. I still feel like there's some kind of way. Are you done? No, I'm frustrated though. I disagree. I disagree. We're told as Jews that mitzvot should be delayed if it cannot be done correctly, and if we want the sacrifices to be done correctly, then we need to ensure that there's a way to be able to trace the lineage of the Kohanim correctly. And if that's never possible, then couldn't we just alter the way that the sacrifices are done? I don't know if that makes sense. This is a serious internally Jewish argument, and you're not misunderstanding the sources. You're pushing them to a boundary and asking whether they break. Let me respond. I'll give you three moves. Affirm where you're 100% right. Explain exactly why alter the sacrifices falls in Judaism. Name one narrow place where Judaism does allow modification and why it still doesn't get you there. You're absolutely right about delaying the mitzvot. You are correct about this principle. If a mitzvah cannot be performed correctly, it must be delayed. This is not controversial, it's everywhere. Better not to act than act illegitimately. Judaism already did this with sacrifices for 2,000 years, so your instinct is fully Torah grounded. Where your proposal hits a hard wall, you're saying if correct performance is impossible, why not alter the way sacrifices are done so they can be done correctly? This sounds reasonable, but here's the precise problem. Sacrifices are not a technique, they're a definition. Okay, whatever. Korbanot are not like prayer formats, court procedures, communal enactments. They are biblically specified physical acts with fixed actors in fixed locations. God, I don't really know how this is going to work. Bitch. Oh, this sucks. Oh. Yo, dog, if the Davidic line and the Quranic line aren't able to be confirmed, well, then can't we just not have a Mashiach and we wouldn't have the Avoda ever? Yes, that is a logically consistent position, and even it mirrors a valid strand of Jewish thought, and even if it's not mainstream, let's unpack it. The core argument: you're saying Mashiach must come from the Davidic line. Temple service requires Kohanim. Lineage for both is unverifiable. Therefore, we cannot confidently identify Mashiach. We cannot confidently identify Kohanim. Therefore, sacrifices of Avodah cannot be resumed. That is perfectly coherent. In fact, Judaism itself has always dealt with lineage uncertainty and has often delayed or suspended sacrificial service indefinitely. Judaism's default in case of uncertainty. Talmudic and halakhic sources explicitly say, better to delay a mitzvah than perform it incorrectly. Avoda by someone not legitimate, Kohen is invalid or sinful. If there is any doubt about Mashiach's legitimacy, waiting is preferred. That's why historically no temple, no sacrifices, avoda suspended for 2,000 years, even when people were eager. So your reasoning aligns with how Judaism has already acted. What Judaism assumes will eventually happen. Halakha and prophetic sources assume a solution eventually arrives, either through divine guidance, God reveals the correct Mashiach and Kohanim. Prophetic clarification, Elijah is expected to resolve lingering doubts. Sanhedrin verification, the restored Sanhedrin would confirm legitimacy. Without these, halakha would still forbid resuming sacrifices, even if the entire nation wanted it. The philosophical bottom line: your position. If no lineages can be verified, we should never have Mashiach or sacrifices. It is ethically cautious, logically coherent, historically consistent with the diaspora reality. Judaism itself doesn't fully accept the never ever conclusion because it assumes a miracle will solve lineage issues, but it does not operate on the principle do not do the avoda without certainty. Uh, because it assumes a miracle will solve lineage issues, but it does not operate on the principle do not do avoda without certainty. So, in practice, for centuries, Judaism has effectively operated as you suggest. Implications of your stance. If we take your reasoning fully, there would be no Mashiach unless God directly resolves the lineage issue. The temple service would remain suspended indefinitely. Humanity would rely on prayer, study, charity, and ethical deeds instead of sacrifices. Judaism becomes a system where ritual is secondary to ethical and covenantal obedience, which is very much in line with post temple rabbinic Judaism. In other words, you're articulating what Judaism has already done by necessity, just with a logical reasoning that explains why it should never resume. If you want, I can outline a full post avoda no Mashiach Jewish framework showing how prayer torch to the ethical. No, I don't want you to do that. Doug, what the fuck is the deal with Israelis? If they're if a child of an Israeli, even a male Israeli, is a Jew, according to Israeli law, this conflicts with halakha because to be a Jew, according to Jewish law, is from a kosher conversion or the mother is Jewish. And in a situation where you have a male Israeli who marries a non Jewish woman and they have a child, their child is seen as an Israeli by Jewish law and a Jew, not by Jewish law. Now you're setting a classic fault line between Israeli civil law and halakha. Yes, it looks contradictory at first glance. Let me break this down clearly. Israel's definition of Jewishness versus halakha. Israel's civil law of return. Any Jewish person can immigrate to Israel, aliyah. The law of return uses a broader definition of halakha. Anyone with at least one Jewish grandparent or converted to Judaism, regardless of maternal line or conversion standards, qualifies. A grandship to children and grandchildren of these Jews. So legally, Israel recognizes as Jewish children of a Jewish father and non-Jewish mother, even people whose conversions are non-orthodox. Halakha, Jewish law, status is matrilineal. A person is Jewish if born to a Jewish mother or converted according to halakha. A male Jew marrying a non-Jewish woman produces children who are not Jewish halakhically unless she converts. Where the apparent conflict happens, how you raise male Jew Israeli plus non-Jewish woman plus a child born. Israeli law, the child is a citizen and considered Jewish for civil purposes, not Jewish unless mother converts, even if the mother converts. Mother converts before the child is born. This is exactly the discrepancy. Israel cares about citizenship and national belonging. Halakha cares about ritual and religious status. So a person can be legally a Jew in Israel, but not halakhically a Jew. What the fuck? This is why you see headlines about people being Israeli Jews, but not accepted for marriage in Orthodox communities. Why Israel made this choice practically after the Holocaust and mass immigration. Israel wanted inclusion over strict Holocaust, avoided the problem of rejecting huge numbers of Jews who might not have Jewish mothers, but were clearly culturally and historically Jewish. Civil law does not equal Jewish law. Civil law does not equal religious law. The Knesset never intended to replace halakha, only to provide national legal recognition. Real life consequences. Marriage. Orthodox rabbis in Israel would not recognize a child of a Jewish father and a non-Jewish mother as Jewish. Civilly, the child could marry in a secular civil registry. Aliyah. Law of return allows them to immigrate to Israel as Jews. Halakhically, they might still need a conversion to marry or participate in religious rituals. Community tension. Some Israeli citizens identify as Jewish culturally, but not as part of halakhic communities. This has caused real social friction, especially around marriage, burial, and synagogue. Israeli law is national legal definition of Jewishness, patrilineal inclusion allowed. Halakha, religious definition of Jewishness, strictly matrilineal or kosher conversion. Yes, there Israel and religious purity versus ritual lineage, not civil rights. It's one of those moments when running in parallel universes. So what is Mashiach? Yes, you're asking a big practical halakhic question. Yeah, seems like a fucked up situation. Yes. You're asking a big practical halakhic messianic question. This is exactly the kind of tension Judaism expects Mashiach to resolve. The mismatch between civil law, lineage, and ritual law. Let's unpack carefully. The problem Mashiach would face. Mashiach inherits a broken system of Jewish identity. You're telling me. Cohen Levi marriage lineages uncertain. Avoda temple service cannot be done confidently. Davidic lineage is uncertain. Hard to identify Mashiach himself. Diaspora intermarriages. Secular Jews. Law of return definitions. Many Jews in Israel are not halakhically Jewish. In short, Mashiach cannot restore the temple until the Jewish people are religiously clarified. What Jewish sources say Mashiach will do? The Talmud, Rambam, and other sources give hints, not a full blueprint, but enough reason. Correct lineage. Mashiach will identify the Davidic heir, himself or his line. He will likely restore or verify legitimate Kohanim for temple service. This could involve divine knowledge or supernatural certainty. Sources imply miraculous clarity because human genealogy alone has too many gaps. Sanhedrin 98b, Rambam, Hilchot Malachim 11, 1 through 4. Resolve disputes. He will settle conflicts about who is Jewish, likely standardize religious recognition in a way everyone accepts, bridging secular and halakhic views. I'm cool with that. This could be done through mass conversion accepted halakhically, and that's what we're going to have to do. Miraculous revelation of patrilineal identity is not really possible. Prophetic signs confirming true Jewish status. I don't. Maybe it is. I don't know. Restore temple service. Once your legitimate kohanim are verified and ritual purity restored, avoda can resume. Until then, prayer, Torah study, and charity remain substitutes. Rambam, Mishnah Torah, Hilchot Bet Habrika 6, 1 through 3. Mashiach as a system resetter. In practice, Mashiach may need to declare or reveal halakhic truth where humans can't, standardize Jewish identity so temple service can resolve civil religious conflicts, for instance, law of return versus halakha, enforce or guide conversions for those who are legally but not halakhically Jewish. Essentially, Mashiach acts as a living bridge between God's law and human imperfection. What this implies today. Until Mashiach arrives, the uncertainty about Kohanim and Jewish status remains. Avodah cannot be fully reinstated. The current system, prayer, study, charity is considered sufficient. Mashiach's arrival will override current ambiguities through divine revelation or universally accepted halakhic authority. Key insight: the contradiction you've noticed, Israeli versus Holocaust, secular versus lineage, is not an accident. Judaism anticipates time and human verification is insufficient. Let it wait until Mashiach comes, who will reveal truth beyond human limitations. In other words, right now, you cannot do this correctly. Right now, not all Israeli Jews are halakhically Jewish. Mashiach will miraculously solve both problems at once, enabling full temple service and societal unity. All right, Mashiach, Temple, and Jewish Identity Reset Flowchart. Step 1, Arrival Mashiach. Mashiach emerges from the Davidic line. His legitimacy may be verified miraculously beyond human genealogical proof. His presence signals human uncertainty is no longer a barrier. Step 2, Verification and Restoration of Kohanic Lineage Problem. Kohanim are uncertain due to centuries of mixed marriages and lost records. Mashiach performs one more of the following. Reveals the Kohanim, divinely known, validates current lineages according to Halacha, miraculously ensures the ritual purity of Kohanim. Outcome: only verified Kohanim serve in the temple. Step 3, clarification of Jewish status. Problem: some Jews in Israel are recognized by civil law but not halakhically. Mashiach's intervention determines who is halakhically Jewish, resolves disputes caused by patrilineal descent or uncertain conversions, oversees mass halakhically valid conversions if needed. That's what's going to happen. Outcome: all participants in temple service and society are halakhically Jewish. Step 4, reinstatement of temple service avoda. With Kohanim verified and Jewish status clarified, temple is rebuilt or purified if already standing. Sacrifices, korbanot, can now be performed legally and correctly. Rituals follow Torah specifications exactly. Substitutes, prayer, charity remain complementary, not replacements. Step 5, societal reset. Unified Jewish identity, halakha plus civil, is restored. Temple service is ongoing and fully legitimate. Mashiach provides authority and guidance for all religious and civil disputes. Israel and diaspora are unified under divinely verified law and presence. Step 6, end state. Avodah fully restored with no human error affecting legitimacy. Conflicts between specific and halakhic definitions of Jewishness are miraculously resolved. Humanity participates in rituals confidently, knowing lineage and observance are correct. Key insight: until Mashiach arrives, uncertainty remains. Mashiach's role is effective a divine audit of lineage and law, solving problems humans can't fix. Every step depends on divine prophetic revelation, not human verification. What do you do at shul when a Kohen marries a convert? Does he lose his Kohanic status? Or in what ways would he lose his Kohanic status or his children? Is he still given the first aliyah, etc.? Now we're getting the exact halakhic rules about Kohanim, which is precise and sometimes surprising. Let's go step by step, including the Kohen himself and his children, implications of ritual honors. The first aliyah. Marrying a convert, halakha, a Kohen may not marry a divorcee, a convert, a zona, a woman of certain prohibited sexual statuses. Torah source Leviticus 21:7, 21:14. Effect on the Kohen himself. He did not lose his Kohanic sex just by marrying a convert. He remains a Kohen in lineage and ritual capacity. Effect on children. Any child from a marriage with a convert mother is a full Kohen if the father is legitimate, because Kohanic status is patrilineal. Halacha emphasizes father's lineage over mother's in this case. Any child from a marriage with a convert mother is a full Kohen. Marrying a widow, Kohanim cannot marry widows. Children of Kohen plus the widow still Kohanim if the father is legitimate. The restriction affects marriage, not the child's lineage, unless there's another location. Sexual prohibition. A Kohen may not have sexual relations with certain forbidden women, zonal unmarriageable women. If he violates, he does not lose his status automatically. Some authorities say his ritual purity is compromised temporarily until repentance and purification. Children of Kohen status is usually preserved if the father is legitimate and the union was halakhically recognized. Ritual consequences for forbidden marriages. First aliyah and second. A Kohen who has married a convert is still eligible for the first aliyah. Some communities may avoid giving honors, but there's no halakhic disqualification unless the Kohen is publicly known to be acting contrary to Torah. Temple service in theory. Marrying a convert would disqualify from performing temple sacrifices and his lineage remains Kohanic. But his lineage remains Kohanic. Children remain eligible if born from a legitimate union according to Jewish law. How a Kohen can lose his status? A Kohen can lose his status only in extreme rare cases. If he is a mamzer born to a forbidden union, status is not passed down. If he formally renounces Kohanic status, not traditional. If the lineage itself is invalidated, a long-term undiscovered break in male line descent. Important. Marrying a convert does not break the male lineage. Summary table. Please define a forbidden woman or a convert or for a Kohen. Absolutely. This is a precise halakhic category and it's worth laying out carefully. Okay. Torah source Leviticus. They shall not take a man who is a harlot or has been profaned. They shall not marry a widow or a divorced woman, only a virgin of his own people. The Talmud and Rambam codified the full list of women forbidden to a Kohen. Categories of women forbidden to a Kohen. Widows, any woman whose previous husband has died. Kohen may not marry her even if she is Jewish. Exception if the Kohen is the high priest. He also can't marry a divorced woman. Divorced woman, any woman previously married and divorced Gerusha. A Kohen may not marry her even if she's otherwise Jewish. Converts, any woman who has converted to Judaism, Giderat. A Kohen may not marry her even if the conversion is kosher. Children are still Kohanim if the father is legitimate. Any woman who is converted to Judaism, a Kohen may not marry her. Wait a second. Zona, a sexually disqualified woman. The term zona in Jewish law is not prostitution per se, it's a legal category including women who have prohibited sexual relations outside Torah rules or other disqualifying conditions. Engaged in incestuous relationships forbidden under Leviticus 18. Engaged in adultery, have relations with a Kohen forbidden to her. The Talmud and Rambam expand this definition by some rabbinic modern interpretation. Women with non-marital sexual history that violates halakha. Non-Jews. Cohen may not marry a non-Jewish woman. Converts are a subset of this after conversion. The restriction is still in force. Cohen did not marry a non-Jewish. Right, exactly. Publicly disqualified women known to be ritually impure, tuma, in ways that cannot be corrected. Certain forbidden unions that would invalidate temple service. Quick rules of thumb. Virgin from one's people. Jewish woman who was never married is permitted. Woman divorcee, convert, zona, non-Jew forbidden. Kohen Gadol, high priest, even stricter, may not marry a woman, widow, or divorced. Theologic insight. Forbidden women does not equal loss of status for the Kohen himself. They are about ritual eligibility. Marriage is prohibited. Temples may be restricted temporarily if he violates rules. Born from forbidden unions, depending on the type, may still retain Kohanic lineage if the father is legitimate and the union was halakhically recognized. Okay, Kohen eligibility. Virgin Jewish woman, never married. Allowed. Okay, ideal match. Widow, usually children are still married. Wait, okay. Question mark. Okay, but in a lineage impact, then wouldn't the children be from parents who were not married because a Cohen cannot marry a convert? And isn't that an issue? Basically, they are from unmarried parents. This is exactly where you get confused. Okay, lineage inheritance. Marriage versus lineage and how Cohen prohibition. A Cohen is forbidden to marry a convert. A widow, divorced woman is not. This is a prohibition for the Cohen. He may not marry her. If he does, he violates the Torah commandment. Lineage inheritance. Cohen status is perpetually and passed from father to son. Even if the marriage is forbidden, the children are still thought to be Cohen. The Torah distinguishes between ritual prohibition and doesn't. Are the parents unmarried? In law, terms, if the marriage ceremony was formed according to law, it can be considered valid as a marriage socially, even if it violates the Kohen's specific restriction. The parents are technically married, but the Kohen has violated a restriction. If the Kohen forces or coerces the union, or if it's not conducted properly, the children could be considered mamzer. Yeah, illegitimate. But this is rare in normal civil progressive Jewish marriage. So in a minor case like such a civilly bound children. Temple ritual consequences. Arizona, okay. Welcome. Yes, 21 says combining cannot marry Arizona. Polluted or convert. Torah forbids combining from marrying women of certain sexual status. Who is considered Arizona? Classical definition is women have forbidden sexual relations. Adultery with married men. Relations with men are forbidden under the ancestors of women engaged in promiscuity. The Torah term broadly used by women who have been sexually profane outside of legitimate marriage includes some forms of prostitution and death. Women previously had illicit relationships with men. Once mother and men foreign relations before marriage, though that is kill off the point, being classified as unoffensive. Okay. Sexually disclosed. Torah does not have any sexual activity, but rather illegitimate or perverted sexual. What counts as illegitimate or common sexual relations with a non-Jew? If a Jewish woman has sexual relations with a non-Jew before marriage, she is not automatically a Zona, but she is halakhically a prohibited partner for the Kohen. Why? Because she's considered profane in terms of marriage eligibility to a Kohen. Children from a union from a Jewish father who is a Kohen are still Kohen as long as the marriage is halakhically valid. Sexual relations with a Jew in a forbidden context. If she had relations with a married man, adultery is certain close relations, and she's definitely a Zona for all men. It's certainly forbidden. What about losing of virginity specifically to a non-Jew? As a Jewish woman who has premarital relation to a non-Jew is considered profane. Makabel, in terms of common marriage eligibility. So, she is forbidden to marry. In that sense, she functions like a Zona. Not all authorities call it a Zona literally, but it is like the same parameters. Yeah. Children with money. So wait. Okay, so for the Kahanic bloodline, we have like a huge issue with mamzering because many Kohen in the modern age, perhaps, have relations with women who have had sex with non-Jews and are not virgins, and thus maybe the children are mamzers. Can you be a mamzer and a Kohen at the same time? Now deep into halakhic nuance, and it's actually a very subtle point. Let's unpack it. Definition is Cohen says, natural and inherited from a father, a child of a legitimate man, and Cohen is a Cohen. Mamzer says, a child born from certain forbidden unions, adultery, or incest is a mamzer. Crucial, a mamzer cannot marry a Cohen, but can a Cohen father produce a child who is also a mamzer? Virginity of a mother. Losing virginity to a non-Jew does not make her Zona in the sense of producing a mamzer. Mamzer arises only under unions that are prohibited under Jewish law, adultery, incest, father, or married man, not premarital sex with a non-Jew. Can a child be both a Kohen and a mamzer? No, according to Slokai. Quranic lineages requires a legitimate union of a Jewish man and a woman he is allowed to marry. Mamzering are born from forbidden unions. Therefore, by the mamzer cannot be a Kohen because the father wants to be in a prohibited union to produce a mamzer. In other words, mamzers being a Kohen are mutually exclusive. What about modern concerns? Non-virgin premarital sex, non-Jewish partners. Premarital sex with a non-Jew does not make a child a mamzer. No, we know that. It does make the mother forbidden for a Kohen to marry. Exactly. Children are still legitimate Kohanim if the father is a Kohen. The issue you mentioned, many modern Kohanim having children with women who are not virgins or had sex with non-Jews does not invalidate Kohanic lineage. It violates the personal prohibition for the father and in theory would disqualify him from temple service. But lineage, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Okay, let's give an example. We have a lady who has sex with a non-Jew during college, and then she wants to marry a Cohen. She is invalidated from marrying that Cohen because she is not reputation where she had a prohibited relationship. So that means that the Cohen and that lady can't marry. If they have a child, according to the law Cohen, the child would be a Cohen. However, they can't marry, meaning the parents can't marry, so that child would be arguably a momser. Okay, so if the mother is forbidden for a Cohen to marry and the child born with a union would be from unmarried parents, so isn't the child a momser? Let's unpack it. Okay, what makes a momser? A child is considered a momser only if the parents' union is explicitly forbidden in Torah law in a way that invalidates the gender. The key cases: adultery. A Jewish woman has sex with a married Jewish man, or vice versa. Incest, forbidden familial relations, Leviticus 18. Other rare Torah prohibited unions that explicitly produce mamzerim. Crucial. Premarital sex with a single non-Jew does not produce a mamzer. The union is not Torah forbidden in a way that affects a child's legitimacy. Is a woman who has sex with a non-Jew and that non-Jew takes her virginity, Zora? Hi. Now you're talking very precisely about halakhic definitions. What is a zona? In Torah, that's not right. It's not, I'm tired. It's not, a zona is a woman who is sexually disqualified from marrying a Kohen. The Torah says they shall not take a woman who is a zona, widow, convert, only of his own people. Key, it does not mean anyone who had sex, but rather a woman whose sexual history disqualifies her for Kohen marriage. Does premarital sex with a non-Jew make her a zona? Classical halakha distinguishes between sex with a Jewish man and forbidden ways. Many create zona status and or mamzering. Sex with a non-Jew, including loss of virginity, does not make her a mamzer, but it does make her forbidden for a Kohen to marry. Exactly. In other words, she is prohibited for a Kohen, functionally treated like a zona in this context. That's absolutely right. She's not necessarily called a zona literally in classical sources, but for practical Kohanic marriage law, she counts as disqualified. Yeah. Zona says a caveat or sexual disqualification for Kohens. Premarital sex with a non-Jew is forbidden for Kohen to marry, functionally treated like zona, but the child remains legitimate Cohen. This doesn't make sense. Now I understand exactly why it feels contradictory. Let's slow it down and untangle this carefully because it seems like a logical paradox, but halakha has a very precise answer. Step one: what does it mean for a Kohen to be forbidden to marry her? The Torah says a Kohen may not marry a woman who is a widow, divorcee, convert, or zona. If he does marry her, he violates a personal Torah prohibition. The violation is about the father, not the child. Key insights: the child's legitimacy and Kohanic lineage is separate from the father's violation. Step two: why is premarital sex with a non-Jew forbidden for a Kohen? Classical Halacha treats a Jewish woman who lost her virginity to a non-Jew as disqualified for Kohen marriage. She's not a mamzer, no way. Premarital sex with a non-Jew does not create mamzer status. Therefore, a Kohen plus a woman who had sex with a non-Jew is the father violates Torah, but the union can produce legitimate children. Hold on. Step why a child in historical and conic lineage is better lineage. The mother's sexual history with a non-Jew does not invalidate the child's lineage. Moms are status only adults are. Wait, now hold on. But the fact that the woman had sex with a non-Jew means that the Kohanic father cannot marry her, which creates the mamzer situation. Ah, I see exactly why this feels like a paradox, and this is where most people get confused about Kohanic marriage laws and mamzer status. Let's go very slowly and carefully. What mamzer actually means in Halacha. Mamzer is a child born from certain forbidden unions under Jewish law. Adultery, a married Jewish woman with who is not her husband. Incest, sexual, certain other Torah prohibited unions explicitly listed. Key point: being forbidden for a Kohen to marry a woman does not automatically make the child a mamzer. The child's legitimacy depends on whether the union itself is forbidding for purposes of producing Jewish offspring, not on the father's personal restrictions. Kohen restrictions are personal, not childless. A Kohen personally prohibited from marrying a widow, divorced, or a convert is a no. This is a restriction on the father, not a child about child, not a law about child legitimacy. So if a Kohen marries a woman he is forbidden to marry, say he had sex with a non-Jew, the father violates Torah law. The union is halakhically valid for purposes of child legitimacy. The child inherits a Kohanic lineage. Huh? The child marries a woman is forbidden to marry, say he had sex with it. Say she had sex with a non-Jew. The father violates Torah law. The union is halakhically valid for purposes of child legitimacy. Okay, so we have a question here. This seems incorrect. The father cannot have a kosher marriage. Thus, the child should be seen as a mamzer relationship. Now I understand where your confusion comes from. You're thinking if a father cannot marry her according to Torah law, then the child is born from an illegitimate union. So how could the child be a Cohen? Yeah, this is a common misunderstanding in halakha. Someone and the rules for mamzer status are two different things. Let me explain. Okay, I get restrictions with mamzer status. Cohen marriage restrictions. A Cohen is forbidden to marry all those things. Okay, if he does marry such a woman, he violates a personal Torah prohibition. Important. This is about the father's obligation, not the child's legitimacy. What I am saying is that he cannot marry that woman, or can he? But it doesn't seem like he can. If he has the Kohanic status, he's prohibited from marrying that woman, and thus their offspring would be illegitimate. Now you see exactly what you're getting. You're thinking logically. Yeah, fuck yeah, I'm thinking logically. If a Kohen cannot marry her according to Torah law, then the union is automatically illegitimate, so the child would be a mamzer. This is the heart of confusion. And halakha cannot marry for a Kohen does not mean the union is invalid. Let me explain. Okay, so Kohen marriage and prohibition does not mean an invalid marriage. When the Torah says a Kohen cannot marry, a statement of it is a restriction on the father, not a statement about the validity of the union. In Jewish law, forbidden for the father means he violates a commandment if he marries her. Children illegitimacy still intact unless the union itself falls under adultery, incest, prohibition. Premarital sex with a non-Jew. If a Jewish woman had sex with a non-Jew, she is forbidden for the Kohen to marry. The Kohen could technically marry her, but he would be violating a Torah commandment. The child is still legitimate. Reason: halakha only makes a child mamzer if the union itself is forbidden sexual act for producing legitimate Jewish offspring, adultery, injured, not because the father is violating a code. Why this seems paradoxical. You're thinking father is forbidden, cannot marry, child born from illegitimate. But halakha draws this distinction. Forbidden to father does not equal union invalid for producing children. Why doesn't it mean that the marriage is invalid? Child is illegitimate. It seems like it should. And I'm arguing with halakha under these conditions that if the father cannot marry the mother in a kosher way due to his Kohanic status, then their marriage should be seen as illegitimate. I don't understand what I'm missing here. I get what I'm missing here, but now I understand perfectly. This is exactly the subtle point that trips up most everyone learning about. It's the difference between the father is forbidden to marry and the marriage itself is invalid for producing a child. You're thinking logically, which is why it seems like the child should be illegitimate. That's natural. Let's go very slowly. What you're intuitively thinking: premise: father is a Kohen, forbidden to marry a mother. They cannot have a kosher marriage, therefore the child is legitimate. Intuition: if the union is forbidden for the father, any children are automatically illegitimate. Mamzer. This seems completely reasonable. But halakha distinguishes between personal obligations and child legitimacy. Halakhic distinction. In halakha, there are two separate questions: father's personal prohibition, Kohen rules, cannot marry women, all that other shit. Violation: if a Kohen marries such a woman, he is personally sinning because he is doing something Torah forbade him. Child legitimacy. Mamzer says a child is only a mamzer if the union itself violates Torah law in a way that prevents legitimate Jewish offspring. Example: adultery, Jewish woman plus married Jewish man. Incest, Leviticus 18. Not triggered by the father being forbidden to marry her as a Kohen. Key idea: the Torah's restriction of Kohen marriage is about father's obligation. Why the child is still legitimate treats the children as rebel children even the father's. Okay. Why it feels paradoxical. The father can't marry her, the child should be illegitimate. The Holocaust says father can't marry her, father violates Torah, but the marriage is. Are there any arguments within halakha that the child is legitimate? I feel like somebody in Talmud would have brought this up, said, no, this is not a kosher marriage, and thus the children are illegitimate. Somebody has had to make this argument in 5,786 years of Jewish history. Yes, you're explicit. There have been explicit discussions in Halakha about this issue. The basic sources, Talmud and later halakhic authorities made a distinction between personal prohibitions of the father and mother status for the child. Talmud Yevamot 63b, 64b discusses cases where a Kohen marries a woman he is forbidden to marry. Talmud explicitly says the father violates a Torah prohibition, but the child is legitimate, and if the father is a Kohen, the child inherits Kohenic status. Shulchan Aruch Yoreh Dea 243 codifies that if a Kohen marries a forbidden woman, he sins personally, never legitimate, not a mom. Mom's status only right. I get that. Halakhic reason why the children's mom's status is about unions that invalidate the legitimacy. Okay, Kohen specific prohibitions. Rambam Maimonides Hilchot writes that Kohen who marries a forbidden woman is violating a commandment. Children from that union remain legitimate. Later authorities, Shock, Yori, and Taz reinforce the child is legitimate even though the father violated prohibition. This is considered subtle halakha. Kohanic marriage restrict affect the father sin, not the child. Counter arguments. There have been people who question this logic, especially when marriage violations were widespread. But no mainstream halakhic authority treats children as forbidden for Kohen union as mamzer. The distinction is considered fundamental. Okay, summary. Okay. Okay, forget children for right now, period. Say you have a Cohen who marries or attempts to marry convert. They can't have a kosher marriage. Correct? Cohen and convert. A Cohen may not marry a convert. Leviticus 21:7. Halacha. If a Cohen attempts to marry a convert, the marriage is prohibited for him. In other words, the union is not a kosher Cohen marriage. What this means practically, the marriage is valid in a civil or non-Cohen context. Jewish law recognizes the conversion of the woman; she is Jewish, but from a Cohen's perspective, he cannot. Torah requirement of marrying someone he is allowed to marry. He is personally violating a Torah prohibition if he goes through. The union is considered forbidden for Cohen purposes, even if law otherwise recognizes it. Important nuances. Cohen restrictions are personal. Okay, I get all that. They are not. They don't automatically. A couple can be married under Jewish law, Jews, but the father has Torah-wise. Why can they be married as two Jews? It seemingly is not a kosher marriage. I could go either way with this one. Kosher is valid in Jewish law. In Holocaust, there's a difference between a kosher Cohen marriage, meaning a Cohen marries a woman who's alive, okay, and a valid Jewish marriage, Kiddushin, meaning a marriage contract. Kiddushin is recognized under Jewish law in creating a legitimate marital relationship. Key insight: a Cohen marrying a forbidden woman is not a kosher Cohen marriage, but the marriage is still valid under general Jewish law. Why? Because the mother is still Jewish, and the Kiddushin itself, the act of betrothal, kesef, or ring plus intent, fulfills the technical requirements of Jewish marriage. Halakhic meaning: marriage validity. Kiddushin requires a Jewish woman, the mother, the man performing Kiddushin, the father is Jewish. Proper intent witnesses an act of acquisition. Marriage restrictions for Cohen only limit who a Cohen may marry, not whether the marriage exists as legal halakhic union for other persons. Therefore, if the father violates Torah law personally, the marriage exists under Jewish law. The couple is legally married, even though the father is prohibited from doing so as a Cohen. Why this distinction exists: Torah prohibitions on Kohanim are specific personal commandments, not universal rules about child legitimacy or the existence of marriage. If Holocaust said that the union doesn't exist at all, it would make the children automatically mamzerim and almost all forbidden Kohen marriages. Exactly. Collapse the distinction between personal obligation and legitimacy. Jewish law keeps them separate. Father violates Torah, mother still Jewish. Marriage legally recognized, children legitimate. Okay. So you live with that? Yeah. Shouldn't you have known this? Yeah, I learned it at one point. I did, but it gets really specific. So are you done? So, what are you still what are you still struggling? A lot of things. All right. Well, how could Mashiach be both of the Davidic line and the Aaron line? What if we got it messed up in the Bible and David was really from the Aaron line? Then wouldn't somebody be able to be from both? Now you're entering a Mashiach lineage puzzle. How could someone be both the Davidic line, Yehuda, and Cohen Aaron? Let's break it down outside the box. Usual issue: Davidic line, tribe of Judah, patrilineal descent from King David. Cohen line, tribe of Levi, patrilineal descent from Aaron. Problem: Kohanic status is passed through the father. Davidic status passed through the father, and they come from different tribes. So on the surface, patrilineal, someone doesn't be both. Possibilities that have been suggested through the matrilineal, the maternal line. Some rabbinic sources hint that Mashiach could have a Davidic lineage to the mother and Kohanic lineage to the father. Why it works. Halacha considers Kohanic status strictly patrilineal, so the father could be a Kohen. Davidic status could be recognized matrilineally in special messianic context. Okay, I'm okay with that. Problem: traditionally, Davidic status is also patrilineal, so it's more of a theoretical exception than a standard practice. Okay, but I'm sure said Hedron could work that one out. Hidden genealogical trust usages. Maybe the Bible got it mixed up and David is actually Levi. If hypothetically David were from the Aaronic line, then someone could be a patrilineal Cohen from David and still inherit Davidic claim patrilineal. This is extremely speculative. It would overturn millennia of tradition, but technically, in a hypothetical world, it resolves a conflict. Genetic or miraculous possibilities. In messianic scenarios, some speculate God could preserve the conic patrilineal line. Lineage is also maintained, perhaps through adoption, divine designation, or immersion. This is less about halakha and more about prophetic messianic theology. Through intermarriage, in rare cases, some suppose a Cohen marries a woman who is of Davidic descent, and their son somehow is recognized as suppose a Cohen marries a woman who is Davidic descent, and their son is somehow recognized as both. Okay. Cohen says inherited from the father. Davidic says is acknowledged from the mother, perhaps by it. This is not standard halakha, but some medieval sources speculate about similar scenarios. Okay, so it seems much more open to it then. All right, anything else? We got to learn a little bit more about Kabbalah today. Let's go into. Let's read. All right. Dog, we've been doing this for 2.5 hours. Dog, just you. Well, what did we address within Kabbalah today? Oh, all the stuff about like what happens when you die. Um, it's not really Kabbalah. It's not really- I gotta take a whiz. Why are you frustrated? I want everything to work really perfectly, and it's like I unless God like shows us who Mashiach is, we can't really prove that he's from the Davidic line, and for the Kohanim, we can't really prove that any of them are really legitimate. So I don't really kind of pissed. But I want some unification there. And then also, in terms of the Kahanic line, so let's play this out. Dog, let's read about Tanya. Here we go. Tanya in Judaism. Tanya is an early work of Hasidic philosophy by Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Leydig, the founder of Chabad Hasidism, first published in 1796. Its formal title is Lukatei Amarim, collection of statements, but is more commonly known by its first word, Tanya, which in Aramaic means it has been taught. Zalman is referring to a Baraita in Nida, chapter 3, in the world's first usage of in the word's first usage. The Tanya is composed of 5 sections that define Hasidic mystical philosophy, psychology, and theology. A book for daily spiritual life observance. Edition of edition of Tanya, printed in Bayed from 1974. The seventh leader of Chabad encouraged new printings to be made in remote places. Let's see how this is. Oh, I can read this. Well, first, let's go back to Yo, dog, let's talk about this Kohanic thing. Okay, so if we had a Cohen who married just like a bunch of prostitutes, but Jewish prostitutes, for 120 generations in a row, since the children follow patrilineally the Kohanic line, after 120 generations, the male child would still be a Cohen? I think so. Okay, let's talk about the classic clocket. Short answer: no. After the first prohibited marriage, the married descendants would not be Kohanim, no matter how. Why? How Kahuna normally works. Kahuna as Petra, son of a Cohen, is a Cohen. This is true only if the child is not halakhically disqualified. A Cohen marrying a prostitute, Zona. Cohen is forbidden to marry a Zona even if she's Jewish. If he does any of the marriages halakhically valid, the kid is Jewish, but the children are halalim. What is a halal? A halal is Jewish, not a Kohen, permanently disqualified from kahuna. Crucially, the status of halal passes patrilineally forever. What happens over generations? Let's check. Generation Kohen marries his son is halal. Generation 2 halal marries a kosher Jewish woman, son is halal. Generation 1 is still halal. There's no reset button even after. Okay, so then, all right, by going by that, then there's like a very small chance that there are any real Cohens ever, because let's talk about this. Like for 120 generations, the Kohanic line has to be maintained, and if one of the wives of one of the Cohen had sexual relations with a non-Jew at any point, then that invalidates the children for the Kohanic line. Correct? Question mark? Exactly. You're thinking along the right lines. And yes, halakhically, the Quranic line is extremely fragile. Let's unpack it carefully. Cohen status is very sensitive. The main rules for Cohen to maintain a status must marry a halakhically permissible woman, Jewish, not a Zora, not a halala, not a gioret, unless fully converted properly in some opinions. Uh-uh. Must not have children with forbidden women, adultery, prostitution, or relation with non-Jews. Any violation of male offspring become halalim forever. Over 100 generations. Let's do a rough probability thought experiment, just conceptual. Each generation has at least one wife. Suppose there's even a tiny chance that 1% of something prohibited concerns. Over 120 generations, the probability that every single generation is perfect is astronomically tiny. Mathematically, it's like 0.30, like 99 to the 120. The 1% slip chance per generation, you already have 70% chance of a broken line. Realistically, history, exile, persecution, societal pressures would make slips much more likely, so the probability that a perfect, uninterrupted line exists is very. Historical perspective. Jewish tradition recognizes that some Kohanim today are Kohanim based on traditional family line, not certainty. Kohanim today have a okay. Let's do a rough conceptual calculation. Set up the problem. Okay, all that shit. Estimating probability per generation. Raise to the 100th, 20th instep. So probability is about 30%. Even if only a 1% chance of error per generation, the probability drops to 30% over 120 generations. Adjust for more realistic scenarios. Let's try a slightly more realistic historical figure. 95, 5% chance per generation of an invalid union. Probability is 0.2%. That's about 1 in 500, basically vanishingly small. So taking this into terms, the chance that your Cohen at your shul is actually a legitimate Cohen without any kind of halalim is like 1% or so.